Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Avatar, The Sword Saint. Part 1. Spring, the season when all things revive. Although that is the case, there is always some remnant of winter mixed in, so the students at school are always wrapped up a bit tightly. Ren exhaled into his palms and then rubbed his hands together, only then feeling a bit more comfortable. The war might end this year, Ren thought to himself, looking at the dark clouds on the horizon. Ren was quite concerned about news in this regard, he was a rather pragmatic person. Nowadays, the Fire Nation has stretched its front lines very long, especially with the siege of Ba Sing Se, which has been deadlocked for nearly 3 years, consuming a huge amount of resources. However, strategically speaking, as long as they can take Ba Sing Se and occupy the entire northern region of the Earth Kingdom, they can be self-sufficient and drive straight into complete the unification of the world. In this way, even if he goes to the battlefield in the future, it will just be following behind and fighting easy battles. As for offering loyalty to the Great Fire Lord or anything like that, Ren wasn't a real child, he wouldn't be fooled by a couple of slogans. Furthermore, he didn't have any talent for bending, and with the Fire Nation's extreme social Darwinist atmosphere that worships the strong and belittles the weak, he was afraid he wouldn't even know if he became cannon fodder. Ren, over here. A lively voice came from behind. Ren glanced back to see a girl wearing the standard Fire Nation school uniform, with long braided pigtails, waving at him. Standing beside her was a cold-looking girl. Ren recognized them both at a glance, Tai Li and Mai. To be honest, Ren still hadn't figured out how the two of them became such good friends, the kind that were inseparable. Could it be that the bubbly naturally overcomes the dark and brooding? Ren walked over quickly and whispered. Where is the princess? Tai Li leaned forward, her flexibility was very good, and also whispered back. Princess Azula. I heard her say that her uncle sent a gift back, so she went back to the palace first. Hearing that Princess Azula wasn't there, Ren breathed a sigh of relief. There was no helping it, this noble princess always went too hard when she attacked. When he had first transmigrated, Ren didn't understand the gap between benders and ordinary people, thinking that after 3 years of hard training in swordsmanship, he would surely become a legendary sword master. But it wasn't until he was forced by Princess Azula to spar that Ren deeply realized the gap between benders and ordinary people. It was simply a dimensionality reduction strike. You want to fight in close quarters, she conjures a ring of fire around herself, how can you get close? Don't want to get close. Then I'll just keep throwing fireballs at you. It was just too cheap. Since then, Ren stopped being arrogant and impatient and continued to study swordsmanship. Fortunately, although he had no talent for bending, his physical fitness was far superior to his peers, otherwise, Ren would have had to consider switching to a desk job. Come to think of it, the treatment for technical talent in the Fire Nation was actually quite good, it's just that the restrictions on personal freedom were quite large. Hey, what are you thinking about? Tai Li's lively voice pulled Ren's attention back to reality. He tightened his clothes and said, Nothing, I just felt that since I haven't seen the honorable princess for a day, I miss her quite a bit. The three of them walked side by side. Hearing Ren's words, Tai Li seemed thoughtful, while Mai, standing to the side, said in a slightly raspy voice. That is a lie. Are you lying to me? Tai Li blinked her innocent big eyes. Ren covered his face in his heart. He really hated this dark and brooding girl, Mai, right now. At times like this, he needed to change the subject immediately. Ren scratched his head and said, Tai Li, I heard you recently learned a technique of Kai blocking, could you teach me? Tai Li's attention was indeed diverted. She ran to the front, put her hands behind her back, and said with a very cheerful smile. Yes, you think it's amazing too, right? However, I can't teach it to you for nothing. Speaking of this, Tai Li gently bit her finger and thought hard. How about this? You treat me and Mai to dessert, and I'll teach you, how about that? Mai glanced at Ren, knowing that this guy was changing the subject, but Miss Mai, who was almost uninterested in anything, did not point it out. No problem. Ren agreed immediately. The three arrived in front of a dessert shop. Ren quickly found a window seat and sat down, while saying to Tai Li. Tai Li, could you please help me get a dessert? Ren had just sat down when he made eye contact with Miss Mai, who was sitting opposite him. Although Mai had her hair in a bun, it didn't look unfashionable. Her smooth black hair hung past her ears, and her cheeks still had some childish baby fat. It was just that her eyes, hidden behind her bangs, were like a pool of stagnant water, uninterested in anything. She had an air of aloofness that far exceeded that of ordinary children. Mai was the first to look away, resting her chin on one hand and looking out the window. Miss Mai, do you usually have any books you like to read? Ren didn't want to just sit there. Counting on the iceberg opposite him to speak would be like counting on the North Pole to melt. So he took the initiative to start a conversation. Ancient history. Ren hadn't expected the other party to answer, but to his surprise, Mai did answer. However, the answer was indeed a bit unexpected. Ren had thought she would answer something like, the 100 Ways of Assassination. After all, Mai's overall temperament was more inclined toward the dark. You are surprised. Mai's observation skills were very strong, and she keenly detected the fleeting surprise in Ren's eyes. Ren organized his words before slowly saying, a little, actually. I didn't expect you to like things with a sense of history like that. What I like, what I should do, is not something I can decide. A cold answer is always. Ren counted on his fingers and said, I can't agree with that point. You like cherry-flavored desserts, your favorite flower is the night orchid, and now you have a favorite book, which is ancient history. How can you say that you can't decide what you should like? You talk a bit too much. Mai turned her face away, looking at the pedestrians passing by outside the window, but her earlobes flushed crimson, obviously a little shy. Just at this moment, Tai Li came jogging over, carrying desserts in her hands and holding a plate of desserts in her mouth. Ren hurriedly stood up to take the desserts from Tai Li's hands, placed the cherry-flavored cupcake in front of Mai, and said, Tai Li, if you can't carry it all, you can ask us to help. Why are you holding it in your mouth? Tai Li sat down next to Mai and said with a grin. No problem. Even if there were 2 more plates, I could still carry them over. Ren gave a thumbs up, making a complimentary gesture. That's amazing. I think even the most experienced acrobat would have to bow down to your skills. Hee hee. Tai Li was a little embarrassed by the praise, but she still straightened her back and said, I plan to become an acrobat in the future. And I want to be the best one. Hearing Tai Li's words, not only was Ren stunned, but even Mai frowned. What's wrong? Seeing that both of her good friends were silent, Tai Li wondered if she had done something wrong. Tai Li, your family won't agree to you becoming an acrobat. Mai was the first to throw cold water on her. After all, their families could actually be considered wealthy, and their upbringing from a young age was to completely look down upon professions like acrobats, which were considered low class. Tai Li blinked her big eyes, tears seemingly shimmering inside, and she was almost about to cry. Ren didn't care. After all, in his view, if you can earn clean money with your own talents and have a clear conscience, what does it matter if it's considered noble or low class? Tai Li, if this is your dream, I will definitely support you. Tai Li wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, looked at Ren's earnest expression, and couldn't help but break into a smile through her tears. Ren, you really are the best. Compared to the icy Miss Mai, Tai Li was clearly much more lively, her moods came and went quickly. Moreover, since she had already promised Ryan to teach him Kai blocking, she naturally could not go back on her word. The 3 of them walked together, with Tai Li pulling Ryan along in front, excitedly explaining how she had discovered Kai blocking. Miss Mai, meanwhile, kept her hands tucked into her sleeves, following behind the 2 of them with her usual proper, ladylike stride. Ryan listened very carefully and quickly grasped the principles of Kai blocking. Normally, every bender needs to use specific stances to connect with and channel the energy within their body, and then connect with external elements to achieve the effect of bending. Therefore, aside from the avatar, other benders are affected by the environment they are in when displaying their power. For example, airbenders have a hard time utilizing their advantages underwater or in narrow spaces, while waterbenders find it difficult to display their true strength in environments without water. The purpose of Kai blocking is to cut off the flow nodes of Kai within the body. If one cannot channel the Kai inside, naturally, one cannot manipulate the elements. However, at the end of the day, Kai blocking is merely a form of martial arts. It can be said that it is very useful when catching someone off guard, but once the opponent is prepared, it still cannot bridge the gap between an ordinary person and a bender. Wait, what is that? As they were chatting, Ty Lee was attracted by a stall on the side of the street, her eyes sparkling as she watched the stall owner set up a pile of items. Ryan turned his head to look. Familiar with how these things worked, he explained. Oh, it's a ring toss game. You pay money to buy a few rings, and if you manage to toss one onto a prize, it's yours. Hearing the scent of business, the stall owner rubbed his hands together, appearing before the three of them as if by teleportation, and said with a grin. This young brother is absolutely right. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? Ryan curled his lip, intending to refuse. After all, this game was purely a scam. The rings sold to players were designed so that it was impossible to win the big prizes, and even the few you could land on would, at best, just break even. However, before Ryan could speak, Ty Lee leaned in toward the stall and pointed at the teddy bear in the very center. Ryan, I want that one. Seeing this, Ryan did not want to spoil the mood, so he looked at Miss Mai behind him and asked. Miss Mai, would you like to give it a try? Ty Lee clasped her hands in front of her chest, looking at Mai with an expectant expression. Mai kept a cold face and was about to refuse, but seeing Ty Lee's expectant look, she finally sighed. She took the ring from Ryan, narrowed her eyes slightly, and compared the sizes. She realized the ring was smaller than the bear, making it impossible to land it from the front. However, if she controlled her strength well, it would be no problem to toss it down over the side of the teddy bear's ear. Ryan walked up to Miss Mai and whispered a reminder. Do you want me to talk to the owner and get a larger ring? No need. Mai's tone revealed absolute confidence. The next second, she flicked her wrist and tossed the ring forward, while the owner's expression shifted from smugness to utter bewilderment. The ring landed on the teddy bear's ear, spun twice, and then settled firmly in place. Yay! Ty Lee cheered first, as if she were the one who had made the toss. Miss Mai, that's really impressive. Ryan hadn't expected Miss Mai to have such a skill. Hey! A faint smile appeared on Mai's face. However, as soon as Ryan turned to look, it quickly vanished, and she returned to her usual icy expression, making Ryan almost think he had seen it wrong. This, Mai. No, you can't take it. The owner hadn't expected to lose money right after opening for the day. Seeing Ty Lee pick up the doll, he hurriedly jumped out to stop them in a panic. Ryan shielded the two girls behind him, looked at the unscrupulous merchant, and said calmly. What's the matter? Can't accept losing a bet. The fat, greasy merchant, seeing that the three of them were just children, immediately rolled up his sleeves and said. Who knows if you cheated? Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. The moment he reached out, Ryan thrust the ring he was holding forward, and the merchant's hands were immediately caught in it. Then, with a single hand, he pulled forward. The merchant had no fighting skills whatsoever, being pulled like that, he lunged forward. Ryan stepped back and then extended his leg to trip him. He tripped the merchant directly, causing him to land face first in the dirt. Ryan couldn't be bothered to tangle with this merchant, so he grabbed the two girls and ran. Hey! Hey! Ty Lee hadn't even reacted before she was pulled along running. Miss Mai had reacted, but her focus was always on strange things. She was hesitating whether to remind Ryan to let go of her hand. The three of them quickly dashed out of the street. Ty Lee bent over, panting heavily, before she finally realized what had happened. We didn't even cheat, so why are we running? Miss Mai glanced at Ryan, who was still calm and composed, and leaned against the wall to rest without speaking. Ryan explained immediately. Because it's troublesome. I just hit someone. If they report it to the police, even though we're in the right, they'd definitely have to call our families to come pick us up, and they'd notify the school. You wouldn't want other people looking at you strangely at school, right? Conversely, if we just run away, the police won't bother with such a trivial matter. Doesn't this count as fleeing from justice? Ty Lee said, still feeling a bit uneasy as she held the teddy bear. Ryan shrugged and said, we call this not causing trouble for others. Is that so? Ty Lee blinked her large eyes and looked at Mai with a pleading gaze. Miss Mai put a hand to her forehead. From every perspective, what Ryan said was correct, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she had become an accomplice, encouraging children to do bad things. Well, don't worry about these little things. It's getting late, let me take you two back first. Ryan changed the subject at the right moment. He looked up at the gloomy sky and decided to send the two girls back first. Okay. Ty Lee nodded obediently. Miss Mai generally wouldn't voice her own thoughts if she didn't have any objections. Ty Lee's house was closer. After waving goodbye to Ty Lee, the two walked side by side in silence, and the atmosphere suddenly became slightly awkward. What you said earlier, you were lying to Ty Lee, weren't you? Perhaps due to her excellent upbringing, Miss Mai initiated the conversation. What? Ryan had been deep in thought about the application of Kai blocking, and only came back to his senses when Miss Mai spoke up suddenly. The things you said after you pulled Ty Lee and me away. Miss Mai glanced at Ryan, then looked away. No, everything I said was the truth. Ryan didn't quite understand why Miss Mai thought he was lying. Was his credibility score usually that low? Oh. Miss Mai nodded. The atmosphere turned cold once again. Soon, they arrived at Miss Mai's home. Quite a large mansion. One look and you could tell they were wealthy. Just as Ryan finished his task and prepared to head back. Wait a moment. Miss Mai called out to Ryan. Under his puzzled gaze, Miss Mai ran into the house and then ran back out. She had a red umbrella in her hand, which she handed to Ryan, saying, "Watch out for the rain." Thanks. Ryan smiled and took the umbrella from her. Mai was truly the epitome of a cold exterior with a warm heart. She appeared icy, yet she was very thoughtful in her actions. Mai rested her hand gently on the doorframe, watching Ryan disappear into the end of the street alley. She hadn't finished what she was saying earlier. She felt that the main reason Ryan lied was because his parents weren't around, which was why he didn't want the school to notify his family. Remember to spend more time with Princess Azula and build a good relationship with her. Your father's position might just get a promotion. Back home, her mother's nagging immediately filled her ears. She felt a slight sense of annoyance, but her upbringing had taught her never to contradict her parents. All right, I understand. Although she said this, her expression remained gloomy. Well, perhaps May always looked like that, making it difficult for anyone to tell if she was in a good or bad mood. Don't think of me as mercenary, this is just the reality of life. You want luxury and comfort, but you also want to be free and unconstrained. Where would such a perfect deal come from? Her mother frowned at May's attitude, while reaching out to straighten her collar. Uncle became the warden of the Boiling Rock based on his own merit, didn't he? Miss May retorted, her tone indifferent as she jabbed at her mother. Your uncle is just thick-headed. A place like the Boiling Rock, it's hot as hell and miserable, yet he won't even accept gifts from people. He deserves to suffer. Her mother finished straightening May's collar, clearly unimpressed by her brother-in-law's upright conduct. Relying on nepotism to get ahead, without the virtue to match the position, never lasts long, May said coldly. The officialdom has its own rules. What would a child like you know about it? After brushing the dust off May's shoulders, the mother and daughter walked into the house one after the other. If I ever look for a boyfriend in the future, I will never choose someone involved in government affairs, May said, lifting her eyes slightly, her tone still cold. What nonsense are you spouting? Her mother's eyebrows knitted together in a deep frown upon hearing this. Her daughter, who had always been obedient, was acting so rebellious today. Suddenly remembering something, her mother stopped and turned to look at May. By the way, I saw you rushing to get an umbrella earlier to give to a boy. Whose child is he? He's my classmate, but his parents are no longer around. After a moment's thought, May answered truthfully. Oh, I see. Her mother nodded slightly at the first half, but upon hearing the second part, she frowned deeply and shook her head. Then you should see less of him. Accustomed to her mother's snobbery, May said indifferently. By the way, Princess Azula quite likes him. Is he a talent valued by Princess Azula? Her mother was surprised and quickly grabbed May's hand. Then next time you see him, remember to be polite and smile more. I know. May was completely immune to her mother's sudden change in attitude. There was nothing she could do, as her mother was just that kind of person. Her mother glanced at May, who remained as cold and aloof as ever. Unsure if her words had sunk in, she shook her head and went off to attend to other matters. After her mother left, May finally relaxed, leaning her full weight back into her chair. Resting her chin on one hand, she gazed with weary eyes at the persistent drizzle outside the window. What she liked, what she hated, what she should do, and what she shouldn't do, none of it was for her to decide. Under the same night sky, Ty Lee returned home, hugging a small bear doll. Although some unpleasant things had happened today, it didn't dampen Ty Lee's good mood. She placed the doll by her bedside and then looked at her sister's beds. She now had a teddy bear, so she was no longer part of the monotonous set. Thinking this, Ty Lee hummed a little tune as she went to the bathroom to wash up. However, when she returned to the room after changing into her pajamas, her teddy bear was being manhandled by her sisters as they fought over it. Ty Lee put her hands on her hips, angry. What are you doing? That's mine. Upon hearing this, Tai Lin and Tai Lu hugged Tai Lee and said, what does it matter? We sisters have always shared everything, food, clothing, and expenses, haven't we? I don't want to be like you all. Tai Lee was clearly very angry. This was also the main reason why Tai Lee had told Ren and Mei that she wanted to be an acrobat. She had 6 sisters, and all 7 of them were identical in height, weight, and appearance. They were like they had been carved from the same mold. That was why Tai Lee wanted to take a completely different path. This way, their parents couldn't compare them to each other. Tai Wu, who was sitting by the bed, crossed her arms and said with a displeased look. We are naturally the same, what's wrong with that? You're just being too pretentious. Tai Lee's face turned red with anger. She snatched the teddy bear back, flopped onto the bed, and sulked. She didn't understand why she was so angry, but she just was. Her sisters all had their own special talents and were better than her. She just wanted to be a little different. Why was it so difficult? Looking at the drizzling sky outside the window, Tai Lee became even more determined to become an acrobat in the future. Regardless, she would absolutely not follow her parents' arrangements and be just like her sisters. Putting away the red umbrella Miss May had lent him, Ren carried the groceries into the kitchen and shook himself off to dispel the lingering chill. Ren didn't have time for melancholy. The first thing he did upon returning home was, naturally, to cook. Only after satisfying one's hunger does one have the motivation to think about the future. After eating, Ren brewed a pot of tea and sat leisurely by the second-floor window, admiring the night view of the capital city. If one were to say the Fire Nation was wealthy, it was truly wealthy. Even in the middle of the night, the lights never went out, and the bustling streets remained lively. However, behind this prosperity lay a drastic reduction in the population, as young men had all been sent to the battlefield. Because even in the capital, one rarely saw young people walking the streets, the country had entered a state of pathological fanaticism. Ren had read quite a bit of historical material and remembered that when the current Fire Lord Azulan first took the throne, the capital did not allow people from the colonies. Xenophobia had been extremely severe. But as the war progressed, various strict exclusionary clauses were gradually relaxed, from restricting regions to limiting official positions, and eventually, even schools in the capital generally would not refuse students from the colonies. At most, there was some discrimination regarding their colonial status, with a hint of local arrogance in their speech. Although, from another perspective, the Fire Nation had invested significant resources into universal education, and its cultivation and emphasis on talent far exceeded that of the Water Tribe and the Earth Kingdom. But regardless, the Fire Nation's war potential had actually been almost completely overdrawn. It was just that General Iroh was currently winning battle after battle, completely suppressing domestic conflicts. When you are always winning, any advice to the contrary is treated as farts. But if they lost just one battle? Ren thought of the siege of Ba Sing Se. It had been 3 full years, and the only result was the capture of the outer wall, but Ba Sing Se had 3 walls in total. He feared they were going to lose. Ren sighed. He shouldn't continue to slack off, it was time to work hard. Ren glanced at the night view outside the window, saw that the rain had stopped, and set down his tea. He changed into his training clothes and began practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. Although it was already March, the early morning was still a bit chilly. Out of concern for his future fate, Ren woke up very early. Even though he really wanted to lie in for a while and put things off, The thought of being drafted into the military in 2 years made Ren dutifully climb out of bed to find something to eat. As for breakfast, he was always quite perfunctory, simply boiling a few eggs to get it over with. Taking advantage of the early hour, Ren took a few scrolls from the bookshelf and began to read. He hadn't been used to reading scrolls at first, and even now, he still wasn't. Ren swore that if he ever had the chance, he would definitely convert all the scrolls into books. Although he lacked the talent for bending, that didn't stop Ren from exploring the origins of bending. As for these scrolls and classic texts, with Ren's reputation as a complete nobody, it was naturally impossible for him to borrow them. It was all thanks to a certain princess. The evils of the ruling class. Wait, I'm one of them too. Ah, never mind then. Opening the scroll, the chronological units recorded within were all based on the life and death of a certain avatar, which was also referred to as the Avatar era. From this, one could see that the Avatar's influence on this world was all-encompassing. Every Avatar represented an era. Of course, this ancient Avatar era became the dividing line between modern and ancient history after the Fire Nation launched the 100-Year War. The air nomads were wiped out, and the Avatar went missing. Ren carefully pored over the texts, hoping to find the secret of bending's origins within them. The era of Avatar Zito of the Fire Nation. It was said that this avatar had the deepest influence on the Fire Nation. In the early years, the Fire Nation suffered from severe internal strife. Because it was an archipelago nation, power was difficult to centralize, and with volcanic eruptions occurring one after another, the weakness of the Fire Lord's regime and its compromises with the nobility, combined with various natural and man-made disasters. Civil war was on the verge of breaking out, and the Fire Nation was nearly torn apart. When natural disasters and warlord infighting struck the country simultaneously, the common people could barely survive. Their only hope was to pray for the spirits to cease their wrath. A young Avatar Zito witnessed all of this and vowed to change the nation. Years later, after Zito was confirmed as the Avatar, he immediately chose to join the Fire Lord's regime, becoming the chief advisor to the Fire Lord of that time, Yushuo. In short, this position, in Ren's understanding, was about the same as a prime minister. Avatar Zito first used the influence of the Avatar to ease the feuds between the nobility, then proceeded to carry out comprehensive economic reforms to halt the rate of currency devaluation. Reading this, Ren felt that this Avatar Zito was quite capable. After all, the economy was the lifeblood of a nation, and of the so-called civil governance and military achievements, half of civil governance lay in the economy. After halting the currency devaluation, Avatar Zito reached trade agreements with the Earth Kingdom and established relief programs, tackling the most severe famine issues of the time, preventing many poor farmers from starving to death, and simultaneously revitalizing the Fire Nation's population. Ren read with great interest, nodding solemnly, then quickly set the scroll aside. He was here to explore the origins of bending, not the grand history of the Fire Nation's rise from weakness to prosperity. He casually continued to flip through another text, which was about legends concerning the spirits. In the city of Tianai on the unpredictable coast, when a group of nomads camped by the shore, the starving and cold crowd prayed for the spirits' help. Consequently, an ancient spirit known as the goddess of Tianai appeared, healed the wounded, brought food, and promised the people that she would protect them so they could continue to survive on this land. Thus, the people settled there and established the town named Tianai. However, this city was completely abandoned during the era of Avatar Yangchen, which was said to be an agreement reached between Avatar Yangchen and the spirits. Ren rubbed his chin, feeling that the relationship between spirits and the Avatar was very subtle. The two sides seemed to communicate from a position of equality. Moreover, how should he put it, he felt that the spirits were even a step below the Avatar. Why was that? To say it was because the Avatar was too strong clearly didn't make much sense. After all, according to ancient records, spirits did not die, they only continued to exist in a different way. When mortals died, they were simply buried in the dirt, and that was that. After spirits died, they might turn into a tree or a fish, and after a long period of time, be reborn. Since they were immortal to begin with, and considering the Avatar's high moral standards, while the spirits' attitude toward mortals was often aloof and superior. It made no sense for them to be lower than the Avatar. What could possibly be the reason? Ren scratched his head, racking his brains. Just then, his shoulder was suddenly tapped, causing Ren to jump in surprise, his thoughts instantly returning to reality. Ren turned his head to see Princess Azula standing there with her hands behind her back, wearing a kindly smile. What are you thinking about? You were so absorbed. How did you get in? Ren immediately focused on the main point. A flame flickered from Princess Azula's fingertips as she said slowly. I knocked on the door downstairs just now, didn't you hear it? You know, I've never liked waiting for people. Ren looked out the window at the front door of his house, which had been set ablaze, and rested his hand on his forehead, gaining a clearer understanding of Princess Azula's terrible personality. Ren rubbed his face, deciding not to dwell on these minor matters, and said with a touch of helplessness. Fine, may I ask what brings the princess here? Princess Azula blew out the flame on her fingertips and, without standing on ceremony, picked up the egg Ren had peeled, took a bite, and said. Didn't you say before that you wanted to find a sword fighting instructor? Upon hearing this, Ren nodded, then first put away the ancient texts and scrolls to avoid having them burned to a crisp by this temperamental princess. Princess Azula disdainfully picked out the egg yolk before continuing. I had someone look into it, and there is a sword master in Shujing town. If you can get his guidance, you might barely be qualified to be my guard in the future. Ren didn't want to waste food, so he took the egg yolk Princess Azula had picked out and spoke while chewing. I think I've heard of him. That master seems to be called Master Piandao, right? Princess Azula nodded and pointed at the eggs, signaling for Ren to peel another one. Ren gently cracked the eggshell and, while peeling it, said. It is said that this master never takes on students, and many people have been rejected by him before. Princess Azula crossed her arms and sneered. That's because they were all useless trash, but you are different. Ren handed over the peeled egg, feeling somewhat ashamed. Then you are overestimating me. In any case, I don't care. I've already mentioned this matter to the Fire Lord, letting you and Zuzu go together to apprentice under him. Speaking of this, Princess Azula took a big bite of the egg, narrowed her eyes slightly, and glanced at Ren. If you dare to make me lose face in front of the Fire Lord, HMPH, HMPH. Although Princess Azula's words were very threatening, seeing her cheeks puffed up as she issued her warning, it was inexplicably cute. What was going on? Ren held back his laughter and nodded solemnly. In a manner built against the mountains in Shujing town. Ren had changed into a set of black training attire, his hands resting flat on his knees, his posture impeccably standard. Before him sat a cup of fragrant green tea, a high-quality brew whose aroma alone was enough to refresh the spirit. Across the tea table was Master Piandao, who was practicing calligraphy, his brush moving like a dragon or snake in one continuous, fluid motion. Unlike Ren, who was sipping his tea leisurely, Prince Zuko, sitting to the side, was clearly not as patient. They had been waiting for quite a while, yet the sword master had not once looked up at them. Regardless of anything else, he was a crown prince, how could this fellow dare to ignore him? Master Piandao, you must surely be aware of our intentions. Please, teach me your finest swordsmanship, Prince Zuko said in a low voice. Master Piandao finished his final stroke, gently brushed his sleeve to dry the ink, and then turned around to look at the two of them. His gaze landed on the impatient Prince Zuko, and he shook his head slightly. Then, looking at Ren, who was still sipping his tea, he said, Young man, do you have nothing to say? I am well aware that this trip will likely be in vain, Ren said quite candidly. However, being able to taste such excellent tea means it hasn't been a wasted trip. If you don't teach me swordsmanship, I am not leaving. Prince Zuko said, very dissatisfied. Turning his gaze back to Prince Zuko, Master Piandao was deliberating the matter. Normally, he wouldn't meet either of these two, but as it happened, he had reasons he couldn't refuse for both of them. Prince Zuko went without saying, if he wanted to continue living in peace without being disturbed, he certainly had to teach this prince. Of course, there was also a more important, underlying reason. As for Ren, being able to get in was actually due to Prince Zuko's influence. However, if he were to impart his skills, both of them had to demonstrate the corresponding aptitude so he could teach them according to their individual merits. What weapons do you two excel at? Prince Zuko stood up first and said, blades. Impulsive. Master Piandao seemed to see the shadow of his past self in Prince Zuko. Ren also stood up and replied calmly, swordsmanship. Another person claiming to be skilled at swordsmanship in front of him. Master Piandao shook his head inwardly. You say you are skilled at swordsmanship, so let me see your level. He glanced at his sword assistant and steward, who understood immediately and promptly brought out a sword and a blade, handing them to Prince Zuko and Ren. Seeing that the other man had nothing in his hands besides that calligraphy brush, Ren asked curiously, Master Piandao, will you not use a weapon? Master Piandao shook his head and said, this will do. Attack me with all your might, let me see how much you have learned. Hearing this, Ren didn't say anything more. After all, the man was a sword master, and he himself was just a layman who had barely scratched the surface. Worrying about hurting the other man was a bit laughable. Gripping the hilt, Ren's entire demeanor shifted, as if he himself had transformed into a drawn sword. With a step forward, a cold, piercing strike, like a rainbow piercing the sun, thrust toward Master Piandao's throat. Master Piandao nodded slightly, sidestepping just enough to avoid the sword, and commented, your basics are solid. Not bad. A horizontal slash. Without a word, Ren followed through with a side-sweeping cut. Master Piandao, hands behind his back, simply leaned back slightly, the blade grazing past his nose. Ren tried to step forward to follow up with a shoulder strike, but Master Piandao seemed to have anticipated his next move, having already turned to dodge, while the tip of the calligraphy brush in his hand tapped lightly against Ren's neck. Ren sheathed his sword and stood, bowing with cupped hands, I have embarrassed myself. Master Piandao withdrew his brush, stared at Ren, was silent for a moment, and then asked, who is your father? Confused, Ren could only answer truthfully, my father was Reno, he has passed away. Upon hearing this, Master Piandao sighed, looking slightly saddened, and waved his hand, signaling for Ren to step back. Prince Zuko stepped up to take his place. Having been ignored for so long, the prince had been bottling up his anger. Even so, he strictly adhered to etiquette, bowing with cupped hands first, pardon me. With those words, he crouched, leapt lightly, and drew his blade to slash. Master Piandao frowned, and just as the blade was about to strike him, he turned his wrist, gently guiding the blade to the side. Then, stepping forward, he marked Prince Zuko's hand holding the blade with a stroke of ink, saying indifferently, your basics are not even solid. How did your teachers train you? Prince Zuko stared at him, refusing to yield, and said stubbornly, I was careless just now. Let's go again. Master Piandao snorted coldly, in actual combat, who would give you a chance to go again? If this were the battlefield, you would have already died at least 10 times. Prince Zuko was about to retort that he hadn't even used bending yet and hadn't displayed his true strength at all. Then he heard Master Piandao say coldly, you should leave. I do not need a student who cannot even control their own rage. Prince Zuko was quite tough, if he wouldn't teach him, he wouldn't teach him. He threw his blade onto the ground and turned to leave. Ren grabbed the furious Prince Zuko and whispered, let's leave together later. We should at least bid the master farewell. Prince Zuko looked at Ren in astonishment, not understanding why Ren would do this. Given his performance earlier, the master would definitely have taken him as a student. Ren understood Prince Zuko's astonishment and smiled, saying, we came together, so of course we should leave together. You didn't think I was the type of person to lack loyalty, did you? After speaking, Ren let go of Prince Zuko, respectfully presented the sword with both hands, and said sincerely, Master, I would like to ask, can Prince Zuko really not stay? Master Piandao looked at Prince Zuko, who was gnashing his teeth, and shook his head lightly. Then, Master, please forgive me, but I will be leaving with Prince Zuko. I rarely take on students. You have good talent, but your application of swordsmanship lacks depth. If you could be tempered by me, you might well become a legendary weapon. Have you thought this through? Master Piandao said slowly. To be honest, there is certainly regret, but I understand even more that if I don't leave with Prince Zuko, I would regret it even more. After bowing respectfully, Ren prepared to leave with Prince Zuko. But at that very moment, Prince Zuko turned back, picked up the blade from the ground, knelt on one knee, and pleaded, Master, I know I have no talent, whether in bending or martial arts, but please take Ren as your student. He is different from dull-witted me. With the guidance of a master, he will naturally be able to realize his talent. Ren was also a bit surprised. He hadn't known Prince Zuko before, but he knew that he and Princess Azula were siblings. Based on his earlier behavior, Ren had assumed Prince Zuko was a carbon copy of Princess Azula, both being the type with extremely strong pride. He never expected that he would abandon his dignity to plead for his sake. Looking at the two young men before him and the sincere friendship between them, Master Piandao seemed to see the shadows of his former comrades in them. Sheathing the blade and sword, Master Piandao turned with his hands behind his back and walked away. As Ren and Prince Zuko looked at each other, Master Piandao's voice came to them, "Arrive at the courtyard at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning for training. Neither of you is to be late." Prince Zuko displayed a look of surprise and joy, and although Ren was more composed, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Half a month later, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. During this time, Ryan and Prince Zuko had basically been living and eating together, and their relationship quickly went from strangers to familiar acquaintances. Overall, Prince Zuko was the type of person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, with a bit of a tsundere streak. For example, once when they were having a late-night chat, Ryan mentioned that the food at Master Piandao's place was a bit bland. That very night, Prince Zuko snuck out, slaughtered a hen raised by a nearby family, and brought it over to improve Ryan's diet. How should one put it? Prince Zuko was definitely well-intentioned, but his methods were a bit extreme. There was no other way. Ryan couldn't dampen Prince Zuko's enthusiasm, so he had to stew the chicken, then sneak back to leave money for the family, treating it as if he had bought it. Prince Zuko didn't quite understand this, feeling that as a crown prince, he was doing the commoners a favor by eating their chicken, and they should be grateful. What kind of person could have raised such a kind-hearted child as Prince Zuko to have such twisted values? Ryan didn't say anything about equality, as this world was inherently unequal after all. The Avatar is the center of the world, and benders are simply superior to ordinary people. Ryan only told the story of Avatar Zito, who helped starving refugees. After Avatar Zito passed away, people spontaneously erected statues for him. The Fire Nation, which was on the verge of splitting, united because of the respect they held for Avatar Zito. Many warlords willingly laid down their weapons and hatred. Their respect for Avatar Zito wasn't because of his status as the Avatar, but because of the person he was. As one of the few avatars in history who didn't solve problems with force, he might not have been the strongest, but his influence was the most profound. Prince Zuko wasn't stupid. After realizing his mistake, he took the initiative the next day to confess his misdeeds to Master Piandao. Ryan also requested that they go together to apologize to the family whose chicken was stolen. In any case, after this incident, their relationship didn't distance itself, instead, it grew better. After practicing the basics for half a month, Prince Zuko started to lose his patience. He sat down beside Ryan, who was enjoying the cool air in the bamboo forest, and complained. "Why hasn't Master Piandao taught us any advanced techniques yet? We practice basics every day, my body is going to rust." Ryan pondered for a moment, stroked his chin, and said. He is a master, after all, so he must have his own considerations. There's an old saying from my hometown, haste makes waste. Prince Zuko curled his lip, then stood up to continue practicing his swordsmanship. Ryan caught a bamboo leaf spiraling down from the air, placed it over his eyes, and began to doze off. Although he was resting with his eyes closed, in his mind, Ryan had already begun to simulate the sword techniques Master Piandao practiced during his morning routine. Thoughts surged. Blurry memory fragments were quickly spliced, organized, and refreshed. The images became incredibly vivid, just like a videotape. This was something Ryan had only recently discovered. He seemed to have a cheat similar to a photographic memory. That wasn't quite right. Ryan felt that this cheat of his, compared to a photographic memory, was more like having a read module inserted into his brain. For example, normal people forget a lot of things, but they might suddenly recall past memories when they see certain things. But for Ryan, it was equivalent to being able to pull up past memories at any time and watch and study them frame by frame, word for word. When he first discovered he had this ability, Ryan even pulled up the memory of the day before he transmigrated. He was playing a game at the time, and he could still smell the sour, pungent mix of instant noodles and smelly socks under his bed. He had ignored these details while playing the game, but through recall, they were so clear and audible. In this way, he could directly become a human card counter. Wouldn't he be invincible at card games? Cough, cough, just a joke. Ryan still knew the importance of priorities. In short, with this ability, his control over the details of his body while practicing swordsmanship became more precise. Simply put, if you placed a target in front of Ryan, he could use a sword to hit the bullseye hundreds of times in a row, and the distance, force, and even the movement of each hit could be exactly the same. However, the price was that Ryan now had to rest more to keep his energy up. Every time he activated recall, he would feel mentally exhausted afterward, the degree of consumption depending on how precise an operation Ryan wanted. Consequently, the duo who were originally working hard to become stronger had now turned into poor Prince Zuko working hard alone. And all of this was seen by Master Piandao, who was practicing calligraphy. The next morning, Master Piandao came personally to check on their training results. Prince Zuko's progress was rapid. His foundation had been lacking before, but through his efforts during this period, he no longer showed the situation where he couldn't even survive one move in Master Piandao's hands. Master Piandao corrected a few errors in Prince Zuko's posture and nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Ryan, seeing him looking listless. Master Piandao's brows furrowed, deeply doubting his ability to judge people. Prince Zuko, whom he hadn't thought highly of, was making rapid progress, working hard, and had even controlled his temper much better. Yet Ryan, whom he had originally thought highly of, was always in a listless, flippant state. Ryan. Master Piandao called out in a deep voice, waking up the lethargic Ryan. Yes. Ryan came back to his senses and bowed to reply. Sunrise and sunset are natural laws, and so is a person's spirit. The morning should be a time of abundant energy, yet you are listless. What is the reason? Ryan felt a bit awkward. He couldn't say that he had been studying Master Piandao all night, leading to his lack of energy in the morning. He could only chuckle and say, Master, I was pondering swordsmanship too late last night, so I am a bit tired this morning. Please forgive me. Is that so? Master Piandao looked at Prince Zuko for confirmation. Prince Zuko looked at his nose and then at his heart, hesitated for a moment, but chose to help his friend cover it up and nodded. Master Piandao snorted coldly and said, in that case, you must have a deep study of swordsmanship. F.A., bring 2 pieces of paper. F.A. was the name of the butler, and at the same time, he was also Master Piandao's first disciple. Upon hearing Master Piandao's words, he immediately brought over 2 pieces of paper. Master Piandao held the paper up with one hand and looked at Ryan, saying, now, use the sword in your hand to stab at this paper. I want you to exert force through the first sheet and leave a sword mark on the second sheet, but you must not pierce the first sheet. If you cannot do it, then you may leave. A person with perseverance will not stop their steps because of obstacles on the path. A person without perseverance will treat even a small pothole on the road as an insurmountable chasm. Prince Zuko didn't expect things to be so serious. What did it mean to exert force through the first sheet but not pierce it? Even without a sharp sword, just using a finger to poke, this amount of force was extremely difficult to control. Obviously, Master Piandao was deliberately making things difficult for Ryan. Prince Zuko blocked in front of them, just about to say something to explain the misunderstanding. But just at this moment, Ryan took a deep breath, pulled Prince Zuko to his side, looked into Master Piandao's eyes, and said solemnly and seriously, Master, I understand. But if I can really do it, may I ask if you can teach Prince Zuko and me the true ultimate techniques? Master Piandao didn't expect Ryan to dare to negotiate conditions. If he could really do it, it meant his basic skills had been trained to the extreme, and why would he need to hide his secrets? But if he couldn't do it, it would also serve as a lesson for him. Master Piandao nodded slightly, signifying his agreement. The morning breeze blew gently. Ryan held his sword with both hands, horizontally in front of his chest, eyes closed. Activating recall, his chaotic thoughts seemed to be stirred by a giant hand, gradually settling into calm. He took a deep breath, adjusting his body to reach the optimal state for exerting force. In recall, Ryan mimicked the detailed posture and force exertion of Master Piandao's sword techniques during his morning practice. Seeing the details of Ryan's footwork, Master Piandao's gaze grew increasingly astonished. As a master swordsman, Master Piandao's observation skills were astonishing. He realized at a glance that Ryan was mimicking the sword techniques he used during his morning practice. And he was mimicking them without a single error. The next instant, Ryan opened his eyes, and the sharp blade in his hand thrust out in a flash. With precise control, the tip of the sword stopped right before the first sheet of paper, without piercing it. Did it work? Prince Zuko asked, feeling nervous. Tiny beads of sweat appeared on Ryan's forehead. He wasn't entirely confident at this moment either. Although he felt he should have succeeded, his previous predictions had only been achieved through mental simulation and testing. He had never actually tried using recall to control his body in a real, serious fight. For his first attempt, Ryan had used his full strength. Now that he stopped recall, he suddenly felt as if his body had been completely hollowed out. Master Piandao stared at the clear sword mark on the second sheet of paper, the astonishment rising in his heart like crashing waves. Prince Zuko had indeed been right earlier. Master Piandao was intentionally making things difficult for Ryan. It was mainly to temper this disciple's recent frivolous attitude, but he hadn't expected the boy to actually be able to do it. When he had reached the point where he could project sword energy through paper, he was already nearly 30 years old, and it was after he had learned to control his anger. Yet Ryan, at this age, could achieve such a feat. Master Piandao suddenly felt that he was already old, and that his era had passed. From here on, it was the era of these young people. Ryan placed a hand on Prince Zuko's shoulder and smiled weakly. Master, have I passed? Master Piandao took back the paper and said indifferently, not bad, but your stamina is too poor. For the next half-month, run 10 kilometers every morning with a 20-pound weight. You are taking personal revenge, aren't you? Though he grumbled incessantly in his heart, Ryan followed instructions, strapped on the weights brought by the housekeeper, and began running around the courtyard. It was rare to see Ryan get bested, so Prince Zuko couldn't help but chuckle. Master Piandao glanced at Prince Zuko and immediately said, "What are you laughing at? When you two first arrived, didn't you say you would share the same joys and hardships?" Huh. Prince Zuko finally understood what it meant to have joy turn to sorrow. But the smile on a person's face doesn't disappear, it only shifts. When you are unlucky enough, you just have to think about someone even unluckier than you, and your mood will improve a lot. Ryan stifled his laughter and shared his life experience with Prince Zuko. Prince Zuko tightened his face and said unhappily, "So, I'm the one who's even unluckier, right?" Ryan laughed heartily. "Bingo, too bad there's no prize. Still have time to chat. Both of you, run 2 more laps." Master Piandao's voice came from the second floor. With that, Ryan and Prince Zuko completely quieted down and began running frantically with their heads down. After calling out, Master Piandao frowned and shook his head, feeling that ever since he took these 2 disciples, it had become increasingly difficult to keep his emotions calm. Even his writing had mistakes, it wasn't done in one go. Taking the towel handed to him by Fa, he wiped his face and sighed. What do you think of these 2 children? Fa usually remained silent. Although in terms of swordsmanship alone, he could be called a top-tier expert, he never liked to offer suggestions. However, since Master Piandao had asked, Fa naturally wouldn't remain silent. In my opinion, Ryan's talent is more outstanding. Most importantly, his character is steady, and he clearly distinguishes between good and evil. By comparison, Prince Zuko, this crown prince, is too arrogant and impatient, he is not suitable to be your successor. Master Piandao looked at his old friend and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He and Fa had known each other for a long time. Rather than saying Fa was his disciple, they were more like friends. When Fa first came to learn swordsmanship, Master Piandao asked him what value he had to earn his instruction. Fa's answer was very interesting and different from other students. He did not prove his value in swordsmanship. Instead, he proved his culinary skills, using that as value to exchange for his swordsmanship. But after he had taught all his sword techniques, Fa did not leave. Instead, he took on the role of the manor's housekeeper, taking care of his daily life. So many years had passed, and there was indeed a feeling of being both teacher and friend between the two. Therefore, after Master Piandao asked the question, Fa immediately realized that this master swordsman wanted to choose a successor. In response, Fa naturally cast aside his subjective views and evaluated Ryan and Prince Zuko objectively to see who was more suitable to become Master Piandao's successor. Master Piandao handed the towel back to Fa and said slowly, "I just feel that time flies. In the blink of an eye, both you and I have white hair. But they are still young, and the road ahead is long. On the path of swordsmanship, I am only slightly ahead. How dare I say no one can surpass me? Especially Ryan, perhaps his future achievements will even exceed mine. You are always so humble." Fa nodded calmly, not making much comment on Master Piandao's sentiments. At this time, in the Fire Nation capital, the school bell rang for the end of class. Princess Azula rested her chin on one hand, playing with the flame in her palm in utter boredom. As her wrist turned, the flame extinguished and reignited. Judging solely from this application of firebending, Princess Azula's talent was absolutely extremely high. After all, while others were using flames with extreme caution, Princess Azula could already treat fire as a toy. The gap was not just a little bit large. Moreover, Princess Azula was using firebending unconsciously, because her mind was drifting to the clouds at this moment. For some reason, this past half-month felt both long and boring. Zuzu wasn't around, her mother cared for her a lot more, and her father was praising her as always. In the past, she would have been very happy, but now she felt it was a bit dull. What on earth was the reason for this? Princess Azula thought it over and discovered the problem. Ryan wasn't around either. Princess Azula found the culprit behind her boredom over the past half-month. When she was with that guy Ryan, he would throw stones at crows and end up being chased and pecked by them, or feed stray cats and then chase after them when they ran away after eating, saying things like, "I paid the cat petting fee, why won't you let me pet you?" Thinking of these things, the corners of Princess Azula's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. She immediately slapped the table and pointed at Mai and Tai Li, saying, "I've decided, tomorrow we are setting off for Shujing Town to find that guy Ryan." Upon hearing this, Tai Li, who was erasing the blackboard, and Mai, who had brought water and was preparing to clean the windows, both froze for a moment. Although the teacher had assigned the three of them to clean, clearly no one dared to order the princess to do any work. Tai Li quickly wiped away the remaining words on the blackboard, braced her hands on the desk, and vaulted over to land in front of Princess Azula, her large eyes shining with anticipation as she asked. "Really? That's great." Mai only paused for a moment before continuing to clean the window as if nothing had happened. However, after the excitement wore off, Tai Li asked with some concern. "What about the classes we'll miss?" Princess Azula waved her hand and said. "It's fine. When we get back, we'll just have the school arrange for teachers to give us makeup lessons." With a single sentence, Princess Azula had effectively cut the school teacher's future days off in half. Mai smiled slightly. She had never really liked Princess Azula, but she was in full agreement with the decision Princess Azula had made today. At the very least, it was much better than having to balance an apple on her head while she tested her firebending on her. Well, the reason Mai didn't like Princess Azula had been found. Meanwhile, on the mountain near the estate in Shujing Town, Master Piandao was assigning a task to Ren and the other student. He asked them to look at the waterfall and then, relying on their memory and observation, to draw everything they saw. For Ren, who had a built-in video recorder in his brain, this was a piece of cake. He took one look and drew the entire scene of the waterfall. Beside him, Prince Zuko was still deep in thought. Seeing that Master Piandao was watching the waterfall, Ren poked Prince Zuko, signaling him to come over and copy his work. But how could the small movements between the two escape the eyes of a master? Just as Prince Zuko glanced at Ren's drawing, he heard Master Piandao say coldly, "No cheating." Ren shrank his neck, surprised that Master Piandao had sensed their intention to cheat without even looking. Is this the level of a master? It's too insane. Prince Zuko racked his brains, but in the end, he only managed to draw a mountain and a waterfall. Master Piandao inspected their drawings. He looked at Prince Zuko's first. The master nodded. He had prioritized the mountain and waterfall, which showed that Prince Zuko was more focused on intense changes and easily overlooked the details of static objects. But upon seeing Ren's drawing, Master Piandao's brows furrowed tightly. Of course, it wasn't that Ren's drawing was bad. On the contrary, Ren's work was a nearly one-to-one recreation of the scenery he had seen. But Master Piandao wasn't teaching art, he was a swordmaster. The main purpose of having his two disciples draw was to observe their state of mind. And this painting by Ren gave Master Piandao a deep sense of dissonance. To put it abstractly, this painting has no soul. It looked like everything had been drawn, but inside, it was empty. Master Piandao was not only a grand master of swordsmanship but also a teacher skilled in instructing students, yet this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the end, he could only attribute it to Ren's memory being too good. While this talent seemed like a good thing, it also limited his potential. To record all the techniques but be unable to integrate and master them meant he would never reach the level of a grandmaster. But Master Piandao couldn't say this directly. Because some things are only truly yours once you have realized them yourself. In youth, one sees mountains as mountains. In young adulthood, one sees that mountains are not mountains. In old age, one sees that mountains are still mountains. Pointing out the problem himself might actually mislead the other party. In the end, Master Piandao could only sigh and say, "Ren, you must find your own way, rather than blindly imitating. Can't these riddle makers speak clearly?" Ren muttered to himself, not understanding what Master Piandao was trying to express. But the master clearly didn't intend to explain further, and then he looked at Prince Zuko and said, "Prince Zuko, you must learn to find inner peace." Prince Zuko was equally confused and subconsciously exchanged a glance with Ren. Ren shrugged, indicating that he didn't understand either. "Tomorrow, I will formally teach you swordsmanship. Rest for the day, there is no need to continue practicing." Master Piandao felt no disappointment. Both disciples had high talent, but enlightenment was something that had to be achieved on one's own. As a teacher, he was merely a guide, how far they could go depended on them. Although they didn't understand the meaning of the master's words earlier, Ren and Prince Zuko were both very happy to learn that they would be learning real skills. At 9 p.m., although the master had allowed them to rest for the day, Prince Zuko was clearly overexcited. Ren sat cross-legged on a stone chair in the training field, watching Prince Zuko not far away, swinging his dual blades with force. With every pull and return, he was as steady as Mount Tai, his sword technique as skilled as instinct. Sensing the presence and gaze of a certain slacker, Prince Zuko sheathed his blades and stood still, turning back to ask blankly. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I'm just taking a break." Ren stretched. "You didn't really practice swordsmanship much today either, did you?" Prince Zuko wiped his sweat and sat down next to Ren to complain. "Why do you always look so exhausted and tired? You don't understand. I watched several episodes of a TV show today, and now I'm out of power," Ren said gloomily. "What is a TV show?" Prince Zuko asked with mild curiosity, having never heard the term before. "That's why I said you wouldn't understand." Ren wanted to explain, but it felt like too much trouble, so he simply brushed it off. However, he had underestimated Prince Zuko's stubbornness. "If you don't tell me, how will I know what you mean? Stop talking in riddles." With no other choice, Ren had to briefly explain what a TV show was. But to Prince Zuko's ears, it sounded like a black box that could show theatrical performances after being powered by electricity. "Well, you're not wrong to think of it that way." Ren rested his hands behind his head, looking at the starry night, and said slowly. "It's been so long, I'm actually a little homesick." Prince Zuko looked up at the sky as well. He first thought of his mother, and a smile appeared on his face involuntarily, then he thought of his father and Princess Azula. Especially the incident where Princess Azula set his rear on fire. The smile on Prince Zuko's face vanished, and he said with some frustration. "I don't understand. I only did the right thing. Why does Princess Azula have to treat me so cruelly?" Hearing the scent of gossip, Ren instantly perked up and poked Prince Zuko. "What happened between you and Princess Azula? Tell me about it quickly." Prince Zuko was still a bit embarrassed to speak about being bullied by his younger sister. However, since the person he was confiding in was his good friend Ren, Prince Zuko briefly recounted what had happened back then. After listening, Ren roughly understood what had happened. Simply put, Princess Azula had set the garden on fire. When Prince Zuko saw this, he immediately snitched to his mother. After being scolded by their mother, an angry Princess Azula turned around and set Prince Zuko's rear on fire. Anyway, upon hearing this, Ren laughed quite uncharitably. "Didn't you say you wouldn't make fun of me?" Prince Zuko said, feeling a bit depressed. Ryan feigned a serious expression and said, "I am a professional. No matter how funny things get, I won't laugh, unless I can't help it." As he spoke, Ryan couldn't help but chuckle twice. Prince Zuko turned his head away, feeling even more dejected. "Alright, I understand how you feel. Princess Azula's personality is indeed quite mischievous." Ryan patted Prince Zuko on the shoulder and comforted him with a smile. "Although you didn't do anything wrong, have you ever considered that you and Princess Azula are siblings?" "What do you mean?" Prince Zuko truly didn't understand. After all, he didn't have many friends, and no one had told him what to do. Ryan thought for a moment, organizing his words before saying. "You think you did nothing wrong because you never looked at this from Princess Azula's perspective. As siblings, your relationship is naturally the closest. In her eyes, your snitching was a form of betrayal." Speaking of this, Ryan continued to give an example. "Think about it, if a while ago, I had told Master Piandao directly about you stealing the chicken, would you feel resentful, or would you think I did the right thing? I know I was wrong about that, can you stop bringing it up?" Prince Zuko felt a bit embarrassed, but he understood what Ryan meant. However, Princess Azula was indeed too excessive. Ryan wasn't just trying to take Prince Zuko's side, he genuinely felt that Princess Azula had gone too far. This had already exceeded the level of playful banter between children. Still, thank goodness she isn't my sister, Ryan thought to himself. Prince Zuko scratched his hair and said in distress. "I did have things I didn't do right. When I return to the Fire Nation capital, I will apologize to Princess Azula, but I'm afraid she won't forgive me, right? This kid, his personality is too good," Ryan thought, feeling more and more that Prince Zuko's parents were eccentric, to be able to raise such a good kid like this. However, it was okay for now, he wasn't too extreme, and there was still a chance to correct things. "Don't worry, it's like that when you're young. In a couple of years when everyone grows up, Princess Azula will be able to understand you." Ryan comforted him with a smile. Prince Zuko said helplessly. "Mother often says that too, but Princess Azula has absolutely no respect for me as her older brother. Time is the best teacher. Princess Azula's nature actually isn't bad." Ryan stroked his chin and thought. "She's just too eager for attention." However, Ryan's words didn't provide much comfort. Prince Zuko remained very dejected. Ryan stood up, looked at the brightly lit town not far from the estate, stretched his shoulders, and said. "A man cannot easily give up the fight. Get up, let's go out for a late night snack. At this time, the restaurants must be closed, right?" Prince Zuko stood up along with him and scratched his head. "Aren't there still taverns? Is it appropriate for us to be drinking at our age?" Prince Zuko, who rarely traveled far from home, felt incredibly surprised by this. His grand ambitions were dragged back to reality by Prince Zuko's words. Ryan coughed twice to ease the awkwardness before continuing. "Well, taverns don't just serve alcohol. We can still get a late night snack without an issue. Taverns are still a bit too noisy." After thinking for a few seconds, Prince Zuko continued. "I know of a late night eatery in town. Let's go there." Ryan looked Prince Zuko up and down, then reached out and put his arm around his shoulder, teasing. "I couldn't tell, Zuzu, you've got the local area figured out pretty well." Prince Zuko brushed Ryan's hand away and said, feeling a bit depressed. "Can you not use that nickname? It makes me feel like a little kid. Then should I call you Prince Zuko?" Ryan pretended to bow seriously. "Just call me by my name." In a small shop that specialized in late-night food, the two sat on mats on the floor. Ryan ordered 2 portions of egg fried rice and some side dishes, and finally asked for 2 cups of hot water. As for tea, the generally accepted definition of tea now was just leaves steeped in hot water, used to wake up the mind and refresh the spirit, rather than being treated as a flavorful beverage. Ryan didn't want his tongue to suffer. You seem to really like drinking tea. Prince Zuko keenly observed the detail behind Ryan asking for hot water. I prefer drinking cola, but since there isn't any here, I'll just use tea as a consolation. Ryan smiled and said. Prince Zuko was already used to Ryan occasionally spouting terms that he completely didn't understand. I think you are a lot like an elder of mine. Prince Zuko said slowly. He also really likes drinking tea. Ryan cupped the cup, took a light sip of the hot water, dispelling some of the night's chill, before speaking. You must be talking about General Iroh. Prince Zuko clasped his hands together and said, somewhat surprised. You actually guessed it. That's not hard to guess. As a royal grandson, you only have 3 elders, the current Fire Lord, Prince Iroh, and Prince Ozai. The Fire Lord clearly doesn't have a hobby of drinking tea, and since we are alone, it's impossible for you to mention your father. The only possibility, of course, is General Iroh. That is indeed the case. Having his thoughts read, Prince Zuko said, somewhat absent-mindedly. Don't be so dejected. I asked you out to help you relax. Tell me about General Iroh. Ryan said with great interest. Which aspect are you referring to? Prince Zuko asked, a bit confused. It's said that Prince Iroh once killed a dragon. Is that true or false? Ryan asked, very curious. Ryan had read many ancient texts and knew that the Fire Nation was once the Dragon Nation, where countless dragons soared among the mountains. However, after the 100-Year War began, the Fire Nation started a trend of dragon hunting, regarding it as an honor. For example, the current Fire Lord Azulon, only added dragon as a suffix to his name after completing the feat of killing a dragon. But the consequence of this trend was that the ancient creature, the dragon, gradually became extinct, only leaving behind some subspecies of strange beasts with dragon characteristics. Ryan felt quite sorry about this. It is true. Prince Zuko nodded and then continued. Uncle Iroh hunted the last dragon of the Fire Nation. However, he refused to replace his name's suffix with the honorific title of dragon. Therefore, out of respect for Uncle Iroh, the army calls him the Dragon of the West, General Iroh. Soon, the food was served. Ryan picked up a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, chewed, and said. Do you think this is true? Prince Zuko frowned and said. Are you doubting that my uncle faked killing the dragon? Even though we are friends, I cannot allow you to question his honor. Ryan reached out and pressed down, signaling Prince Zuko not to get excited, then slowly said. Of course, I am not doubting whether General Iroh could complete the feat of killing a dragon, but rather, I am doubting whether General Iroh, who has always been known for his benevolence, would truly kill the last dragon and commit such a cruel act. Shish. Prince Zuko placed his index finger to his lips, making a gesture for silence. Fortunately, this was a small night shop, so there weren't many customers to begin with. Prince Zuko leaned in closer and lowered his voice. It's fortunate you're saying this to me. If anyone else heard you and reported these ridiculous remarks of yours, you'd be waiting to be sent to the Boiling Rock prison. It's not that serious, is it? Ryan said, feeling a bit guilty. However, thinking about it carefully, Prince Zuko's words were not without merit, given how much the people of the Fire Nation valued honor. The fact that duels like the Fire Festival duels, a form of fighting similar to signing a death warrant, had not yet been abolished was proof enough of that. In any case, don't say things like that again. Prince Zuko picked up his bowl and began to eat, head bowed. Ryan nodded silently. By the way, you are both a crown prince and a bender, so why are you working so hard to learn swordsmanship? Ryan was not one to enjoy silence, so after a brief pause, he continued. Prince Zuko looked up at him, his eyes showing a trace of hesitation, clearly wondering if he should talk about this. My birth itself was a kind of luck. After a long while, he said in a soft tone. Princess Azula once mentioned that when I was born, because my eyes lacked theospark, a firebender should have, my father considered me a disgrace and intended to abandon me. Ryan hadn't expected Prince Zuko to have such a past. To have encountered such great malice at this age, and yet to only be slightly extreme in his personality now, this was already quite good. Before Ryan could offer any words of comfort, Prince Zuko said frankly. However, fortunately, thanks to the pleas of my mother and the fire sages, my father gave me a chance to prove myself, and I am indeed a firebender. I am grateful for that. Well, it was certain now, the culprit behind Prince Zuko and Princess Azula developing such twisted personalities was their biological father. Ryan didn't say anything, just patted Prince Zuko on the shoulder gently. Because now, whatever words of comfort he could say would only be rubbing salt into his wounds. Prince Zuko was grateful for his father's acceptance, because only in this way could he hide the malice of his father's initial choice to abandon him. Sorry, I said some boring things. Prince Zuko scratched his head. Ryan, what about you? Why are you learning swordsmanship? Because I have absolutely no talent for bending, Ryan said, resting his chin on his hand with a helpless expression. What? You actually can't bend? Hey, why do you seem a bit happy? Ryan tapped his chopsticks, making a noise in protest. No, it's just that seeing someone talented like you also have things you can't do makes me feel relieved, Prince Zuko quickly explained. Ryan didn't really care much, perhaps he had traded his bending talent for the recall cheat, and besides, in this world, the vast majority of people actually couldn't bend. Many people couldn't bend and still live their lives as usual. Ryan smiled and continued picking up food, saying, I've discovered that you're the type of guy who, once surpassed by others, must put in all your effort and risk your life to catch up. As an ordinary person, my talent isn't worth mentioning, so if we ever go to the battlefield, I might have to rely on you for protection. Prince Zuko was embarrassed by the praise and scratched his head. It's not that great. I'm just a clumsy bird flying first. To this day, neither my bending nor my swordsmanship is worth mentioning. Ryan took a big bite of a piece of succulent meat and raised the warm teacup beside him, offering a sincere blessing. I believe that heaven rewards diligence. Stories of geniuses achieving success overnight ultimately don't belong to you or me. Tempering oneself through 100 refinements is the path we should take, but before that, you need to believe you can do it. Keep going. Prince Zuko was stunned for a moment, and suddenly his nose felt sore. This was the first time he had been acknowledged by someone else. Because his sister, Princess Azula, was too outstanding, Prince Zuko had always been denied. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get approval from his father or his firebending teachers. Immediately, he hurriedly picked up the teacup beside him and raised it to clink with Ryan's. Thank you, really. Prince Zuko lowered his head and said in a hushed voice, his tone already carrying a hint of a sob. Ryan pretended not to notice the moisture in the corner of his eyes and picked up some food, placing it into Prince Zuko's bowl. The charcoal grilled sea cow at this shop is really good. You should try it. Prince Zuko adjusted his emotions and wiped his nose with a paper napkin, though his eyes were still a bit red. He cooperated with Ryan and changed the subject. This dish is the shop's signature. I order it every time I come here. It's certainly not bad, and the fried rice isn't too greasy either. How about we come again tomorrow? If the masters find out we snuck out for a midnight snack instead of resting properly at night, they'll be angry. Then let's come out in the afternoon. That would make the masters even angrier. Under the starry night view, the two of them were just like the other customers at the tables, fully enjoying the rare relaxation of the night. The surface of the gently swaying teacups reflected the pure friendship of the youths. Early in the morning, the dewdrops adorning the leaves in the garden were quickly evaporated by fiery red heatwaves. Princess Azula clenched her fists and raised her legs, every move capable of triggering bursts of scorching flames. However, she controlled these erupting flames within an extremely small range, managing to evaporate the dewdrops without damaging the flowers or leaves in the slightest. Ha! After finishing a set of moves, Princess Azula placed her hands flat in front of her, slowly pressed them down, and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The cool morning breeze, carrying the dampness of the early morning, rushed towards her face, gently blowing two strands of hair on her forehead, revealing her shallow facial contours and making her look full of heroic spirit. She secretly glanced at her mother, who was feeding the turtle ducks, but her mother didn't look over at all, which made Princess Azula feel somewhat annoyed. Fool ducks, sooner or later I'll burn you all to a crisp. Princess Azula thought viciously in her heart. Just then, a maid walked quickly into the garden and bowed to the lady feeding the turtle ducks by the lake. Queen, Princess Azula's friends are here to see her. Ursa, the mother of Prince Zuko and Princess Azula, was a graceful lady with a slender figure, dignified features, and an aura of gentle scholarly temperament. She was a very typical refined lady, quiet and naturally beautiful, with a faint smile that was nonetheless memorable. Between her features and brows, one could faintly see that she was very similar to Princess Azula. Clearly, Princess Azula had inherited her mother's looks very well. It was just a pity she hadn't inherited her mother's gentleness and tranquility. Upon hearing that Tai Li and Mai had arrived, Princess Azula, who had trotted over, immediately spoke. After letting them in, have them wait in my room. I'm going to take a bath. Also, prepare a carriage for me. Ursa gently held Princess Azula back and frowned. So hurried, what does this look like? You must be polite to friends. How can you let them wait in the garden for you? Princess Azula didn't agree in her heart, but on the surface, she still said properly. Mother, I understand. Ursa saw Princess Azula's attitude and knew she hadn't taken her words to heart. She helplessly shook her head in her heart and had to ask. What are you preparing a carriage for? Why are you preparing a carriage? Hearing her mother's question, Princess Azula naturally couldn't tell the truth. Her eyes rolled, and she immediately replied. It's been too long since I've seen Zuzu, and I miss him a little. Ursa fed the remaining feed to the turtle ducks and glanced at Princess Azula, saying. If you could say that to your brother's face, he would probably be quite happy. Seeing that the relationship between the siblings had eased, Ursa felt a little relieved. Princess Azula brushed it off. All right, mother, I'm going to take a bath now. Ursa let go of Princess Azula and watched her scurry away until she was out of sight, unable to help but shake her head slightly. When would this daughter of hers ever act like a proper girl? After her bath, Princess Azula returned to her bedroom and hugged Tai Li and Mai, who were eating from a fruit platter in the room. In high spirits, she picked an outfit from her wardrobe and said. Mai, Tai Li, what do you think of me wearing this? Mai, always taciturn, took a look at the pale pink dress Princess Azula had chosen. Thinking of the usually overbearing Princess Azula wearing such a girlish outfit, she found it inexplicably funny. Tai Li, however, was a good girl and could always greet anyone with the utmost enthusiasm. She immediately leaned over to Princess Azula's side and started chatting with her about the topic of young girls' attire. Princess Azula listened very carefully. Although she had never been interested in such topics before, she was in a very good mood today. Well, apart from being a little unhappy about not receiving praise from her mother during morning training, she was in a cheerful mood the rest of the time. Having rummaged through her entire wardrobe, and with Tai Li's help, Princess Azula tried to put together an outfit that would give the most comfortable impression, and her makeup had to be done properly too. However, neither Princess Azula nor Tai Li were the type good at applying makeup. After messing around for a while, either the lip gloss was too thick, or the blush was applied too heavily, looking like a monkey's butt. Watching the two of them struggle, Mai couldn't help but curl her lips and let out a low laugh. When Princess Azula looked over, Mai quickly suppressed her smile, stood up, and asked with her usual indifference. Didn't the etiquette teacher teach you how to apply makeup? Princess Azula crossed her arms and said with an indifferent expression. I never waste my energy on such trivial matters. Tai Li felt quite embarrassed and said. When the etiquette teacher was teaching, I was chatting with my sisters. You know, I have so many sisters. Mai sighed, stood up, took an eyebrow pencil from the cabinet next to the vanity mirror, leaned gently against the wall, crossed her arms, and said quite confidently. Let me do it for you. That's great. Mai, you're amazing. Tai Li was very happy, grabbed Mai's shoulder, and affectionately rubbed her face against hers. Princess Azula rolled her eyes, thinking that this was just a useless skill that Mai had the energy to study because she lacked bending talent. Of course, Princess Azula would never admit that she was a little envious of this. After fiddling for a while, Mai applied light makeup to both of them, focusing carefully on refining their eyebrows and eyeliner. With Mai's help, the sharpness in the corners of Princess Azula's eyes softened, and when she wasn't narrowing her eyes, she actually looked quite well behaved. Nodding in satisfaction at the mirror, Princess Azula waved her hand and said. Let's go. As soon as the three girls stepped out, they ran into Fire Lord Ozai returning home. Fire Lord Ozai narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the three of them with a scrutinizing gaze, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Mai pulled Tai Li, and the two bowed to Fire Lord Ozai. However, to Fire Lord Ozai, the two were just invisible background characters. He didn't care at all and looked at Princess Azula. Princess Azula, I heard from your mother that you plan to visit Prince Zuko. Princess Azula felt no fear, instead greeting him with a smile. Father, I'm just curious about how much skill that Master Piandao, who has absolutely no bending talent, actually has. Upon hearing this, Fire Lord Ozai was not angry. Instead, he showed a satisfied smile and said, very good. Your brother is a disgrace and a failure. I was worried you would become as weak as him, but it seems you are truly my proudest child. After saying this, Fire Lord Ozai walked past the three of them and left. From beginning to end, he never even glanced at Mai and Tai Li, who were still maintaining their bowing posture. After Fire Lord Ozai left, Tai Li and Mai straightened up. Tai Li glanced behind her and then said cautiously, Princess Azula, aren't we going to Shujing Town to visit Ren? Princess Azula glanced at Tai Li and frowned slightly. Do you really want to see Ren? Just as Tai Li was about to answer, her palm was pinched by Mai. Only then did she notice that Princess Azula had narrowed her eyes at some point, and her whole demeanor appeared extremely sharp and cold. No, not really. I was just thinking that since Ren has been in Shujing Town for so long, he must know where all the fun places are. Tai Li stammered. Hearing Tai Li's answer, Princess Azula smiled and teased. Oh my, if you want to see Ren, just say so. We're good friends, is there anything you can't tell me? Having said that, Princess Azula added, pretending to be casual. Seriously, you don't like Ren, do you? The royal palace is not close to Shujing Town. If we don't leave now, we won't arrive by nightfall. Mai stepped in at the right time to smooth things over. Princess Azula didn't care and said, we can just change horses at the relay station along the way, it won't affect our schedule. However, after Mai's interruption, Princess Azula didn't continue to press the matter. The three of them shared a carriage and soon set off for Shujing Town. Most of the time spent in the carriage was boring, and as a royal carriage, it was exceptionally smooth and comfortable. Princess Azula's excitement gradually faded, replaced by the sleepiness caused by waking up early. Her eyelids became heavy. After yawning, Princess Azula rubbed her face to perk herself up. However, looking at Tai Li sitting opposite her, head tilted and leaning on Mai's shoulder, already fast asleep, Princess Azula felt her own eyelids fighting again. Near dusk, at the training ground of the Shujing Town estate, Ren was sparring with Prince Zuko. For the past half-month, the foundation that Master Piandao had them build was certainly not a waste of time. It turned out that, unknowingly, Master Piandao had already integrated the sword techniques he intended to teach them into the basics. When they formally learned the sword techniques, both of them picked them up quickly. Even Prince Zuko didn't expect that he would be so talented. Of course, at the same time, their physical training tasks had increased. Previously, they carried a 20 jin load. Now, it had doubled. Even though Ren had physical fitness far exceeding his peers, he still felt like he couldn't hold up. However, sometimes that's just how it is. When you are alone, you might feel you can't go on. But if there is a companion persevering beside you, the competitive spirit inside you will make you persist in a way you never expected. Just as Miss Mai had anticipated, by the time they reached Shujing Town, twilight had already begun to fall. Are we there yet? Tai Li, who had been dozing against Mai's shoulder for quite some time, opened her big eyes immediately upon feeling the carriage come to a stop. She stretched, looking just like a silly, adorable kitten. Mai gently pulled back the carriage curtain to see the horizon bathed in a golden hue as the sun dipped below the west. The guard responsible for driving the carriage heard Tai Li's question and immediately replied. We have arrived at Shujing Town, but, the guard hesitated at this point. But what? Princess Azula, who had been forcing herself to stay awake and refusing to sleep just so she wouldn't lose to Mai, raised an eyebrow. The guard replied cautiously. It's just that, the Fire Lord once issued an order that no Fire Nation soldiers are to disturb the area within 500 meters of Master Piandao's estate. Princess Azula already had a short temper, and combined with the fact that she was particularly sleepy now, she naturally couldn't tolerate this any longer. She immediately ordered the guard. Is there any place in the Fire Nation that I, the Crown Princess, cannot go? Drive the carriage in. Ah. The guard didn't know what to do for a moment. On one side was the current Fire Lord's military order, and on the other was the direct command of the princess before him. He was suddenly caught in a dilemma. Fortunately, Mai spoke up in time to relieve the guard of his predicament. Don't make it hard for him. 500 meters isn't far, we can just get out and walk. If we force our way in, it will put Prince Zuko and Ren in a difficult position. Princess Azula glanced at Mai, but as always, the other girl maintained her cold, indifferent attitude, giving nothing away. Fine. I'll pay him a visit myself then, and see just how prestigious this sword master really is, to dare make me come to him personally. Although Princess Azula was very annoyed, she was still willing to give Mai some face and demonstrate the tolerance befitting a leader. She hopped off the carriage first and started walking forward. As for the guard, he would likely be fired upon returning, perhaps on the charge of stepping through the main gate with his left foot first. The trio soon arrived before Master Piandao's estate. Hearing the knock, Fa opened the door and gazed calmly at the three girls. What is it? Princess Azula's personality was strong and domineering, but she usually didn't reveal her true nature. Because she was observant and clever enough to know how to achieve her goals with the least amount of effort. At this moment, facing Fa, Princess Azula bowed politely. Greetings. We are Prince Zuko's sister and Ren's friends. We haven't seen them in a long time and have been missing them, so we've taken the liberty of visiting. Although Fa appeared unsociable, he was impeccable when it came to social etiquette. Even though Princess Azula was just a child, he returned her bow and replied, in that case, please follow me. Ty Lee hid beside Mai, sneaking a glance at Princess Azula's back before tucking her head back behind Mai, feeling that Princess Azula's unpredictable personality was truly terrifying. Fa led the three to the training grounds, but not seeing Ren or Prince Zuko there, he frowned slightly. However, he didn't think the two were intentionally slacking off. After all, neither of them was the type to cut corners or be lazy. Seeing the jackets casually draped over the stone bench nearby, he figured they must have gone to the waterfall to cool off. This wasn't the first time it had happened. Fa turned around and said to the three, the two of them must have gone to the waterfall. You should go to the living room to rest for a moment while I go fetch them. The waterfall. Princess Azula was a bit confused, wondering what those two were doing at the waterfall at this twilight hour. She immediately said, we'll go with you. After all, I haven't seen my brother in a long time and I really miss him. Fa felt a bit awkward, as they were all girls, but upon further thought. Ren and Prince Zuko were very proper individuals. When they went to the waterfall to cool off, they at most only removed their upper garments. It shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, Princess Azula's request was reasonable. A sister wanting to see her brother earlier was understandable, and blocking her would be a bit excessive. Just as Fa had expected, Ren and Prince Zuko were indeed cooling off by the waterfall. This was mainly Ren's idea. He had previously watched many films and shows where the protagonist had scenes of meditating under a waterfall. It just looked really cool. Ren had wanted to replicate it too, but after losing his footing and almost being swept away by the waterfall, he learned his lesson. Movies and TV shows were all lies. The waterfall's impact was so strong that, other than the Monkey King, who could possibly withstand it? Ren. Just as Ren and Prince Zuko were working together to wring out their clothes, a cheerful, bright, and familiar voice reached their ears. Ren instinctively looked up. From left to right were Princess Azula, Mai, and Tai Li, and Fa, the head steward. Ren first gave a gentle smile to Tai Li, who was waving at him, to acknowledge her. At the same time, Princess Azula's gaze swept past Prince Zuko and fixed onto Ren, her crossed arms unconsciously loosening. At this moment, the setting sun still left a lingering glow, painting the boy's well-defined upper body in the light orange colors of twilight. Damp, medium-length black hair was casually tucked behind his ears, revealing his collarbones. Looking further up, his exquisite profile was perfectly outlined by the twilight glow. His slender, willow leaf-like eyebrows and clear, clean azure eyes, as they turned gently, rippled like the surface of a mirror lake, flowing into the young girl's heart. The intention she had held earlier to tease him suddenly vanished. Instead, she felt that the exhaustion from the long journey was all worth it after seeing such a beautiful sight. After a while, seeing no one respond to him, Ren had to retract his now stiff smile and scratch his head to hide his awkwardness. Why are you all here? The filter shattered instantly. Nah, well, we just felt pretty bored while you were gone, so we came to see you. Tai Li looked away, feeling a bit guilty. Miss Mai still wore her usual indifferent expression, giving nothing away, her gaze drifting about as if admiring the scenery. However, with the sky almost dark, was there really any scenery to look at? Princess Azula stood forcefully in front of Tai Li and Mai, reaching out to cover their eyes. Glaring at Ren, her face slightly flushed, she said with great displeasure, "Before you speak to us, could you put your clothes on first?" How shameless. Ren had a deadpan look on his face. It was you guys who showed up suddenly. Besides, we just don't have our shirts on. Why does it sound like Prince Zuko and I are selling ourselves? However, very quickly, under Princess Azula's threatening gaze, Ren understood one truth. Never try to reason with a girl, especially Princess Azula. In the end, Ren and Prince Zuko exchanged a glance. Looking at the clothes in their hands that weren't fully wrung out yet, they both felt slightly helpless, but they still put them on, preparing to go back and change into dry clothes. Fortunately, summer had already arrived. While the weather wasn't particularly hot yet, it wasn't cold either. The two walked the whole way in their wet clothes, and by the time they returned to their bedroom, their clothes were nearly dry. Taking advantage of the time while FA was leading Princess Azula and the others to dinner, Rain and Prince Zuko went back to their room to change clothes. Rain leaned against the wardrobe, watching Prince Zuko tidy his clothes, and asked softly. Didn't you say earlier that you wanted to find an opportunity to reconcile with Princess Azula? Prince Zuko nodded, but he still didn't want to cause trouble for his friend. After all, he was the only one who knew just how awful his sister's personality really was. Yes, but don't worry, I'll find a chance to talk to her in private. In the hallway, the two walked side by side. Rain bumped his shoulder against Prince Zuko's and said nonchalantly. We're friends, why are you being so polite with me? Don't worry, I'll definitely help. Rain meant it sincerely. Given Prince Zuko's reticent personality, if he were left to talk to Princess Azula alone, the siblings would never resolve their issues in a lifetime. As a friend, Rain certainly didn't want to see that happen. Seeing Rain's sincere expression, Prince Zuko, who wasn't the type to refuse others and had a pushover personality, could only sigh and nod silently in the end. Upon arriving at the living room, Rain pulled out a chair. Seeing the head seat was empty, Rain looked at the head butler, F.A., and asked curiously. Senior brother F.A., is Master not dining with us? F.A. nodded and said very calmly. Master Piandao has gone to visit a friend and might not return for 2 or 3 days. Dinner isn't ready yet, but I've made some desserts that you can try first. As he spoke, F.A. uncovered the tray in his hand, revealing freshly baked mini cakes. They came in various flavors: apple, strawberry, blueberry, cherry, dragon fruit, and more. It was a complete display of culinary skill. Fa's cooking was truly no exaggeration. This was a level of culinary art that could be traded for top-tier swordsmanship. Did senior brother F.A. cook this yourself? We're in for a treat. Rain praised with a smile. F.A. nodded slightly. Although he didn't show it on his face, he was clearly pleased to have his cooking praised. After placing the tray on the table, he left to get back to work. Rain's memory had always been excellent, and with the recall cheat activated, his memory was even better. He clearly remembered everyone's preferred flavors. Since he hadn't sat down yet, he took the opportunity to help distribute the cakes. Mai liked cherry, Princess Azula liked strawberry, Ty Lee didn't have any restrictions but preferred sweet things, and Prince Zuko was similar but leaned more towards sweet and sour. However, as Rain distributed the cakes one by one, he brought trouble upon himself. Why did you give the cherry-flavored cake to Mai first? Princess Azula, sitting directly opposite him, raised an eyebrow and demanded. Rain looked innocent and was a bit confused. He had clearly distributed them based on everyone's preferences, so what exactly did he do wrong? Helplessly, Rain had to say. How about you and my switch? Rain looked towards Miss Mai, who was beside him. But Miss Mai said nothing. She simply used her spoon to scoop up a bite, put it in her mouth, glanced at Princess Azula, and said softly, as if in provocation. It's delicious. Princess Azula's face was almost puffed up with anger. She crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes, staring at Mai, wondering if she had been too lenient with her lately, which had made her so presumptuous. Rain realized the atmosphere seemed a bit ominous. Why did it feel like swords were drawn? I'll go to the kitchen to see if senior brother FA needs help with the main course. Just as Rain was looking for an excuse to escape this minefield, he heard Princess Azula's warning. Sit down. Princess Azula said angrily, then picked up her spoon, scooped up the strawberry on the fluffy cake, and bit into it fiercely, as if she were biting someone. Her mood seemed to improve a little, and she continued calmly. No need. If it cannot belong entirely to me, then I would rather have nothing at all. So good, I want another one. Just then, Ty Lee's lively voice broke the silence at the dining table. Seeing everyone looking at her, Ty Lee asked sheepishly. What's wrong? It's nothing. If you like it, eat more. Princess Azula pushed the cake in front of her, which was now missing its strawberry, over to Ty Lee. Although Ty Lee was a bit of a foodie, she cared more about her friends than food. Seeing Princess Azula push the cake to her, she asked adorably. What about you? Princess Azula beckoned to Rain. Rain felt speechless, but had no choice but to push the cake in front of him to Princess Azula. Taking the cake, Princess Azula looked at Mai, the corners of her mouth curling up with a victor's smile as she said. The cake is indeed delicious, right, Mai? Mai picked up her napkin, wiped her mouth gently, pushed the half-eaten cake in front of Rain, and said in a slightly raspy, calm voice. It is indeed delicious, but it would be a pity if one couldn't eat it. At this point, even the somewhat oblivious Ty Lee realized that something was wrong. Biting her spoon, she looked at Princess Azula with a confused expression, then looked at Mai, and finally, her gaze fell on Rain. Suddenly becoming the center of attention, Rain felt the spoon in his hand had become somewhat scorching. It seemed he wouldn't be able to eat this cake. Rain chose to change the subject. He looked at his good friend, Prince Zuko, and smiled stiffly. Prince Zuko, didn't you say you lost something? Let's go back and look for it together. Did I? Prince Zuko looked confused, he didn't remember saying that to Rain. Yes. Rain blinked rapidly, sending a distress signal to his good friend. Before Prince Zuko could respond, Princess Azula glanced at her brother beside her and said calmly. Zuzu, what did you lose that's so important you can't look for it after dinner? Prince Zuko turned his gaze to Rain and asked, at a loss. Yeah, what is it? It's your stuff, and you're asking me. Rain put one hand to his forehead and stammered helplessly. It's just that very important thing, the one you mentioned to me so many times. Watching their clumsy performance, Princess Azula was so amused she laughed. She tapped the table and said, Are you two trying to team up and become comedians for the Ember Island players? Dinner is served. Fortunately, at that awkward moment, FA arrived with the main course, placing a steaming, thick-cut sirloin lizard steak on the dining table. The lizard steak, as large as a washbasin, was carefully drizzled with black pepper sauce. It had been seared over high heat to medium rare, emitting an intense aroma. The center retained the tender texture of the lizard meat, and golden juices flowed with the sauce onto the crisp vegetable leaves. Just one look told you it was incredibly delicious and a must-try. Taking this opportunity, Rain hurriedly said. We can talk about joining the theater troupe later. Anyway, since things are as they are, let's all eat first. Night fell upon the quiet manor pavilion, under the gentle gaze of a scattering of stars. Princess Azula turned, crossing her arms as she leaned against a stone pillar. Lowering her eyelids, she looked at Prince Zuko and Ren with weary eyes and said. Is there anything that can't wait until tomorrow? Ren nudged Prince Zuko with his elbow and whispered. I'll head out first to give you two siblings some space to talk alone. Prince Zuko nodded, and Ren left. However, he didn't go far, only walking over to the railing of the corridor on the other side to admire the ornamental fish swimming in the lake. Zuzu, what on earth do you want to say? Princess Azula asked, somewhat puzzled. She didn't know what Prince Zuko wanted to say that required him to go out of his way to send Ren away. Prince Zuko was highly conflicted. On one hand, there was his dignity and self-esteem as an older brother, and on the other, his jealousy of Princess Azula's talent. This made the apology that should have flowed smoothly catch in his throat, difficult to voice. However, thinking of Ren's previous encouragement, Prince Zuko didn't want to disappoint his friend. He turned his head away, avoiding Princess Azula's eyes, and said with some embarrassment. It's about that time you used firebending to set the garden on fire. Princess Azula feigned indifference and said, ah, you still remember that. But I stopped caring about it a long time ago. As she spoke, a flame flickered at Princess Azula's fingertips. She smiled gently and said, after all, I can precisely control fire now. What happened back then was just an accident. Oh, sorry, Zuzu. I forgot that with your talent in firebending, you wouldn't be able to understand. Hearing Princess Azula's arrogant and mocking words, Prince Zuko's temper, though somewhat tempered during his time apprenticing under the same master as Ren, flared up. But he was still a firebender easily swayed by his emotions. Already somewhat jealous of Princess Azula's talent, and now provoked by her sarcasm, Prince Zuko completely forgot why he had come in the first place. Gritting his teeth, he stared into Princess Azula's eyes and said, so what you're saying is, when you deliberately burned me back then, that was also an accident. Princess Azula gently flipped her wrist. The flame instantly flared up, turning into a small fireball that dyed their amber eyes crimson. The smile on Princess Azula's face didn't fade, and her tone remained unhurried as she said. What do you mean, deliberately burned you? My dear brother, you were the one who challenged me back then. It's only normal to have accidental injuries in a duel. Please, stop crying about how wronged you are like a cat that got its tail stepped on, alright? I'm like a crying cat. Why don't you look at yourself? You've always been so self-righteous, never caring about anyone else's feelings. You think you're perfect and beloved, don't you? You're wrong. You're like a monster walking alone in the dark. You only inspire fear. Prince Zuko could no longer suppress his resentment. With a flick of his left hand, flames erupted from his palm, scorching the stone pillar black. The flame burning in Princess Azula's palm also seemed to reflect the siblings' current state of mind. Both harbored a flame of resentment toward each other that was hard to extinguish. Princess Azula reached out and snuffed the flame in her palm. Her eyes narrowed slightly, looking as fierce as a man-eating tiger. However, Princess Azula quickly regained her composure. Though her tone remained calm, a hint of gloom crept in. Zuzu, we are both a bit tired today. Let's go back and rest. Having spat out those hurtful words, Prince Zuko instantly felt a twinge of regret. He shouldn't have been so impulsive. I'm sorry. Calming down, Prince Zuko wanted to say more. But seeing Princess Azula staring at the calm lake, her voice had already turned completely cold. I said, enough. I don't want to see you anymore. Hearing their fierce argument and feeling like they were about to fight, Ren had no mood left to admire the fish. He quickly jogged over. Looking at Prince Zuko's grim expression, Ren asked with concern. What happened? Prince Zuko forced a smile at Ren before saying. It's nothing. I'm heading back first. Without waiting for Ren's response, he turned and walked away. What happened? Ren felt completely bewildered. He wanted to ask Prince Zuko for clarification, but he couldn't just leave Princess Azula here alone. After all, he was the one who had invited Princess Azula out in the first place. Monster. After Prince Zuko left, Princess Azula seemed to lose all her strength instantly. She slumped into her chair, her expression crumbling. Ren sat down beside Princess Azula and waved his hand in front of her eyes, saying, why do you look like you're about to break? Princess Azula rolled her eyes, glanced at Ren, and said in a drifting voice. If you're here to speak up for him, then leave. I don't want to hear that name right now. Of course not. Ren shook his head. Although he didn't know what Prince Zuko had said to put Princess Azula in this state, he still chose the classic conversational opening of the older generation, empathize first. I just find it novel that the always confident and composed princess would have such a despondent side. Princess Azula glanced at Ren and said flatly. If you wanted to make me angry, you've certainly succeeded. You won't set my butt on fire, will you? Ren asked, pretending to be cautious. Princess Azula didn't expect Prince Zuko to have told Ren about even that. Tilting her head, she said with some displeasure. No, because I'll set your entire body on fire and burn you straight to ashes. Even if I'm burned to ashes, I'll still say that I was unfortunately defeated in a battle against the world's greatest firebender. Ren rubbed his nose, speaking with a theatrical tone as if recounting an epic battle. Seeing him act so silly on purpose, Princess Azula couldn't help but laugh, her eyes curving into crescent moons. What? Did I say something wrong? Ren asked, feigning ignorance. HMPH, at least you have some taste, Princess Azula snorted with a tsundere air. So, what exactly did that guy Zuko do to displease Her Highness? Ren asked, seizing the opportunity. Didn't I say you're not allowed to mention his name? Who is he you're talking about? I didn't mention him, Ren said innocently. Princess Azula rolled her eyes at him. However, after Ren's interruption, she indeed wasn't as angry as before. Feeling a bit cold, Princess Azula took off her shoes and curled into a ball on the chair. Only then did she stare at the cracks in the floor and speak slowly. Zuko, he said I'm a monster who only inspires fear. Do you think so too? Ren took off his coat and gently draped it over Princess Azula's shoulders. After some thought, he answered seriously. Azula is Azula. You're not a monster, nor are you anyone else. In my heart, you are one of a kind. Hearing Ren's answer, Princess Azula pulled the coat tighter, feeling the warmth lingering on it. She looked up at this gentle guy with eyes as bright as stars. The sleepiness from waking up early, the exhaustion from the long journey, and the mental toll of arguing with her brother. At this moment, it all transformed into a deep, heavy slumber. For once, Princess Azula let down all her guard, closed her amber eyes, and leaned her head gently against Ren, whispering to herself. Ren, I'm sleepy. At noon, on the mountaintop next to the waterfall. Ever since Master Piandao returned from visiting a close friend, his mood seemed to have suddenly become very complex. He often sighed while practicing calligraphy. However, though his mood was not great, a master was a master after all, and he did not bring this emotion into his daily teaching. During this time, Ren's and Prince Zuko's understanding of swordsmanship advanced by leaps and bounds, especially Ren's, with his terrifying memory that allowed him to memorize every detail of a technique at a single glance. It made Master Piandao feel like he wasn't teaching Ren swordsmanship, but rather spoon-feeding it to him. Learning it in one look, mimicking it by the second, and capturing its essence by the third, in a sense, Ren was indeed a genius of swordsmanship. Today, Master Piandao had called Ren up to the mountaintop to test his swordsmanship alone. As for why he didn't call Prince Zuko along, Master Piandao knew very well that with Prince Zuko's current progress in swordsmanship, he would never be able to catch up to a natural talent like Ren. A back and forth, chasing each other, allows people to advance together. Conversely, facing a genius who is leagues ahead and completely out of reach only leaves one feeling utterly hopeless and powerless. Master Piandao had not only been a genius in swordsmanship, but also a mediocre person with absolutely no talent for bending. These two different experiences kept him in a state of perpetual humility when teaching swordsmanship, rather than simply assuming everyone possessed the same talent as him. Nor would he develop the arrogant mindset of thinking, it's so simple, how can you not learn it? Therefore, testing Ren alone was not only an acknowledgement of his talent, but also an act of kindness toward Prince Zuko. At this moment, under the blazing midday sun on the mountaintop, Ren and Master Piandao stood facing each other. A strip of white silk marked the boundary between master and disciple. Ren took a deep breath, bringing himself to his peak state. Master Piandao held his sword in one hand, his left hand tucked behind his back in a relaxed posture. Master, forgive my offense. Ren held his sword horizontally beside his eyes, his voice soft and gentle, like a bleak autumn wind. Begin. Feeling his disciple's indomitable, sharp aura at this moment, Master Piandao nodded in satisfaction. Strike. With a sudden shout, Ren exploded into motion. Stepping into a lunge, he leaned forward and thrust his sword toward Master Piandao's chest with incredible speed. Clang. At the exact instant the longsword thrust forward, Master Piandao moved. With a gentle flick of his right hand, his blade unsheathed. Pivoting at the waist, his sword slashed diagonally upward from below. A flash of silver light poured out like spilled mercury, its speed several notches faster than Ren's thrust. In the blink of an eye, it slashed toward Ren's neck. Slightly startled, Ren hadn't expected Master Piandao's single-handed sword speed to be this fast, able to strike second yet land first even while Ren was thrusting with all his might using both hands. A Grandmaster truly lived up to his name. Reigning in his recent self-satisfied complacency, Ren released his left hand from the hilt, flipped his right wrist to turn the thrusting blade flat, and braced the flat of the sword with his left hand, turning his sword into a shield to block the strike. Clang! As the two swords clashed, sparks flew. The immense force forced Ren back half a step, while Master Piandao remained completely motionless. You must treat the sword as an extension of your own body. Master Piandao said solemnly. Stepping forward, he took the initiative to attack, delivering a heavy, powerful downward slash right at Ren's head. Ren knew very well where his advantages lay. Although his physical fitness far surpassed his peers, trying to go head-to-head with a grandmaster like Master Piandao, who had been immersed in swordsmanship for decades, was by no means a wise move. Ren took a deep breath and exhaled sharply. Stepping to the side, his shoulders swayed as he slashed his longsword upward. However, he didn't use full force. Instead, the moment his sword contacted Master Piandao's, he deflected the heavy strike to the side, guiding it away like water sliding off silk. Screech. As master and disciple crossed paths, Ren pulled his longsword back. Master Piandao's sword, driven by the inertia of its own force, carved a shallow trench into the ground. Not bad. Master Piandao's eyes were full of praise. As Ren spun around to deliver a sweeping slash, he lightly leapt backward to avoid it. But Ren did not let up in the slightest. He was like a fierce wolf that had bitten down hard on its prey and refused to let go. Retracting his sword, he took a quick step forward. With his solid stance gathering powerful force, he leaned forward, pivoting from his waist, and unleashed a strike that could pierce the clouds and penetrate the sun. The sheer momentum of this strike left even Master Piandao in awe. Backing away nimbly, he leaned back slightly as the longsword neared his nose, letting the blade glide harmlessly past his tip. Then, Master Piandao propped his sword against the ground and kicked upward, his toe accurately striking Ren's hands and sending the sharp sword flying from his grip. The match seemed to be decided. As the longsword spun through the air, Master Piandao had already risen, thrusting his sword forward. The blade tore through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming straight for Ren's neck. With no sword in hand, Ren seemed to have run out of options, with nothing left but to accept defeat. But in the next instant, a gleam flashed in the empty-handed Ren's eyes. Forming sword fingers with both hands, his footwork and hand speed reached their absolute limits. Lunging into Master Piandao's chest, his sword fingers swiftly struck several acupoints on the master's body. Kai blocking. This was a technique Ren had learned by combining Tai Li's explanations with his own experience, and today was his first time trying it. The moment Master Piandao was struck on two acupoints and felt his arm go numb, he realized something was wrong. Reacting instantly, he switched his sword to his left hand while rapidly retreating to create distance. As the spinning longsword fell from the air, Ren didn't even look sideways. He reached out to the side, and as if guided by fate, his hand firmly gripped the hilt. Lunging forward once more, he thrust the sword out. Master Piandao raised his blade vertically, blocking it in front of his neck. Clash! Sparks flew as the bright blade was deflected slightly to the side, dangerously brushing past his neck. The master and disciple froze in their clashing posture. A moment later, Ren withdrew his sword, stood up straight, and cupped his hands in a respectful bow. Master, forgive my clumsy display. Ren knew very well that although he seemed to have the upper hand, he was actually on the verge of exhaustion. Master Piandao, on the other hand, might have seemed to be on the defensive, but was actually still completely at ease. Master Piandao flexed his right hand as it gradually regained sensation and couldn't help but ask. What was that move you just used? Ren immediately explained. That was Kai blocking. I learned it from a friend of mine, and today was my first time trying it. I am truly ashamed of my clumsy attempt. Master Piandao waved his hand dismissively. Swordsmanship is inherently a part of martial arts, and its ultimate goal is victory. Obsessing over swordsmanship to the point of viewing all other martial arts as foreign is putting the cart before the horse. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Master Piandao's face, a proud smile at seeing his disciple's outstanding performance. He patted Ren on the shoulder and said, I have nothing left to teach you. You are already a qualified swordsman. How you walk your path in the future is entirely up to you. Becoming a qualified swordsman was something Ren had been pursuing all along, and he hadn't expected the pleasant surprise to come so suddenly. His joy lasted only a moment before Ren bowed deeply to Master Piandao, saying with utmost sincerity, Master, I know that if I had tried to navigate my own path, I would never have reached this stage so quickly. Thank you for your teachings, and for your guidance and care. Hearing this, Master Piandao shook his head and said, What's the rush? Though you've become a qualified swordsman, there's still one thing you haven't completed yet. Huh. Ren was a little dazed. He then saw Master Piandao sheath his longsword and say, Didn't I say earlier? You must treat the sword as an extension of your own body. Since it is a part of yourself, how can you not forge it yourself? Shujing Town, the blacksmith shop. As the only blacksmith shop in town, it welcomed a special guest today, the swordmaster, Master Piandao. Of course, if he were merely a swordmaster, Master Piandao would clearly not have received such a warm and eager reception. The main reason was that Master Piandao was not only a swordmaster, but also a top-tier swordsmith and a great calligrapher. His swords, calligraphy, and paintings were all unparalleled, highly sought after by many dignitaries and nobles, to the point where his writing and paintings were hard to obtain even for 1,000 gold pieces. Therefore, in the face of Master Piandao's personal visit, the blacksmith shop owner was clearly flattered and overwhelmed. Despite his great renown, Master Piandao kept a very low profile, to the point of being downright simple and austere. Master Piandao, your presence brings great honor to my humble shop. If there is anything I can do for you, I will absolutely not refuse. The reason the blacksmith shop owner respected Master Piandao so much was also because part of his swordsmithing had been learned from Master Piandao. Of course, to say the blacksmith shop owner was Master Piandao's disciple wasn't quite accurate either. For when Master Piandao practiced swordsmithing in the blacksmith shop back then, he had used his own swordsmithing techniques as an equal exchange. While Master Piandao viewed it as a fair trade, in the eyes of the blacksmith shop owner, Master Piandao was his benefactor. Master Piandao pulled forward Rene, who was standing behind him, and nodded, saying, This is my disciple, Rene. I want him to learn the basics of swordsmithing here with you. No need for special treatment, just treat him like an ordinary apprentice. The blacksmith shop owner nodded, indicating he understood. Go on. Every bit you learn now is like honing a blade. Once you can forge a sword that truly belongs to you, you will have fully graduated, Master Piandao instructed carefully. Rene nodded earnestly. In the evening, under the clear and bright moon, Prince Zuko was still diligently practicing his dual broadsword techniques in the training field, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead. However, the stone chair behind him was empty of the usual drowsy figure, which made him feel a bit unaccustomed. Prince Zuko knew that Rene had gone to learn swordsmithing, and he understood what that meant. Strangely, though, when faced with Princess Azula surpassing him in firebending and gaining their father's approval, Prince Zuko would feel a bit of jealousy. But with Rene, it was the exact opposite. Far from feeling jealous, Prince Zuko was actually quite happy for him. In fact, with Rene leaving early and returning late these past few days, collapsing into sleep the moment he got back, Prince Zuko was even a bit worried. Had something gone wrong in his swordsmithing studies? That he would have such strange thoughts left Prince Zuko a bit puzzled as to why. Even though Princess Azula was his own flesh and blood, while Rene was just a friend. Perhaps it was because Rene had no talent for firebending. But Prince Zuko felt that even if Rene did have firebending talent, he still wouldn't be jealous of him. Why on earth was that? Sheathing his dual broadswords, looking at how closely the twin blades fit together, Prince Zuko suddenly understood why. It was because he deeply admired Rene. Despite coming from such a broken home, his father deceased, his mother remarried, and no one to love him. Even under those circumstances, that guy had never given up on himself. He welcomed every day with positivity, studying the fine details of swordsmanship under candlelight late into the night. Even though he was already doing so well, he still tirelessly kept refining his skills. He cherished life so much, like a moth to a flame, wanting to burn his entire being to ash for the path of the sword. If he couldn't even admire someone like that and felt jealous instead, Prince Zuko felt he ought to slap himself twice first. As his mental block dissolved under the bright moon, Prince Zuko drew his blades and swung them once more. His movements were smooth, endless, and incredibly fluid, without a single trace of hesitation. He had already perfectly integrated and mastered the dual broadsword style taught by Master Piandao. Prince Zuko had already decided, if Rene's swordsmithing studies didn't go well, he would comfort him; if they went smoothly, he would celebrate with him. Before he could finish planning his words, a familiar voice drifted over. Prince Zuko, you're still awake. Rene yawned and greeted Prince Zuko. So, Rene, how is your swordsmithing going? Seeing his friend's exhausted look, Prince Zuko chose his words carefully and asked gently. Rene rubbed his eyes, still a bit low on energy, but he could hear the concern in Prince Zuko's voice. He immediately smiled and replied. Don't worry, it's going very smoothly. I'm already the best swordsmithing apprentice in the blacksmith shop. Hearing Rene's confident tone, the anxiety in Prince Zuko's heart dissipated. By the way, let's go out for a bite later. Same little shop as last time. Don't say no, you helped me out big time for me to achieve what I have today, Rene said as they walked side by side. I'm the one who should be thanking you. You've been the one helping me all this time, Prince Zuko said, a bit embarrassed but exceptionally sincere. Rene casually slung an arm over Prince Zuko's shoulder. Seeing the earnest expression on his face, he couldn't help but laugh. Do you really have to argue with me even over who's thanking whom? Fine, let's just say we've helped each other grow. Go back and rest for a bit, and then we'll go eat. I have something for you then. What is it? Seeing Rene's mysterious look, Prince Zuko felt completely bewildered. Rene put his index finger to his lips and said, it's a secret. You'll find out in a bit. They went back, took baths, changed into clean clothes, and then headed out again. Once they sat down at the small shop, Prince Zuko asked curiously. Rene, what was that thing you said you wanted to give me? Here. Rene handed a wooden box to Prince Zuko, smiling gently. Open it and see. Looking at the plain wooden box, Prince Zuko opened it carefully. Inside, a hair crown lay quietly. It was entirely silver white, with delicate flame patterns etched in cinnabar along the edges. Prince Zuko picked up the crown and examined it closely, finding a line of small characters carved in cinnabar on the inside. This crown is gifted to my friend, Prince Zuko. May you stand tall on the heights, unafraid of the wind and cold, and after seeing all the sails of the world, may you keep your youthful heart unchanged. Rene picked up some food with his chopsticks, chewing thoughtfully as he said. How is it? I poured all my heart and soul, and everything I've learned, into forging this over the past few days. The materials are a bit ordinary, so don't look down on it. Prince Zuko clutched the crown in both hands. Though it was cold metal, it felt incredibly hot to the touch. How could I? I don't think I will ever receive a gift more precious than this. Prince Zuko turned his face toward the window, let out a long breath, and said slowly. Ren, something happened. We have to go back to the capital. Because he had stayed up too late last night, and because Ren had been using his recall state to learn swordsmithing during this time. So, compared to Prince Zuko who woke up early to practice, he was indeed a bit late. Don't panic. What happened? Take your time. Ren mumbled while brushing his teeth. Seeing Ren's calm and composed demeanor, Prince Zuko's anxiety eased quite a bit. He organized his thoughts before speaking. My cousin fell on the front lines. Prince Lu Ten was killed. During his time in Shujing town, Ren had somewhat forgotten the current world situation. Prince Lu Ten's death reminded him that he was in a cruel era of war, where even someone as noble as a royal heir could not escape the fate of dying in battle. Before Ren could recover, Prince Zuko went on to deliver an even more shocking piece of news. The siege of Ba Sing Se is over. Uncle Iroh ordered a retreat. Speaking up to this point, Prince Zuko sighed and finally concluded. We were defeated. The impact of this news on Ren was like a bolt from the blue. Although he had expected it, when it actually happened, the corner of Ren's eye still twitched involuntarily. Really? Where did you hear that? Unwilling to give up, Ren wanted to disprove the authenticity of the news. Princess Azula told me. Mother sent a letter from home, telling us to return. Although she lies often, she shouldn't be deceiving me on such a major matter. This basically confirmed the reliability of the source. Since it had already happened, Ren could only force himself to accept the outcome. Spitting out the foam in his mouth, Ren patted Prince Zuko on the shoulder and said. Then let's pack up. We'll bid farewell to Master Piandao together in a bit. Prince Zuko nodded silently, indicating he understood. By the time they bid farewell to Master Piandao and stepped out of the estate, the sun had already quietly risen. The lush green trees on both sides of the road were illuminated, forming a striking line of emerald barriers. You're late. Don't you know I've always disliked waiting for people? Ren looked toward the voice and saw Princess Azula kicking a pebble, speaking with dissatisfaction. Standing beside her was Miss Mai, still holding her arms, looking cold and completely uninterested in anything. As for Tai Li, she was squatting on the ground, watching ants move with great interest. Ren clasped his hands together in a prayer-like gesture, apologizing repeatedly. Sorry for the wait. Let's get going. However, Princess Azula's attention was clearly not on Ren at the moment. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she walked around to Prince Zuko's side and said. Zuzu, where did you buy your hair crown? It's quite unique. Princess Azula's observation skills were sharp, and she was very meticulous. The hair crown Prince Zuko had worn before was always the standard top-knot crown of the Fire Nation royal family. The one he wore today was made of obviously ordinary materials, clearly unfitting for the noble status of a royal family member. As a prince, Prince Zuko naturally had his pride and wouldn't demean himself by wearing such an ordinary hair crown. What was the reason? Princess Azula's gaze darted back and forth between Ren and Prince Zuko, clearly recalling that Ren had been learning swordsmithing recently. Her gaze swept over Ren like a steel blade as she said. My future captain of the guard, can you tell me where Prince Zuko's hair crown came from? Not knowing when he had suddenly been promoted, Ren was a bit speechless. Princess Azula's planned future guard was only him. Was a captain of the guard, supposed to manage himself. Prince Zuko, carrying his luggage with one hand, glanced at his ill-tempered sister, blocked Princess Azula's view, and said indifferently. What kind of hair crown I wear is none of your business, is it? I am asking my captain of the guard. What does that have to do with you? Princess Azula immediately snapped back. Prince Zuko frowned and said. Ren is not your servant. You have no right to order him around. Cousin Lu Ten is dead, which means father has a much higher chance of inheriting the throne. Princess Azula sneered, emphasizing her point. What are you trying to say? Prince Zuko frowned, unable to keep up with Princess Azula's train of thought. I mean, if father becomes the Fire Lord, I will be the heir to the throne. As the future Fire Lord, I naturally have the power to command my subjects. Princess Azula snorted. But you are not the Fire Lord yet. Prince Zuko seized the core point and retorted. Oh, really? Princess Azula sneered. Zuzu, you don't actually think you have what it takes to become the Fire Lord, do you? Ren, what do you think? Between Zuzu and me, who is more suited to be the Fire Lord? Suddenly put on the spot, and facing everyone's gazes, Ren scratched his head and laughed it off. Then let's have co-Fire Lords. I have no objections. County Fire Lords. Only you could come up with that. Princess Azula's eyes widened, shocked by Ren's somewhat treasonous words. Sorry, I'm just an ignorant commoner. Ren spoke with absolute confidence, saying the most cowardly words in the firmest tone. Whatever, let's go. Unable to do anything about this guy, Princess Azula didn't bother to press him further. Let me help you carry your luggage, Your Highness, Ren said politely. Princess Azula, still angry, glared at Ren and said. You've been dismissed. I don't need you anymore. Alright. Ren had no objections to this and immediately set the luggage down. Hey, you're really not going to carry it. Princess Azula grew even angrier, completely unexpected that someone could actually behave so rudely. Of course. You have so much luggage, and I'm just an ordinary person who can't bend. How could I carry all of it? Ren said, quite speechless. That's not my problem to worry about. It's what you, the captain of the guard, should figure out. But wasn't I dismissed? Now you've been reinstated. The carriage is here, Mai's voice cut in at the perfect moment, ending the dispute. Seeing everyone looking at her, Miss Mai explained calmly. I asked the swordsmanship assistant, Mr. Fa. He said that under these special circumstances, an exception can be made. Why didn't you say so earlier? Princess Azula squinted at Mai. You didn't ask me, Miss Mai said flatly. At this critical juncture, Mai's timely intervention was crucial. Ren looked at the carriage approaching the intersection and said happily. Mai, thanks to you. You're so kind. The corner of Mai's mouth curved up slightly in a gentle smile, but she quickly suppressed it. With the carriage here, loading the luggage became much easier. After all, it was a luxury royal carriage, top of the line in every aspect. With the help of the guard, Ren and Prince Zuko quickly loaded all the luggage onto the carriage. Ren breathed a sigh of relief. After boarding the carriage, he looked at the siblings sitting opposite each other, resolutely refusing to look at one another. He suddenly felt that creating private space for the siblings that day was clearly not a good idea. It seemed to have made their relationship even worse. It was likely that the two siblings wouldn't reconcile anytime soon. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Avatar, The Sword Saint. Part 2. Traveling was always tedious, but the people inside the carriage were all relatively patient. Ren went without saying, his mental age far exceeded his actual age. As for the brother and sister, Prince Zuko and Princess Azula, both of them had highly competitive personalities. As for Miss Mai, the most dramatic expression she ever showed was a slightly higher upward curve of her lips. Among the 5 of them, she was actually the one who enjoyed the quiet atmosphere the most. However, Tai Li, who had always been lively, absolutely could not stand it. Resting her small head on Mai's shoulder, Tai Li mumbled. I'm so bored. As she spoke, Tai Li suddenly thought of something. Her eyes lit up, and she looked at Ren. Ren, do you know any fun games? The reason Tai Li asked this was because Ren always had plenty of ideas, and she felt he would definitely be able to think of a way to pass this boring time. At this moment, Ren was using recall to listen to Old Guo's crosstalk, which had played back to the part where, Old Master Yu is kind-hearted and can't bear to see poor people. Drive them all away, drive them away. Hearing someone call his name, Ren immediately paused the crosstalk and asked with some confusion. What's wrong? With her small face still resting on Mai's shoulder, Tai Li's large eyes blinked as she said. I mean, do you know any fun games? I'm so bored. A game. Ren stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said. Then, how about we play, who is the undercover agent? Seeing everyone look at him, Ren continued. The rules of the game are very simple. In the first round, I will be the host. I'll think of 2 things with similar meanings, write them down secretly on slips of paper, and hand them to you. The paper will tell you what your respective word is. 3 of you will have the exact same word, they are the guards. Only one person will have a different word, and that person is the undercover agent. Next, you each need to describe the word you were given. After the first round of descriptions, the second round will open the voting phase. Everyone can name the person they suspect of being the undercover agent, while the undercover agent can defend themselves to mislead the others. In short, if the undercover agent is voted out, the guards win. Otherwise, the undercover agent wins. After explaining the rules, Ren clapped his hands and said. Those are the rules. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Everyone's comprehension was quite good, and just as Ren said, the rules were indeed very simple. The key to this game lay in figuring out whether one's identity was a guard or the undercover agent. Only by determining one's identity could one easily plan their next move. I have a question, Princess Azula said, resting her chin on one hand and looking at Prince Zuko with a lazy tone. Zuzu doesn't really like playing with girls. Won't inviting him to join damage his manly dignity. Ren nudged Prince Zuko with his elbow and said, "Hey, Zuko, you wouldn't have the heart to leave me fighting all alone, would you?" Ty Lee also blinked her large eyes and pleaded, "Zuko, play with us. It sounds like a lot of fun." Princess Azula had already anticipated this outcome. She curled her lips and looked at Miss Mai. "Mai, aren't you going to say anything?" "I don't mind," Mai said, still completely unfazed. Ren took the opportunity to chime in. "Since nobody has any objections, let's begin." Ren quickly wrote down, "Lily," and "Panda Lily," on the papers, then completely shuffled the 4 slips, letting Princess Azula and the other 3 each draw one. The words Ren came up with were actually quite challenging. Although the panda lily was also a type of lily, it only grew on the edges of dangerous volcanic craters and was an extremely precious black and white lily. If the undercover agent who drew Panda Lily wasn't sharp enough, they would easily give themselves away. Seeing that all 4 of them had confirmed their identities, Ren immediately spoke up. "Alright, let's start. Who goes first?" Princess Azula interlaced her fingers, carefully observing everyone's expressions before saying calmly, "This is a flower that symbolizes purity." Princess Azula knew very well that since Ren said the words given to the undercover agent and the guards had similar meanings, she should try to make her description as vague as possible. With Princess Azula choosing to speak first, the turn naturally passed to Miss Mai. Mai was always completely expressionless. Playing this kind of game was practically like cheating for her. Many couples use it to express their love. Mai's description instantly narrowed down the scope significantly. Soon it was Tai Lee's turn. Facing everyone's gazes, especially Princess Azula's scrutinizing eyes, the usually lively Tai Lee couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Oh right, the color of its petals is very special." Once Tai Lee finished speaking, the carriage instantly fell into silence. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling that this game was a bit like bullying the simple-minded Tai Lee. Seeing that everyone suddenly stopped talking, Tai Lee immediately said dejectedly, Did I mess up?" Ren immediately comforted her. "Of course not. You're just not very good at hiding your emotions, which isn't a bad thing." "Really?" Tai Lee asked, somewhat unconvinced. "Of course it's true. You can be the host next round. I'm sure you'll think of something very interesting." Ren encouraged her with a gentle smile. Tai Lee was the type whose emotions came and went quickly. She quickly cheered up, took the paper and pen from Ren, and nodded. "Don't worry, I definitely won't let you down." Biting her thumb, Tai Lee pondered deeply for a good while before coming up with an idea. She quickly wrote, "popsicle," and "ice cream," on the slips of paper. Then, copying Ren's previous method, she completely shuffled the slips of paper and let the others draw theirs. Ren was the last to draw. He gently flipped the paper over and saw the word, popsicle. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This was very typical of Tai Lee's foodie nature. The weather was getting hot now. Once they returned to the Imperial City later, they could indeed find a cold drink shop to buy some popsicles to beat the heat. Snapping back to reality, Ren thought for a moment and then spoke. "This is something often eaten in summer. It feels very cool to eat, and it has a very smooth texture." After Ren finished speaking, the turn went to Prince Zuko. Prince Zuko crossed his arms and said in a low tone, "If the weather is too hot, it melts very quickly, so it needs to be eaten as soon as possible." It was a vague description, but Ren still captured some useful information. If he were the undercover agent, then Prince Zuko's description was referring to something similar to a popsicle, which should be shaved ice or ice cream. In any case, with melting as a criterion, regular cold drinks could be completely ruled out. As Ren pondered, the turn quickly reached Princess Azula. Princess Azula's gaze drifted back and forth between Ren and Prince Zuko, finally landing on Ren. Princess Azula thought for a moment, rubbing her fingernails as she deliberately tested him. "Every time you finish eating it, there's always something left in your hand. Some people actually quite like eating that part." As Princess Azula finished speaking, Ren fell deep in thought. Although whether it was popsicles, shaved ice, or ice cream, there would always be something left in one's hand after eating. However, generally speaking, the cone of an ice cream wouldn't usually be left over. But Ren thought of a key point. It seemed Princess Azula didn't eat the leftover ice cream cones. Being last in the turn order, said indifferently. I don't really like eating them because it doesn't look very elegant, though I do often see people crunching them up to eat. Mai and Princess Azula exchanged a look, and then both smiled. Based on the clues, Ren was completely certain that Mai was definitely an ally. Princess Azula seemed like an ally, but Ren knew she didn't like eating ice cream cones, and as for the leftover stick of a popsicle, nobody would eat that. Therefore, Princess Azula's ambiguous description was absolutely problematic. He was bound to win. The corners of Ren's mouth curled up in a confident arc. Ty Lee noticed that as Mai finished speaking, the atmosphere inside the carriage instantly became subtle. As the game master, Ty Lee felt that everyone's descriptions didn't make them seem like the undercover agent. She felt she was a bit too silly and felt rather distressed. Fortunately, however, she was the game master and didn't have to rack her brains to guess. At this thought, Ty Lee cheered up again. The second round of voting begins. As Ty Lee finished speaking, Ren, being first in the turn order, immediately spoke up. I vote for. Stare. Just as Ren was about to say he was voting for Princess Azula, he was met with her death glare, as if she were saying, if you dare vote for me, I'll break your legs. Ren spinelessly averted his gaze. When he locked eyes with Mai, she had her arms crossed with a cold expression, seemingly not caring about the voting results at all. Did she really not care? Ren was a bit unsure. After all, he felt that if he kept looking, hostility seemed to gradually brew in Mai's eyes. Helpless, Ren could only raise his hands in surrender and say, I abstain. The turn quickly reached Prince Zuko. Already immersed in his own reasoning, Prince Zuko hadn't even noticed the change in the atmosphere. Prince Zuko stroked his chin and began to analyze. Taking everything into account, the descriptions of the four of us all have similarities. But Ren, you mentioned the texture, which was clearly a deliberate attempt to mislead everyone. Therefore, I'm voting for you. Ren's eyes widened. He had never expected that Prince Zuko, this honest-looking guy, would be the first to backstab him. I didn't even vote for you. Princess Azula looked at Ren with a playful gaze. The corners of her mouth curled up as she smiled faintly. Well, I also think Zuza's analysis makes a lot of sense. Ren, I vote for you too. Ren, Mai said casually, as indifferent as ever. Ty Lee excitedly announced. Ren got all 3 votes and is voted out. Quick, flip over your papers and see which side won. Prince Zuko didn't expect his deduction to be immediately accepted by everyone, and he felt a little smug in his heart. But when he saw Ren flip over his paper, he was instantly dumbfounded. Ah! How could this be? Ren stared at Prince Zuko with sheer resentment, as if saying, I won't let you off even as a ghost. Prince Zuko scratched his head in embarrassment. Everyone flipped over their papers. Ty Lee looked at the paper held between Princess Azula's fingers and said happily. The undercover side wins. Princess Azula, you're amazing. Princess Azula deftly flipped the paper between her fingers and said with calm confidence. Of course. I am the strongest. No matter what it is, I will never lose. Your Highness, we have arrived at the Imperial Palace. Hearing this, Ren lifted the carriage curtain. Seeing the familiar bustling streets, he stretched and said. I haven't been back in a while. I actually missed it quite a bit. Me too, Prince Zuko agreed, crossing his arms and looking out the window. The group got off the carriage, and then all their attention was drawn to the elegant and noble figure standing at the palace gates. Mother! Prince Zuko cried out happily, running to her side instinctively. You've gotten a bit tanned, and stronger too. Ursa gently adjusted Prince Zuko's collar, feeling both pained and proud. Mother! Princess Azula greeted respectfully. She glanced at Prince Zuko, who was acting like a spoiled child, and reluctantly stood to Ursa's left. Ursa nodded to Princess Azula and then looked at the other 3, mainly focusing on Ren. After all, she was already very familiar with both Mai and Ty Lee, who were close friends Princess Azula often brought to play at the palace. Without waiting for her to ask, Ren bowed respectfully and introduced himself. Your Majesty, I am Ren, a friend of Prince Zuko and Princess Azula. Ren. Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Ursa thought for a moment and looked at him with some surprise. Are you the child Azula insisted must accompany Zuko to study under Master Piandao? I heard that Master Piandao rarely takes disciples. To be highly regarded by him, you must have extraordinary qualities. Ursa praised in conclusion. It was just luck. Fortunately, I did not let down Her Highness's painstaking efforts, Ren replied modestly. Like showing off an expensive toy, Princess Azula proudly said to her mother. Of course, anyone I hold in high regard is no ordinary person. Ursa's gaze drifted between the two children. A handsome young man of outstanding talent. Ursa nodded inwardly and took the opportunity to invite him. It must have been a tiring journey, and Zuko and Azula surely caused you a lot of trouble. If you don't mind, please join us for a simple meal. Faced with the Queen's invitation, who would dare refuse? Well, some people actually did. Ty Lee and Mai immediately excused themselves to the Queen, citing that they missed their families. Although Ren really wanted to go to a cold drink shop to buy ice cream, after all, he had been craving it for a long time, it was too late to back out now. He could only bow respectfully and say, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ursa led everyone into the palace, smiling gently as she said, "There is no need to be overly formal. Just treat this place as your own home." Yes, Ren nodded immediately. Princess Azula deliberately fell a step behind Ursa, leaning close to Ren's ear to whisper. "You seem very nervous. Are you afraid I'll eat you?" Ren said, somewhat speechless. "This is the Imperial Palace. If I commit a faux pas here, and your mother gives the order, won't 500 axemen instantly spring out and mince me into fine meat?" Hearing Ren's analogy, Princess Azula rolled her eyes at him and said, "My mother isn't that brutal." "Oh, she isn't. I thought Her Majesty would be just like you. Are you implying that I am brutal? How could I? In my heart, Your Highness is absolutely the kindest person in the world." Holding Prince Zuko's hand, Ursa glanced back at the two whispering behind her, deep in thought. Upon returning to the palace residence, Ursa had already ordered the servants to prepare the food. With the help of the servants, Ren and the others changed their shoes and took their seats. Ursa sat at the head of the table and motioned for Ren to sit on her right. Although Ren was a transmigrator, he had become well versed in etiquette over the years. He knew the Queen was worried he might not know the rules, so she was taking special care of him. She was truly attentive and gentle. Glancing at Prince Zuko sitting beside him, Ren felt that Zuko's personality was likely inherited from his mother, only with a touch of the typical hot-headedness of a firebender. Ursa placed a serving of food into Ryan's bowl. When Ryan tried to stand up to thank her, she acted just like a typical elder, kindly taking his hand and urging him to sit back down, then gently said, "Didn't I say earlier to treat this place like your own home? There's no need for such formalities." Ryan felt that the Queen was quite approachable, so he immediately nodded his thanks. Ursa paused for a moment, then added with a gentle, graceful smile. "Ryan, how old are you now? After this summer ends, I'll be 11. Ursa looked at him with a hint of curiosity. 11. It seems you'll be graduating from school soon. Yes. Hearing his confirmation, Ursa shifted the topic. Generally speaking, older children find it hard to get along with those younger than them. Don't you feel a disconnect when you're with Princess Azula? As she said this, Ursa glanced at her eldest son. Prince Zuko felt a bit awkward and lowered his head to continue eating. Not at all. We get along quite well. Princess Azula is intelligent and magnanimous, and her perspective on many things has deeply inspired me. Even when facing adversity, she finds every possible way to win. In this ever-changing world, such a resolute attitude is truly necessary. Ryan's barrage of compliments made Princess Azula, who was sitting across from him, very happy, and she placed a chicken leg into his bowl. You two really do have a good relationship, Ursa said pleasantly. What do you usually do when you're together? Just ordinary things. For example, discussing which restaurant has good food, or complaining about forgetting an umbrella when it rains. Ryan organized his thoughts and answered slowly. Ursa nodded and said, those sound like ordinary things indeed. There are some unusual things too, Princess Azula added, holding back a laugh. For instance, one time, this guy saw a puppy running over and thought it was coming to him. He crouched down and excitedly waved at the puppy, but it ignored him completely and ran straight into its real owner's arms. He had to pretend he had dropped something and was carefully looking for it, acting as if nothing had happened. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't tell anyone else? Ryan, having his dark history exposed, felt an immediate sense of social death. Princess Azula crossed her arms and replied calmly, "How could you call my mother anyone else?" Fine, fine, fine. Is that how we're playing this? Ryan immediately launched a counterattack. Then what about the time we were drinking orange juice, and in front of many guests, you sneezed and sprayed it all over me? I should probably tell Her Highness about that too. Princess Azula slammed the table, feeling quite embarrassed and angry. Then what about the time you mistook someone for someone else, went to put your arm around a girl's shoulder, and ended up being chased by her boyfriend who wanted to challenge you to a duel at the fire festival? Ryan crossed his arms and said proudly, "Anyway, he couldn't outrun me." Princess Azula squinted at Ryan, pressing her lips tightly together, already considering silencing him permanently. Looking at her daughter's indignant expression, Ursa was somewhat surprised, because based on her understanding of her daughter's personality, if anyone else angered her, she would retaliate immediately. This was a point she had always criticized Princess Azula for. Her hostility was simply too intense. But she hadn't expected that today, a peer could anger Princess Azula without being retaliated against, something even her older brother, Prince Zuko, couldn't achieve. It seems your relationship is even better than I imagined, Ursa said with a touch of emotion, then placed another piece of meat into Ryan's bowl. Ryan felt that as a commoner, being served food by the Queen was likely a unique honor in the entire Fire Nation. Ryan, do you have any other siblings at home? Ursa asked while serving more food. Upon hearing Ursa's question, Ryan paused for a moment. He deliberated in his heart and finally decided to tell her his situation. After all, even if he didn't say anything, she was the queen, it wouldn't be difficult for her to find out. I'm an only child, well, I suppose I am. My mother has remarried. I've heard she has a younger half-sister, but I've never met her. I imagine I won't go out of my way to disturb them. After all, it's a complete family. As for my father, he has already passed away. As Ryan's voice trailed off, the previously light-hearted atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly fell silent. Ursa didn't quite know what to say, so she could only softly say, "I'm sorry." Ryan shook his head and said calmly, "It's fine, that happened a long time ago. My father left behind enough inheritance for me to live on. Moreover, I have always believed that past wounds will eventually heal. That which does not break us will only make us stronger. Let's just eat," Princess Azula said, somewhat clumsily putting food into Ryan's bowl, rarely showing kindness by skipping over the topic. "Thank you, but you guys should eat too, don't worry about me." Ryan looked at the pile of food in his bowl, somewhat at a loss for words. Seeing Ryan have such mature thoughts at this age was not something to be happy about, because it meant that for every day and night in the past, he had been swallowing his heartache and grievances. Only a child who cannot get a response when asking the world for help would force themselves to become strong, stepping out of the quagmire of pain one step at a time. Ursa said gently, "You are at the age where you are growing, you should eat even more." Ryan decisively moved the food into Prince Zuko's bowl and said, "Then let Prince Zuko help me share some of it." "Thanks," Prince Zuko replied subconsciously, then felt a wave of killing intent. His sister was narrowing her eyes slightly, staring at him with a murderous gaze. Prince Zuko was a bit confused, not knowing what he had done wrong. Watching the immature behavior of the two children, Ursa sighed inwardly and gently patted Ryan's head, saying, "In the future, I will have to ask you to take care of Prince Zuko and Princess Azula." Since he had eaten their food, Ryan naturally nodded without hesitation. The atmosphere at the dinner table returned to harmony, and soon, after they finished the meal. "Many thanks for the Queen's hospitality. Oh, and also Princess Azula, who kept serving me food. I shall take my leave now." Ryan rubbed his small, overstuffed stomach, which was struggling to digest, and said with some difficulty. "Prince Zuko, Princess Azula, go see Ryan off," Ursa said. Ryan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No need, it's just a few steps away." Since Ryan insisted, Ursa had no choice but to nod. "All right, be careful on your way back." "Okay." Twilight slowly descended as Ursa watched the child walk away with slow steps, gradually disappearing into the shadows of the palace garden walls. He has already done very well. What? Princess Azula heard her mother whispering to herself and asked curiously. Ursa gently stroked Princess Azula's hair and said softly, "Those who are not broken by the storms of life are already strong enough." The long-standing habit of waking up early caused Ryan to wake up just as the sky was beginning to brighten. In a sense, one could say he had woken up naturally. Rubbing his eyes, Ryan first went to wash up, returning to his daily life as a good student. Naturally, he didn't neglect his swordsmanship either. After finishing his sword practice, Ryan returned to the kitchen, boiled some water, and casually tossed in a few eggs he had bought yesterday. A few minutes later, only a pile of eggshells remained on the table. Ryan chewed his food mechanically while drinking water, his mind occupied with planning his schedule for the day. Sword forging practice. No suitable materials, so it won't be scheduled for now. Collecting information at the library, already completed. The high-level dungeon event initiated by player Prince Zuko, traveling to Ember Island for leisure. The time hasn't arrived yet, but the address has been noted down, surely it can be put to use next time. Thinking this, Ryan suddenly caught sight of the red umbrella placed in the corner and slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this? Since today is a day off, he might as well visit Miss Mai and return the umbrella while he's at it. With his schedule set, Ryan quickly finished the boiled egg in his hand, locked the doors and windows, and headed downstairs, humming a little tune while carrying the umbrella. The gate that Princess Azula had burned down last time had been replaced with a brand new one. Naturally, the money came from the royal family. Pushing the door open and stepping out, Ryan felt that if he couldn't make it in the future, he could make a living as a tour guide. With his memory, calling himself a walking map wouldn't be an exaggeration. He could rattle off local specialties and cultural anecdotes on command. Could there be a more suitable guide than him? After basking in his own smugness for a moment, he walked through the bustling streets. Times were different now. Although he couldn't be considered top tier, his sword skills were enough to provide some self-preservation, so the sense of crisis was no longer as intense, allowing him to relax moderately. As the saying goes, one must balance work and rest. No one can keep their nerves taut forever, as that is not a long-term solution. He bought a shaved ice on a whim. During his time back in the Fire Nation capital, Ryan was either at home practicing swordsmanship or buried in the library funded by the royal family, reading through ancient texts. Of course, these texts were all copies, there weren't many originals. Therefore, many historical details had been subtly altered by the Fire Nation's spring and autumn writing style. For instance, the famous Platinum Incident, according to true historical records. It was originally a failed attempt by the Fire Nation and the Water Tribe to intervene in the internal struggle of the Earth Kingdom. That was the era of Avatar Yangchen, when the Earth King Fei Shan was fighting for the throne against the rebel leader Nong. Of course, looking at their name prefixes, one could tell who won and who lost. However, the battle between the two sides was indeed intense at the time. Both Fei Shan and Nong requested aid from the Fire Nation and the Water Tribe. In the end, the Fire Nation and the Water Tribe chose to support Nong, who had promised more benefits. They supplied him with precious platinum, while giving Fei Shan paper banknotes, intending to disintegrate the internal economy of Fei Shan's faction and shake the subjects' trust in him. But this conspiracy was seen through by Fei Shan. Eventually, at the Lamapaka ferry, Nong was crushed by Fei Shan, and his loyalists were driven into the sea. After Fei Shan secured victory in one battle and stabilized the domestic situation, Fei Shan melted down the platinum the two nations had supplied to Nong, plated it onto a badger mole statue beside his throne, closed all ports, and ceased trade with both nations. Fei Shan declared that if the two nations expected to receive exports of grain, minerals, and other supplies from the Earth Kingdom, they should wait until the surface of the platinum oxidized completely into stone. This would take at least several hundred years. However, in the records of the Fire Nation, it became that the despicable Fei Shan, having achieved victory with the support of the Fire Nation, crossed the river and burned the bridge, refused to repay the financial support previously provided by the Fire Nation, and used scarce resources to oppress the Fire Nation. Intending to make the Fire Nation submit, But the great Fire Lord stood firm and unyielding, resolutely choosing to close the ports and refusing trade with the despicable Earth Kingdom. These materials, which required careful comparison with other ancient texts, gave Ryan quite a headache. Because of this, Ryan had never managed to eat the summer cooling dessert he wanted. Since he finally had a day off today, he had to buy some to try, no matter what. Soon, Ryan strolled to Miss Mai's home and knocked on the door, only to learn that Miss Mai was not at home today. According to the butler who opened the door, she had gone to volunteer at a nearby orphanage founded by the royal family. Strange. Ryan stroked his chin in thought. He hadn't known Miss Mai for a short time. Although Miss Mai's personality could definitely not be called bad, on the contrary, she was humble and steady. The key was that Miss Mai was always in a negative, gloomy attitude toward life. It was hard to say she could develop enthusiasm for anything. If it were someone with Tai Li's lively and active extroverted personality going to volunteer, Ryan wouldn't be surprised at all, but Miss Mai. It really felt very incongruous. With the intention of caring for a friend, Ryan asked the butler for the address and then hurried toward that place without stopping. Meanwhile, on Miss Mai's side, as an introvert who couldn't muster interest in anything, Miss Mai had found a sense of enjoyment when, by chance, she taught a child at the orphanage how to write. After that, whenever Mai had time, she would come here to volunteer, her main task being to teach the children how to read and write. Although Miss Mai's actual age was not great, her overly mature demeanor always made people subconsciously ignore the age issue. At this moment, Mai was writing, fire, air, water, and earth, in succession on a small blackboard. She tapped the blackboard with the ruler in her hand and said with a serious little face. Remember these 4 words. These are the 4 elements that maintain the world, and they also represent 4 completely different tribes and nations. Follow me and read. Fire. The children, sitting on the floor with small desks in front of them, also learned very diligently, not questioning her authority in the slightest because of Mai's age. Mai taught very conscientiously, checking everyone's writing at the same time. If there were any stroke errors, she would immediately help correct them. As time passed, the weather became increasingly hot. A light sheen of sweat appeared on Mai's forehead, but she seemed unaware of it. It wasn't until she had taught the last clumsy child how to write that Mai felt a wave of dryness in her mouth. Licking her parched lips, Mai nodded with satisfaction and immediately announced that class was over. Yay! Hearing the cheers of the children, a faint smile appeared on Mai's face unconsciously. Just then, Mai suddenly felt as if someone was staring at her. She subconsciously turned her head to look and saw someone leaning against the edge of the doorframe, like a lazy big cat hiding in the shade to cool off and doze. Looking at the shaved ice in his hand, which had completely melted into water, he must have been there for a long time. A blush appeared on Mai's little face unconsciously. This was the shyness of being seen by an acquaintance doing something embarrassing. Although she was very calm and composed when teaching as a teacher. But after all, she was still a girl, so it was normal for her to be shy. Seeing her turn around, Ryan walked forward a few steps and greeted her with a smile. You've worked hard, Teacher Mai. Hearing the tone that was half joking and half serious, Mai was slightly stunned. You've worked hard. It was such a plain phrase, but she hadn't heard it in a long time. The expectations given by her parents made it so that no matter what she achieved, it was taken for granted, and failing to achieve it was shameful. No one had ever cared whether she was tired, they only cared whether she had done her best. This concern came too suddenly, so suddenly that even she, who was always composed, felt a bit flustered. The girl gripped her cuffs, her gaze drifting uncertainly. You too. Ryan shook the paper cup in his hand and said. Don't worry, although it's already turned into ice water, it's still cold. It's just right for cooling off now. Aren't you going to drink it? Okay. Miss Mai reached out to take it. The icy surface of the paper cup dispelled the summer heat. She tore open the sealed paper lid. Inside remained a few bits of ice that hadn't completely melted. She took a small sip. So sweet. It was clearly just a very common shaved ice, having even melted into ice water. If such shaved ice were sold to a customer, it would definitely make the customer angry. But this ordinary thing was truly so sweet. The kind that seeps into one's heart. Regarding Miss May volunteering, Ryan initially thought she was just doing it on a whim, just playing around. Although she never mentioned it, Miss May was a standard young lady of a noble family, strictly adhering to etiquette, the type who wouldn't lift a finger. But after watching closely for a while, Ryan realized that she was serious, teaching every child with care. Although Miss May wasn't very old, when she was teaching, it really made people subconsciously ignore her age. Just looking at her back, Ryan almost didn't recognize her at first, thinking she was a short teacher, until he heard the familiar raspy voice. He realized it was indeed Miss May. Serious, careful, responsible, polite. It completely overturned his previous impression. In Ryan's mind, the previous May was cunning, cold, and poker-faced, occasionally revealing a gentle side. "I'm free today. I originally intended to find you to return your umbrella. I didn't expect you to be doing something so meaningful." Ryan made small talk. "It's just on a whim." May glanced at Ryan, found a step in the shade, and sat down. Ryan sat down next to her and said, "By the way, have you had lunch yet?" "No, the director will cook for us later," Miss May said indifferently. Ryan scratched his head and said, "Then you don't mind if I tag along for a meal?" "You're not a volunteer," May said bluntly. Ryan reached out, unfastened the volunteer badge from May's arm, pinned it to his own wrist, and said, "There, now I am." Ryan raised his hand, looking at the two delicate fire-patterned badges representing a volunteer, feeling that they were quite well carved. Miss May ignored the unreliable Ryan and stood up, saying, "Follow me." Ryan looked confused and said, "What for?" May glanced at Ryan and said slowly, "Didn't you say you wanted to be a volunteer? I'm taking you to sign up with the director." Just like that, Ryan, who had spoken casually, was press-ganged by the highly proactive Miss May. The director of the orphanage was a kind white-haired old grandmother, wearing the standard robe of a Fire Nation official, leaning on a cane, giving a sense of stability and reliability. "It's May, is there anything the matter?" May gently supported the old woman, her slightly raspy voice carrying a touch of gentleness. "Director, my friend, Ryan, said he wanted to be a volunteer, so I brought him here." Ryan's observation skills were very sharp, clearly capturing that the robe the old director was wearing was already very old, washed until it had faded to white. Combined with the moss-covered cracks on the edge of the courtyard wall, it was sufficient to see that the situation at the orphanage was not very good. Precisely because of this, Ryan respected those who could persist. Respectfully cupping his hands in a salute, Ryan said seriously, "Director, I also want to contribute a meager effort like May. I wonder what I can do." The director smiled kindly and nodded, "You are both good children." "Ryan, right. Can you help May and teach the children like a school teacher?" "At my age, my eyes are dimming. Although I really want to help May, I am always a bit powerless." As she spoke, the old director patted May's hand and smiled gently. Ryan had no objections to this and agreed to the matter. However, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that after he agreed, the way Miss May looked at him was a bit evasive. It rained twice at night this week, but during the day it was still sunny weather. The pale pink roses outside the courtyard wall were in full bloom, and as the breeze blew, they fell all over the ground, looking beautiful. May sat under the shade of a tree, raised her palm to her forehead to block the blinding sunlight, and caught a glimpse of the blue sky through the gaps between her slender fingers. As a volunteer, May did seem a bit leisurely. Because it wasn't her class time yet. Lively and active children ran happily by her side. If this scene were to fall into the eyes of those stubborn teachers at school, they would probably not escape the charge of being rebellious. In the eyes of the school teachers, every child should ideally be like a marionette. They only need to obey orders and commands. Any extra thoughts count as a crime. Before, May's teaching also adhered to this idea at first, feeling that teachers should be full of dignity and students should just be obedient. However, after someone arrived, the atmosphere changed completely. Just a small ball was played in many ways. One moment it was used as a soccer ball for shooting, and the next it was used as a volleyball, tossed back and forth, played with great joy. That guy Ryan even gave it a nice name, calling these games a PE class, but there was no such class in school. May thought about these things, slowly lowered her hand, and just as she was about to get up, she heard Ryan's voice, "May, don't move yet." Mei looked at him with a confused face, only to see him holding a piece of charcoal, seemingly drawing something on the gray-white wall. Although she didn't know what he wanted to do, she cooperated and didn't get up. Ryan looked at the cracks on the gray-white wall, and his mind began to read the image of the girl earlier, with rose petals flying, raising her head to gaze at the sky. When Master Piandao was teaching him painting skills, he once sighed that when Ryan was focused, he possessed unparalleled eyesight, calculation, and deduction abilities. These talents made him incredibly jealous, even though he was already a master who had reached the pinnacle. Ryan didn't understand at first, but when he quickly glanced at them and understood and mastered those techniques, he completely understood. This was a talent that could push him to the clouds and be remembered in history. Even if he didn't have the talent for bending. The charcoal tightly gripped in Ryan's fingers gently wiped across the wall without any resistance, because the composition had already appeared on the wall. Michelangelo once said that he was not a sculptor, but someone who released the image within the stone. And now Ryan, relying on the talent of recall, also touched upon that feeling. After a long while, Ryan let out a long sigh of relief, using up the last bit of charcoal. Looking back, Mei was still sitting quietly under the tree, not even brushing away the ink-colored hair that had been blown by the wind to cover her eyes. Ryan couldn't help but chuckle and hurriedly waved at her. Miss Mei, who had remained quiet throughout, received the signal, stood up, came over, and walked behind Ryan, though she still didn't have much expression. Without speaking, Ryan slowly moved aside, revealing the portrait on the wall behind him. Mei was stunned for a moment, her pupils gradually widening as if they had been lit up. In an instant, she had the illusion that she was looking in a mirror. The girl on the wall had light hidden in her eyes, gazing at the sky. Even though there were only simple heibai and gray colors, one could miraculously feel the delicate pink of the petals floating in her hair. It was an incomplete painting. It didn't completely paint the shade of the tree behind the girl, nor the blue sky and the sun. Even part of the girl's face was blurred, hidden in the rose petals stirred up by the airflow formed by the cracks. But precisely because of this, people's attention would be drawn to the clear glimmer hidden in the girl's eyes, and be moved and shocked by that soul, vitality, leading the entire painting to seem as if it had come alive. In the deep, silent night of the palace, Fire Lord Azulon sat high upon his throne, a wall of fire that seemed never to extinguish burning before him. This was a tradition left behind since Fire Lord Sozin launched the 100-Year War, symbolizing the supreme authority and power of the Fire Lord. Fire Lord Ozai knelt before the throne, speaking in a deep voice. Father, this is my daughter. She possesses extraordinary talent for firebending. I have named her Princess Azula after you, to commemorate your greatness. Fire Lord Azulon stared intently at his son, who was overly young yet ambitious. The elderly Fire Lord remained silent for a moment before speaking calmly. My children, who can tell me how your great-grandfather Sozin won the Battle of Hondui? The Battle of Hondui was one of the Fire Nation's most famous battles won against overwhelming odds. While Prince Zuko was still hesitating, Princess Azula spoke confidently and calmly. It was the climate and the terrain. Although the enemy forces were numerous, they were positioned below. It was the dry season, and great-grandfather cleverly utilized this fact, using fire attacks to crush the enemy's defenses and annihilate them all. Hearing Princess Azula's answer, Fire Lord Azulon nodded in satisfaction. Correct. Very well learned, child. Would you be willing to demonstrate your firebending skills for your grandfather? Fire Lord Ozai signaled Princess Azula with his eyes. Understanding her father's cue, Princess Azula stood up and bowed. Grandfather, I will demonstrate the new firebending techniques I have learned for you. As she spoke, Princess Azula stepped into a lunge and kicked high, a blazing flame condensing without dissipating. As Fire Lord, although Fire Lord Azulon was aged and his strength had declined, his judgment remained unerring. After Princess Azula finished a flowing sequence of moves, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. She is truly a genuine genius. Princess Azula's lips curled upward. After bowing respectfully, she sat back down beside Prince Zuko and, glancing at him with a provocative look, whispered. You will never be able to surpass me, this is the gap between us. Prince Zuko, naturally, was not one to admit defeat and immediately stood up. Grandfather, I have newly learned a set of sword forms. However, before Prince Zuko could finish his sentence, Fire Lord Ozai scolded him angrily. Enough. Step back. You are a firebender, not a street acrobat showing off sword tricks. Do you not have any dignity as a firebender? Seeing Prince Zuko being scolded, Princess Azula couldn't help but cover her mouth and snicker. Rejected by his father time and again, Prince Zuko's face flushed red. He had no choice but to give up on demonstrating his dual sword techniques and continued. I'm sorry, father. Please give me another chance. Fire Lord Ozai stole a glance at Fire Lord Azulon, and seeing no objection, he said reluctantly. Do whatever you want, but be quick. Do not waste your grandfather's time. Yes. Having received his father's permission, Prince Zuko let out a temporary sigh of relief. He then loosened up his body, channeled his internal chi, and threw a punch. PFF'd. Seeing the tiny spark that erupted after Prince Zuko's punch, Princess Azula, who had been holding back her laughter, could no longer contain it and burst out laughing. Prince Zuko didn't understand what had happened at all. He had clearly practiced releasing it according to the proper firebending exercises, so why was there no result? Prince Zuko raised his leg vertically and chopped down, but this time, not even a spark flew. Fire Lord Azulon's expression grew increasingly grim. He looked at Fire Lord Ozai and waved his hand. Tell me, Fire Lord Ozai, what is it that you truly want? Everyone else, leave. Fire Lord Ozai's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot as he commanded Princess Azula. Take your useless brother away. He is the disgrace of our entire family. Princess Azula nodded with a smile. Don't worry, father. I will take Prince Zuko away now. Fire Lord Azulon did not ask them to stay, or perhaps he simply did not care. Because in Fire Lord Azulon's heart, there was only one masterpiece he was most satisfied with, his eldest son, Iroh. Even though Iroh had once suffered a setback during the siege of Ba Sing Se, Fire Lord Azulon could not bear to punish him. As for the others, let alone Princess Azula, he did not care at all about his second son, who was kneeling before him. After taking Prince Zuko out of the throne room, Princess Azula did not leave at all. Because of her restless nature, she was very curious about what her father would discuss with her grandfather. Discovering that her father and grandfather were not paying attention, Princess Azula quietly hid behind a curtain to observe carefully. Prince Zuko didn't think too much of it, after all, this was his home. Plus, he was heavy-hearted at the moment and didn't want Princess Azula to mock him, so he left quickly. The flames stood between the father and son, burning their familial bonds to ash. Fire Lord Azulon stroked the armrest of his throne, his voice as cold as snow in the 12th lunar month. Fire Lord Ozai, what is it that you truly want to do today? Fire Lord Ozai did not hide his ambition in the slightest. He looked up at Fire Lord Azulon and gritted his teeth. Father, Iroh's son has sacrificed his life. After that, he completely collapsed and fled from Ba Sing Se like a coward. But, you have seen it yourself, I am still alive. Your grandchild, Princess Azula, she is such a perfect masterpiece. I should rightfully inherit your throne. Audacious. Fire Lord Azulon's tone carried undisguised anger as he scolded. How dare you say such things? After your brother lost his most beloved son, you dare to suggest I strip him of his position as crown prince. Fire Lord Ozai wanted to say something more, but the flames before him suddenly surged higher. The scorching heat made him instinctively step back 2 paces, raising his hand to shield himself. Watching this display of cowardice from Fire Lord Ozai, Fire Lord Azulon's eyes were filled with disdain. Fire Lord Ozai, your brother has suffered enough pain already. As for you, your punishment has only just begun. I want you to taste the pain of losing your firstborn son. I want you to execute your firstborn son with your own hands. Fire Lord Ozai knelt on the ground in disarray, his hair slightly disheveled, masking the gloom in his eyes. He answered slowly. Yes, father. Princess Azula, hiding behind the curtain, was shocked upon hearing this. Then, as it dawned on her, she felt a surge of joy. Zuzu was about to be in trouble. Although she gloated, Princess Azula did not truly want to see Prince Zuko executed, even though she despised him. However, banishment or something of the sort would probably be fine. Without Prince Zuko, she would be the only child of her father and mother, and the sole heir to the position of Fire Lord. And Prince Zuko would never be able to take anything away from her again. Princess Azula was in a very pleasant mood. She skipped and hopped all the way to Prince Zuko's room, her voice sounding like a lark singing. Father is going to execute you. Princess Azula leaned against the doorframe, her singing, pleasant voice echoing throughout the room. Through the white window, one could feel the flashes of lightning and the rumbling thunder outside, much like Prince Zuko's current situation. Prince Zuko was shocked awake by Princess Azula's words, or rather, being heavy-hearted, he hadn't been able to sleep at all. Princess Azula, this joke is not funny at all. Prince Zuko sat up and said angrily. Is that so? Princess Azula sat on the edge of the bed, staring at her brother with a playful gaze until Prince Zuko felt a chill run down his spine. Seeing Prince Zuko's terrified expression, Princess Azula smiled with satisfaction and shrugged. Fine, fine. Perhaps you don't trust me, but I am going to tell you all the facts I heard. Princess Azula imitated Fire Lord Azulon's tone. Your brother has suffered enough. As for you, your punishment has only just begun. I want you to taste the pain of losing your firstborn son, and I want you to execute your firstborn son with your own hands. That's not true, you're lying. Prince Zuko subconsciously clenched the blanket, his knuckles turning white. Oh Tilda, Princess Azula drew out the tone, sounding very regretful. My dear brother, I'm only doing this for your own good. If you don't choose to run away, death is your only destiny. At this point, Princess Azula's tone shifted, and she said playfully, or, you could find a nice family in the Earth Kingdom to adopt you. Just imagine it. You'll get married and have children there. And then, one day, I will lead a great army with father, who will have succeeded as Fire Lord, to conquer Ba Sing Se. You will kneel humbly at my feet. And I will lift you up and appoint you as the administrator of a city in the Earth Kingdom. Saying this, Princess Azula placed her index finger against her lips and giggled. Of course, that is if I still remember you by then. Shut up. I know, father. Father, he would never do that to me. I am his child. Prince Zuko said these words to comfort himself, but his body was trembling subconsciously. Although he was very unwilling to believe it, what Princess Azula said was highly likely to be true. What should he do? Princess Azula wanted to say something more, but her mother's steady voice came from outside the door. Your father will not do anything to you. After comforting Prince Zuko, Ursa grabbed Princess Azula's hand and said coldly, what is going on? Princess Azula was clearly caught off guard by her mother's sudden appearance. She could only turn her head away and say reluctantly, I don't know. It seems we need to have a serious talk. Without waiting for Princess Azula to object, Ursa grabbed her and walked straight out the door, leaving behind Prince Zuko, who was constantly repeating, Princess Azula is lying, to mentally prepare himself. After learning what happened from Princess Azula, Ursa frowned. After taking Princess Azula back to her room, she hurried to find Fire Lord Ozai, who was drinking alone. Fire Lord Ozai, his hair disheveled, glanced at Ursa, his wife, for whom he had little affection, and said with great resentment, why are you here? To mock me, this failure. You want the throne? Ursa asked directly. Fire Lord Ozai sneered disdainfully, do I hide it that well? I can help you. Ursa stared at Fire Lord Ozai, saying every word clearly. How? Fire Lord Ozai was clearly interested. I have one condition. Ursa said slowly. Of course. As long as you can help me obtain the throne, I will agree to any condition. Fire Lord Ozai waved his hand and replied carelessly, reeking of alcohol. I want you to not harm Prince Zuko. In exchange, the Fire Lord will pass away after tonight. Women are naturally weak, but mothers are strong. At this moment, Ursa's treasonous resolve made even Fire Lord Ozai feel a chill. But immediately after, flames of desire rose in his eyes, the desire to grasp power. Yes, as long as his father died and Iroh's return date remained uncertain, he would be the only heir in line. But there was still one crucial point. Fire Lord Ozai stared fixedly into Ursa's eyes. The fire sages will not recognize me. Ursa turned and left, coldly dropping one sentence, they have no other choice. Fire Lord Ozai nodded. He did not look at Ursa as she left, only saying indifferently, Whether you succeed or not, I will banish you. Ursa paused slightly, but thinking of Prince Zuko, her pace continued firmly forward, leaving only one sentence: I know. The night was long. Ursa removed the crown symbolizing the queen, put on a cloak to ward off the cold, looked at her sleeping eldest son, and gently kissed Prince Zuko on the forehead. Prince Zuko curled up uneasily. Ursa's eyes filled with reluctance as she turned and left. I'm sorry, my child. Please forgive me. A tear fell and was scattered by the breeze. Early in the morning, Ren woke up to find the capital had completely changed. As soon as he opened his door, he saw patrols of armored soldiers coming and going in the streets. They were not ordinary guards, for these people were fully armored and murderous. It was the royal guard. Hey, kid over there, what are you doing being all sneaky? The patrol saw Ren standing in the middle of the street and immediately questioned him. Ren cupped his hands in a salute. Sir, I am a student at the school. I don't know what happened. Hearing this, the armored soldier looked Ren up and down at his student attire and nodded. If there's nothing wrong, go home. The school is suspended for the time being, and the whole city is under martial law. Ren was a bit confused, completely unaware of what had happened, so he had to keep asking, but wasn't everything fine just 2 days ago? The armored soldier looked left and right before whispering the explanation: the Fire Lord has passed away. The sentence shocked Ren repeatedly, his mind racing. Was it an accident or murder? Who would be the future heir to the Fire Lord? Would the situation in the Fire Nation change? Most importantly, would a civil war break out in the country? Because the Fire Lord had passed away at such a critical moment, it was terrible timing. Why couldn't he have waited until the general returned to the country to hand over his military command before passing away? General Iroh was leading a great army back to the country. If he suddenly heard his father was gone, it would be fine if he could smoothly inherit the throne, but what if he couldn't? Would he have to launch a campaign to restore order? Thinking of this, Ren's scalp tingled. That was General Iroh, a figure whose prestige in the military was at its peak. It could be said that as long as he gave the order, at least 60% of the Fire Nation's army would rebel. As for the Fire Lord wanting to dismiss the general with a single word, what a joke. He wasn't in some Mary Sue female protagonist web novel. Never underestimate a commander's absolute control over his own troops, especially a military commander with such high prestige as Iroh. Furthermore, the Fire Nation had a tradition of revering the strong and despising the weak. If a civil war were to break out, what would happen to Prince Zuko and Princess Azula? As for a desperate counterattack, what a joke. Iroh was the Fire Nation's most outstanding general, the invincible dragon of the West, with hundreds of thousands of troops in his hands. How could they fight that? As for cutting off Iroh's supplies, what did it mean to hoard guns while the neighbor hoards grain? It meant the neighbor was simply his own granary. However, thinking more now was useless. Ren had to return home first and write a letter to Master Piandao, explaining his current worries. Of course, most importantly, Ren had already prepared for the worst. If the situation went wrong, he could rely on his teacher's connections to escape. Watching the letter hawk fly across the gloomy sky, Ren could only sigh, hoping that things would not develop in the worst possible direction. Martial law in the Fire Capital came and went quickly. Before he had even received a reply from his teacher, the lockdown had already ended. The new Fire Lord was not Iroh, but the second prince, Fire Lord Ozai. However, the worst-case scenario Ryan had anticipated did not come to pass. General Iroh accepted the new Fire Lord's punishment, stepped down from his position as general, surrendered his military authority, and currently serves as a military advisor to the Fire Lord. Power had been transferred peacefully. While this made Ryan breathe a sigh of relief, it also left him somewhat curious about General Iroh. It is often said that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. When he had a high probability of obtaining the throne, he voluntarily gave it up. Ryan was unsure whether the man was foolish or benevolent. Regardless, he was quite curious about this general. In the afternoon, after school let out. Although not much time had passed, upon seeing Prince Zuko again, Ryan noticed that the boy had completely changed. He had become somewhat haggard. Ryan saw Prince Zuko on the stairs on the side of the school. He saw him leaning against the wall, his shoulders slumped and his head drooping, seemingly taking a nap. His black hair, now grown past his earlobes, covered half of his slightly haggard face. He looked like firewood that had burned out, leaving only pale ashes behind. For a moment, Ryan dared not be certain, nor did he wish to disturb him. But the school would eventually close, and if the guards found him then, they would just make him go home anyway. Ryan slowly stepped forward and gently patted Prince Zuko on the shoulder. His friend, who was in a poor state of sleep, was suddenly startled. He struggled to open his eyelids, revealing eyes with a hint of bloodshot. Ryan, it's you. After a moment of daze, seeing Ryan's face, he finally relaxed and rubbed his eyes. Ryan took the opportunity to sit down on the stairs beside him and asked in a low voice. How did you fall asleep here? How long have I been asleep? Prince Zuko panicked for a moment, then added dejectedly. Forget it, I'll apologize to the teacher in class tomorrow. Your dark circles are very heavy. Have you not been resting well lately? Ryan asked with concern. Prince Zuko gave a forced smile and said. It's all right. It's just like when we were studying with the masters before, only with some extra firebending assignments, so it's been a bit more draining. Looking at the forced smile on his face, Ryan did not think it was just a bit draining. How are the results? Not too good. Prince Zuko became even more dejected. He raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and then released it as he said. I don't know why, but my firebending has become weaker. No matter how hard I try, it doesn't seem willing to obey my commands. You could ask Princess Azula for advice, perhaps she knows the reason why your firebending has weakened. Ryan had no better solution for this. After all, he had no talent for bending and could not understand the true reason for the changes in Prince Zuko's bending. Princess Azula. Prince Zuko paused for a moment before saying somewhat reluctantly. She is very smug right now. If I go to ask her for advice, I'll only be mocked by her. Ryan also knew about the conflict between the two siblings, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say, so he could only change the subject. Every problem has a solution, and things will naturally work out in the end. The future is still long, you will definitely find a way to make your bending stronger. Let's not talk about these unhappy things anymore. Come to my place for dinner later, I'll cook myself. After you've had your fill, you can just rest at my place. Sleep is still very important. Well, I have to go back and practice firebending later, I might practice until very late. Prince Zuko scratched his head embarrassedly and said. Let's do it next time. Are you sure you're okay? Ryan was taken aback. Looking at Prince Zuko's lips, which had lost most of their color, he carefully chose his words. Your body won't be able to take it, will it? Prince Zuko waved his hand and said. It's fine. If I get tired, I can rest at any time. Besides, I am the crown prince, I will inherit the throne in the future. When that time comes, I will definitely make you my chief advisor. Ryan hadn't expected that what was just a joke at the time had been taken to heart by Prince Zuko. The position of chief advisor was abolished by the Fire Lord at the time after the era of Avatar Roku, right? Ryan had always been good at history. Hearing Ryan's words, Prince Zuko replied quite naturally. When I become Fire Lord, I'll just re-establish it. It won't be an issue. Looking at the determined look in his eyes, the words Ryan wanted to say to persuade him to relax died on his lips, and he swallowed them back. As a friend, one can show concern, but one cannot be self-righteous and dictate the other person's decisions, otherwise, it would just be unreasonable interference disguised as kindness. Lacking a sense of boundaries is not a good thing for either party. I'm leaving now. See you next time. Prince Zuko had regained quite a bit of energy. He stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. If there's anything I can help with, you must tell me. Watching his tired back, Ryan couldn't help but speak up at the end. After all, as you said, you're going to make me your future chief advisor, so you absolutely mustn't stand on ceremony with me. Prince Zuko did not answer, just waved his hand to indicate he understood. He naturally knew that Ryan's concern was well-intentioned. But Prince Zuko understood even better that he could not trouble his friend using the excuse of seeking help. Especially after his mother left, Prince Zuko understood and empathized with his friend's situation even more. He really should try to be harsher on himself. No matter how difficult things were, he could no longer harbor the thought of acting spoiled toward his loved ones. That was too childish and too weak. It was not a quality that a qualified crown prince of the Fire Nation should have. After saying goodbye to Prince Zuko, Ryan first went to buy groceries, then headed home. No matter how things changed, life still had to go on. With a heavy heart, Ryan arrived home. Just as he was about to use his key to open the lock, he heard a slow, deep male voice coming from behind him. Excuse me, is this the home of Reno? Ryan instinctively looked behind him. The person was a kind-looking old man wearing the standard robe of a Fire Nation military officer, with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Ah, that might not be the most appropriate way to describe him. Looking solely at his face and hands, he wasn't actually that old, but his long, silver-frosted hair and the air of utter sorrow about him gave one the impression that he was exceptionally old. Excuse me, who are you? Ryan asked curiously. Apologies, I haven't introduced myself yet. I was a friend of General Reno during his lifetime. My name is Iroh. The old man introduced himself with a generous smile. Iroh. Ryan quickly realized that there must be people named Iroh in the entire Fire Nation, but in the Fire Capital, someone who knew his father and served in the military. It could only be that General, the current military advisor to the Fire Lord, there could be no one else. Ryan immediately bowed and said, General Iroh, I am Ryan, son of Reno. I apologize for not knowing you were visiting today. Iroh, General of the Fire Nation, the invincible dragon of the West, former crown prince, and now military advisor to the Fire Lord. Yet, the man behind all these imposing titles was merely a kindly-looking, slightly chubby little old man. It was hard to imagine that the Earth Kingdom, which dominated the entire eastern continent, had been pushed back step by step under the assault of the Fire Nation army led by this very old man, to the point where its capital was breached and it was nearly conquered. Iroh extended his hands from within his sleeves and returned the greeting very kindly. In you, I see the shadow of your father, you both share the same elegance and composure. Ryan exchanged a few polite words and invited Iroh into the house to sit down. Taking the teacup, Iroh took a gentle sip, closed his eyes to savor it for a moment, and said, Your tea-making skills are quite good. Who did you learn from? I learned it from a senior fellow apprentice. Ryan did not know Iroh's attitude toward Master Piandao. Because Master Piandao had another identity, he was a deserter from the Fire Nation. Regardless of the nation, no military general could be expected to have a friendly attitude toward deserters. Therefore, Ryan decided to be cautious with his words. Iroh's expression remained unchanged. He did not press further and instead started talking about other things. I once heard my nephew, Prince Zuko, mention that you are very fond of history. Of course. Using history as a mirror allows one to understand the rise and fall of new eras. Ryan did not hide this. After all, the Fire Nation was relatively enlightened. Although they loved to tamper with history that was unfavorable to them, they still cared about their reputation. It hadn't reached the point where they forbade reading the history of other nations. However, although what Ryan said was true, it wasn't the whole truth. His main purpose was to trace the origins of bending. Using history as a mirror. Ryan's words deeply resonated with Iroh, who nodded and remarked with emotion. I didn't expect that at your age, you could speak such thought-provoking words. The younger generation is truly formidable. Ryan did not take the credit and shook his head. You flatter me. I am merely repeating the wisdom of others, it's hardly an insightful opinion. The two exchanged more pleasantries. Seeing Iroh still sitting there calmly, as if he had truly just come for tea, Ryan had no choice but to ask helplessly. General Iroh, I wonder what the purpose of your special visit is. Iroh did not hide it and slowly sipped his tea. It wasn't exactly a special visit. Primarily, it was to visit the child of an old comrade in arms, and also because I was entrusted to look after you a bit more. You know my teacher. Ryan realized and asked immediately. Iroh nodded gently and smiled. Master Piandao is indeed a master worthy of respect. Ryan relaxed a bit and scratched his head. I see. I was just a bit surprised that someone with your distinguished status would actually. Iroh laughed and added. Actually associate with a deserter from the Fire Nation army, right? Ryan naturally couldn't respond to that and could only offer a sheepish smile. I believe that the essence of learning is the process of understanding the world, experiencing different regional customs, and making wise friends. If one is limited by worldly views and burdened by superficial things like honor and status, what difference is there between such a person and someone who is blind? Iroh said in a gentle tone. I certainly agree with your words. However, the vast majority of people in this world are ordinary, and I am no exception. Ryan said. Upon hearing this, Iroh did not express an opinion but said with a look of reminiscence and regret. I, too, was once burdened by honor, which caused me to lose my only son. After that, I finally understood what honor I was truly pursuing. Ryan didn't know what to say and could only comfort him. If the spirit of Prince Lu Ten could see the sacrifices you have made to avoid internal war, he would surely be pleased. I, as your elder, should have been the one looking after you, yet unexpectedly, I am the one being comforted by you. Iroh did not wallow in sorrow. Looking at Ryan's steady demeanor, he said with great satisfaction. Before Ryan could respond, Iroh changed the subject. You should be graduating from school soon, right? Ryan nodded. Have you thought about what you want to do afterwards? Iroh set down his teacup and said slowly. Although saying this might sound a bit boastful, if you want to pursue a clerical position in ancient history research, I can still help out. Ah, really? Ryan looked up sharply, surprised. Of course, I still have some influence in the Fire Nation. Likewise, if you want to pursue a military career. At this point, Iroh paused and said. I can also serve as your teacher. Iroh smiled with rare confidence. In this regard, I do have some experience. Of course, this was Iroh's humble way of putting it. He had experienced countless battles, large and small, and had achieved extremely glorious results. When it came to marching and fighting, let alone the Fire Nation, there were few in the entire world who could reach Iroh's level. That still feels a bit too far off. Ryan scratched his head. However, you must also be mentally prepared. The path of a clerical position in the Fire Nation is not easy to walk. Especially since you want to engage in pure academic research like history, I can only recommend you to some friends and professors in this field. Iroh sighed, seemingly deeply worried about the current state of the Fire Nation. Ryan was indifferent and nodded. It's fine. I plan to graduate from school first and finish the coursework Master Piandao gave me. As for what comes after, I'll take it one step at a time. I have also heard of Master Piandao's teaching methods. Iroh stroked his beard and asked with great interest. I hear he teaches swordsmithing to the students he deems qualified. Presumably, the coursework he left for you is also related to swordsmithing, right? Ryan nodded. Yes, you are indeed well informed. Then do you have any successful works now? I hear that the swords forged by Master Piandao are very famous all over the world. As his student, you must not be far behind, right? Iroh asked curiously. You misunderstand. With my shallow skill level, how could I dare to compare myself with my teacher? Ryan waved his hand. Currently, my works are just forging some small trinkets, they aren't worth mentioning. If you don't mind, could you show me? Iroh was quite interested. Then, Iroh saw a scene he would never forget. On the cabinet stood a row of metal figurines, some were already painted, and some were not yet fully assembled. For a moment, Iroh didn't know what to say and could only look at Ryan. These are, Ryan said somewhat embarrassedly, figurines I made in my spare time. What? Iroh thought he had misheard. Ryan quietly pushed the Artoria-styled figurine further back, fearing that this little old man might break his figurine, and said cautiously. Just figurines for appreciation and collection. It was morning in the palace courtyard, and it was another rest day. Princess Azula had been feeling quite triumphant lately, as many things were developing exactly as she had predicted. Her father, who had always valued her, had inherited the throne. Her mother, who had always criticized her behavior, had disappeared, and there were no signs that Prince Zuko's firebending was recovering. It was as if all the good things had happened at once. Of course, at first, Princess Azula had indeed thought so, but as time passed. After finishing with her grandfather's funeral, her father's coronation, and taking the opportunity to mock Prince Zuko's weak firebending, she did indeed feel a hint of boredom. After all, there is a limit to a person's excitement threshold, After many happy events, one needs a bit of frustration to balance things out. But clearly, the people who could make her feel frustrated were no longer around. Her mother's departure actually had a significant impact on Princess Azula, though she had always hidden it well. Just as Prince Zuko had said, Princess Azula was very good at lying, even to herself. Of course, unlike Prince Zuko, the princess never engaged in internal conflict. If she felt uncomfortable, she had to find someone to bully. Since things were all taken care of now, Princess Azula decided to see for herself what her friends were doing. The highly proactive princess refused the escort of the guards and went straight to Ren's house. The door wasn't locked. Ever since the last time the door had been set on fire by Princess Azula, Ren basically stopped locking it to prevent his poor new door from being set ablaze again. Familiar with the layout, she arrived at the second-floor study. Princess Azula knew Ren's habits very well. If he wasn't practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, he would usually be holed up in the study reading. He treasured those old antiques and musty-smelling ancient scrolls like they were precious. Princess Azula didn't quite understand this. Ren, come out shopping with me to buy some things. Princess Azula said as she pushed open the study door. Huh. Strange. Where did that guy Ren go? There was no one in the study, only a Fire Nation messenger hawk dozing on its perch. This wasn't the first time Princess Azula had come to Ren's house, and she was no stranger to this messenger hawk. The messenger hawk at Ren's place was very old. Previously, Princess Azula had always suggested that Ren replace this useless old thing and let her find him a better messenger hawk. However, Ren had never agreed and had always guarded against it, preventing her from roasting his precious messenger hawk into a grilled bird. Princess Azula curled her lip, feeling deeply misunderstood. She wasn't a lunatic. Why would she burn his messenger hawk for no reason? She gently poked the messenger hawk with her finger. The dozing bird impatiently swatted her finger away, hopped a few steps to the side, and continued to doze. Princess Azula raised an eyebrow. It dared to ignore her. It seemed she really should burn all the feathers off this impolite messenger hawk. Just then, Princess Azula saw the letter tube tied to the messenger hawk's leg. Strange, besides her, did that guy Ren know anyone else? Anyone who needed a messenger hawk to send messages. She untied the tube and poured out the letter inside. Ren, I know your nervous feelings and worries. I am also very surprised by the drastic changes that have occurred in the Imperial City. But please rest assured, General Iroh is not a warlike person. Neither Prince Zuko nor your friend Princess Azula will be in any danger. Just practice with peace of mind. Later, you can continue to follow General Iroh to learn and refine your martial arts. Signed, your teacher. What is this? Such unnecessary worry. With the Emperor's strength, how could he lose to that weakling Iroh? Although Princess Azula said this, she was actually a little happy. She hadn't expected that without her knowing, this guy Ren was actually so worried about her. As for Prince Zuko mentioned in the letter, Princess Azula ignored him directly. Touching the soft feathers of the old messenger hawk, Princess Azula said with satisfaction, "It seems you old thing are still of some use. I pardon you for your transgression. Keep your feathers, no need to thank me." As she spoke, the corners of Princess Azula's mouth turned up slightly, and she tucked the letter away. Iroh was actually in contact with a deserter from the Fire Nation army. That was quite interesting. And Prince Zuko had a very good relationship with Iroh. If Prince Zuko ever wanted to compete with her for the throne in the future, this letter could make him completely lose their father's trust. After seeing the contents of the letter, Princess Azula had already begun planning how to use it against Prince Zuko. Ren, are you home? A clear voice came from downstairs. Princess Azula followed the open window and looked outside, seeing Ty Lee looking at the open gate and curiously walking into the courtyard. After seeing Princess Azula on the second floor, Ty Lee waved happily and said, "Princess Azula, why are you here? Is Ren home?" Princess Azula vaulted out of the second floor window and jumped down to the ground floor, shrugging. "He's not. What are you here for?" Ty Lee really wanted to say that this didn't seem to be her house either. But constrained by Princess Azula's nasty personality, she naturally didn't dare say this and had to honestly explain, "Today is a rest day, and I wanted to find Ren to go out and play." Princess Azula narrowed her eyes slightly. Then why didn't you come looking for me? Ty Lee subconsciously took half a step back before waving her hand and smiling awkwardly. Well, I heard you were very busy lately, so I was embarrassed to bother you. After hearing Tai Lee's explanation, Princess Azula put on a smile. Then you've come at the right time. Let's go see if Mai is home and invite her to join us. Mai isn't home. I heard she went to the orphanage to help as a volunteer. She probably doesn't have time right now, Tai Lee said, her eyes drifting away, feeling a bit guilty. No matter. Which orphanage is she at? Let's go see her together. As good friends, how can we leave her behind? Princess Azula didn't give Tai Lee a chance to refuse and immediately issued an order. Tai Lee was helpless, she had to close the door and then take Princess Azula toward the orphanage. At this moment, at the orphanage, Ren and Mai were sitting in the shade of a tree, surrounded by a circle of children. Compared to Miss Mai's upright posture, Ren was clearly much more relaxed. After all, his philosophy had always been to maintain a balance of work and rest. Although the children in this world were quite precocious, they were still just children. If their nerves were stretched too tight, problems would arise sooner or later. Moreover, the children were very obedient and much more likable than the brats and troublemakers from his past life. Therefore, after finishing the lesson, Ren gathered the children and invited Miss Mai to be his assistant. Looking at the children's confused gazes, Ren clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Does everyone remember the relationship between drama and characters that I talked about last week? We remember. A little girl sitting on the grass raised her hand and asked, but Big Brother Ren, what does this have to do with what we are doing now? Ren immediately smiled and explained, good question. Today, I want everyone to create characters based on the knowledge you've learned in the past. Then, Teacher Mai and I will draw the characters you've created and role-play them. Hearing Ren's words, the atmosphere immediately became lively. Miss Mai, sitting upright, glanced at Ren but didn't speak, clearly tacitly approving of his mischievous behavior. Let me see what characters everyone wrote down. According to Ryan's expectations, given the children's simple minds, they shouldn't be strange characters, right? May, hurry up and draw one too. Ryan shuffled the small slips of paper he collected and pushed them toward Miss May like he was presenting a treasure. There's really no helping you. May sighed, randomly picked a slip from Ryan's palm, and then, under the expectant gazes of the children, opened it. A simple-minded big brother who draws very well and is very good-looking. Ryan also picked one out and opened it. A country bumpkin girl. Ryan scratched his head and said, I actually drew a girl. May, let's swap. No. Miss May, wearing her hair in buns, directly rejected this request to swap. Why? Ryan was full of question marks. Miss May frowned, her tone indifferent, the temperament doesn't match. But, you don't fit the good-looking, simple-minded big brother role either, do you? Ryan retorted. Miss May tilted her head. Which part are you referring to? Do you think I don't look good, or that my personality isn't simple? Ryan was speechless. That's not the point, okay. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to act, I'm leaving. Miss May said, her attitude unusually firm. It was hard to tell if she wanted to see him make a fool of himself or if she was truly impatient. Ryan felt the former was more likely because he seemed to see May secretly smiling. So, how does this fit a simple-minded personality? She's clearly very cunning. Facing the children's expectant gazes, Ryan had no choice but to accept it. Ryan thought for a moment and said, well, two characters with no intersection. How about this? I'll add some settings. May, you are a painter who went to the countryside to sketch. By accident, you fell into a valley, then encountered heavy rain, and the entrance to the valley was blocked by a mudslide. I am the country girl who heard your call for help and came to rescue you. How about that? May crossed her arms, having no objections. Then let's start immediately. After Ryan finished speaking, the two stared at each other in silence. Ryan whispered a prompt, say your lines. May was certainly very smart, she naturally understood what this roleplay game Ryan mentioned was about. Moreover, as a young lady, May had also seen quite a few theatrical performances. But thinking about performing in front of so many people, she still felt a bit shy. After fidgeting for a while, May whispered, "Help, help me." Not hearing it clearly, Ryan leaned forward to listen. Pushing away Ryan's face that had leaned in, Miss May took a deep breath, cast aside her embarrassment, and entered the role. "Help, I'm trapped in the valley. Someone, please save me." Her voice was unusually delicate and carried a sense of terror. Moreover, May lowered her voice, really giving off the feeling of a melancholic boy, which fit the painter's temperament very well. "Ah, I have heard your cry for help. Oh, traveler from afar, please do not panic. I will save you from this perilous situation immediately," Ryan said, putting on airs like a hero making an entrance. It's just that his deliberately suppressed, slightly shrill voice easily made people think of eunuchs in ancient times who had been castrated and entered the palace to serve royalty and nobility. Even May, who had some expectations, didn't expect it to be so funny. She gently covered her mouth, and although the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, she held it in and didn't laugh out loud. When it comes to expression management, it still has to be Miss May. But the children around had no such reservations and were directly amused by Ryan's exaggerated performance. Ryan, however, didn't feel stage fright at all. After all, he had always upheld the belief that as long as he wasn't embarrassed, it would be others who were embarrassed. This is the art of socialization. Therefore, Ryan deliberately hummed through his nose and, pinching his voice, said, "If you laugh again, I won't save you today." Okay, cute girl, please extend a helping hand and rescue this stranded person." Saying this, May turned her face away, worried that if she saw Ryan's feigned Sunere expression again, she would really be unable to stop herself from laughing out loud. Ryan made the motion of throwing a rope, pulled hard, and after some pantomime, he leaned in front of May, made eye contact with her, and said the narration, "Traveler from afar, you are truly sinful. With just one glance, you have stolen the heart of an ignorant young girl, causing her to sink deep into the quagmire of lovesickness." Then, Ryan feigned shyness and gathered his courage. "Traveler from afar, I want to know your name. May I?" Although it was hard to hold back, Miss May, still very responsible, managed to keep it together. Her tone trembled slightly, carrying a smile as she said, "May, that is my name. Cute girl, may I know your name?" Ryan shyly turned his face away and recited like poetry, "Knowing that our statuses are vastly different, and that love is like a withered seed between cliffs, difficult to take root and sprout, yet the girl still moves forward unflinchingly, wanting to exchange names with the boy. Ryan, my name is Ryan." Just as Ryan was about to continue performing, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if he were being targeted by a predator. He stiffened and turned his head. Then he saw Princess Azula. Leaning against the door frame, arms crossed, Princess Azula was watching the interaction between Ryan and May with a scrutinizing gaze. Why hadn't she noticed before that this guy had such talent for acting? Tai Li asked in a low voice, "Princess Azula, didn't you say you were hungry? What are we eating later?" Princess Azula's aura was gloomy, her expression uncertain. "I don't know why, but I'm not hungry anymore." In the afternoon, in Iroh's courtyard, Prince Zuko finally met his uncle whom he hadn't seen in a long time. From childhood, his uncle was one of the few people besides his mother who showed him care. Therefore, after his mother's disappearance, seeing his uncle again, Prince Zuko felt very emotional. Iroh walked beside Prince Zuko, gently patted his back, and said warmly, "Regarding your mother's disappearance, I am very sorry. I couldn't help you with anything." Prince Zuko said firmly, "Uncle, you don't need to worry about me. I have decided not to rely on anyone anymore. Although my mother's departure made me sad, I have already moved on from that sorrow. I now need to pursue more powerful firebending techniques. This is the only way for me to become the Fire Lord. I need you to teach me." Iroh was a wise elder and could see the grief and indignation hidden in Prince Zuko's eyes. He shook his head and taught earnestly, "Prince Zuko, as a firebender, you must always maintain reverence for fire. Your inner fire is wavering now. You need to understand yourself first before you can understand more profound firebending." Prince Zuko gritted his teeth, thinking of the humiliation and endurance he had suffered during this period, as well as his gradually recovering firebending. He said in a deep voice, "Uncle, I already know myself well enough. I learned the secret to strength from my friend, Ryan. That is to forget everything in the past. Only in this way can one step into strength. Iroh. Meanwhile, inside the orphanage. Oh, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. I was actually hesitating on whether I should visit you at the royal palace, Ren said first with a smile. Ren, I didn't expect to see you helping out here either, Ty Lee replied in a low voice. Hey. Beside her stood the princess, arms crossed, with a cold, superficial smile. After letting the children play freely, Ren looked at Ty Lee first and asked curiously. Ty Lee, how did you and Princess Azula end up coming together? Did you run into each other on the way? Ty Lee thought about it. She had run into Princess Azula at Ren's house, so saying they met along the way wasn't entirely wrong. She immediately nodded and said, yes, we ran into each other at your house. Having said that, Ty Lee quietly took 2 steps to the side, distancing herself from the princess, whose mood seemed rather foul. For even Ty Lee could sense the dangerous aura radiating from Princess Azula right now. Your Highness, you look as heroic and magnificent as ever today, Ren greeted Princess Azula warmly as he stepped forward. However, he did not receive an immediate response. Of course, the two of them had known each other for a long time. Ren believed he understood Princess Azula reasonably well, at least in terms of his impressions of her. Princess Azula was somewhat tomboyish, well-bred, and had a unique personality, but her emotions were always unstable, fluctuating wildly like a roller coaster. Sometimes she was as warm as a spring breeze, and other times as cold as the dead of winter. Like Schrodinger's cat, until you actually saw her, you could never tell what state she was in. Ren observed her closely. Yes, her arms were crossed in a defensive posture, her gaze was hostile, and her lips were slightly downturned. She looked exactly like someone trying to travel home for the spring festival who had queued from midnight until noon, only to be told that the tickets were sold out, extremely angry and eager to lash out at someone. Finally, Princess Azula spoke, saying with a cold sneer. I am naturally very busy. Unlike you, who is so leisurely, fooling around with some role-playing game. Do you really want to make performing in the Ember Island Players your life's goal? Her words were prickly and quite rude. Of course, Princess Azula rarely spoke politely to anyone. Having long grown accustomed to this, Ren simply smiled calmly, completely unfazed. Then you must be done with your busy work, right? Since we have some rare free time today, why don't we go play colorball together? It's at that arcade on the next street. I heard the prizes are very generous. You never seem to have anything serious to do you? Princess Azula glanced at Ren and said flatly. But didn't we used to go to that shop together all the time? Ren scratched his head, slightly speechless. I won't be going anymore. It's a waste of time and effort. From now on, I'm going to focus my energy on my cultivation, Princess Azula said in a lazy tone. Ah, you're not going. Then what about the challenge you promised last time, to light 99 candles in one breath using firebending? The owner promised that if we passed all the challenges, he'd reward us with a rare red-tailed tuna. Ren said in astonishment. Get Mai to go with you, Princess Azula said nonchalantly, blowing at the 2 strands of hair hanging over her forehead. But Mai isn't a firebender. Besides, if you don't go yourself, the owner won't recognize it. We fought side by side and cleared the first 3 challenges. Now we're only one away from the last one. If you throw in the towel now, won't all our previous efforts go to waste? Oh, Princess Azula shrugged indifferently. Breaking promises at such a young age. When you grow up, lying will be as natural to you as eating and drinking. Her Majesty the Empress entrusted me to take good care of you. I must correct this misguided mindset of yours and guide you back to the right path. Ren said solemnly, rolling up his sleeves. Princess Azula let out a cold snort. She strode right up to Ren, her expression menacing as she asked. Are you looking for a fight with me? I just wanted to massage your shoulders for you, Ren said, immediately losing all his bravado as he gently kneaded Princess Azula's shoulders with a sheepish grin. Princess Azula glanced sideways at Ren and said. Didn't you just complain about me breaking my promise and say you wanted to correct me on my mother's behalf? I was just joking. Besides, you're so cute, how could I ever bear to hurt you? Princess Azula kept her arms crossed, looking as though she wanted to see what other nonsense he could spin. Seeing this, Ren had no choice but to change the subject, saying, "Alright, how about we each take a step back? I won't correct you today, and you won't give up on the challenge. How about we go play color ball together?" At noon, in the Fire Nation's High Military Council, Fire Lord Ozai sat upon the throne. Before him burned the same eternal wall of fire, and like his father, he was cold and aloof. He listened to the generals below arranging strategies, dispatching Iroh's former trusted subordinates to the most dangerous battlefields. Fire Lord Ozai kept his eyes fixed on Iroh's reaction. If Iroh showed even the slightest hint of dissatisfaction, Fire Lord Ozai would have an excuse to banish him from the center of power. Although Iroh had been very well behaved and made no moves during this period. But Fire Lord Ozai was secretly very afraid of his elder brother. Of course, he did not fear Iroh's martial prowess. In terms of strength, Fire Lord Ozai was confident that he was not inferior to Iroh. What he feared was Iroh's status. For Fire Lord Ozai's position as Fire Lord had been obtained through conspiracy. Although the Fire Sages recognized his ascension, there were still many who secretly refused to accept it. This was not hard to understand. Because Iroh had previously been the crown prince, and the vast majority of people had long assumed that after Fire Lord Azulon's passing, Iroh would inherit the throne and become the next Fire Lord. The faction of the crown prince had always held the vast majority of the say in the Fire Nation court. But a new emperor brings new courtiers. Suddenly, Fire Lord Ozai had inherited the throne. No one had seen Fire Lord Azulon one last time, they only knew that the former Fire Lord had left a decree. Citing Iroh's failure at the siege of Ba Sing Se, which had put the Fire Nation's military campaign on the defensive, the decree stripped Iroh of his titles of Grand General and Crown Prince, passing the throne to the second prince, Fire Lord Ozai. This one-sided explanation was indeed hard to believe. Coupled with the fact that Iroh was still on his way back at the time, the sheer amount of conspiracy and intrigue involved was highly suspect. Therefore, as long as Iroh was still around, Fire Lord Ozai could hardly rest easy. Yet, to imprison Iroh, banish him from the Fire Nation, or even execute him, Fire Lord Ozai had not been able to find a suitable excuse. After all, upon returning to the royal caldera, Iroh had submissively handed over his military power and expressed no opinions regarding his subordinates being purged from the center of power. Furthermore, he did not form cliques for private gain. Ever since Iroh's return, he had lost his former sharp edge. Every day, he simply loitered in tea shops or played pie show with others, looking entirely devoid of fighting spirit. This was also the main reason why Fire Lord Ozai hypocritically invited Iroh to serve as a military advisor. After all, he had to put on a show for others. It was to demonstrate his generosity as the new Fire Lord, reduce the resentment of the high-ranking military officers, and facilitate his smooth takeover of military power. Moreover, seeing Iroh like this, many of his former followers were deeply disappointed and chose to pledge their allegiance to Fire Lord Ozai instead. Your Majesty, because of the failure of the siege of Ba Sing Se, I propose withdrawing the troops from the peripheral colonies to reinforce our defensive lines. A man with a thick, needle-like beard and a resolute face, kneeling behind Iroh, proposed. Fire Lord Ozai glanced at the man and said indifferently, General Zhao, shrinking our defensive lines will only embolden the enemy's ambitions. They are constantly thinking of rebellion. Why would you propose such a foolish strategy? Your Majesty, my meaning is not a simple withdrawal. Rather, it is to relocate the population, food, and other strategic resources of the frontline colonies to the colonies further back, and finally, burn the colonies to the ground. By then, our enemies will only be reclaiming a wasteland. We only need to concentrate our strength into a fist. When the enemy thinks they have won and are reveling in their success, we will strike out suddenly, breaking their spine. Delivering a fatal blow. General Zhao explained with a cold sneer. Fire Lord Ozai nodded in satisfaction, believing that this Zhao was indeed a talent, and the proposed strategy aligned perfectly with his own wishes. He immediately followed up, a very interesting strategy. Then, General Zhao, do you have a suitable candidate to recommend for this mission? Zhao glanced at Iroh, who was kneeling in front of him, and sneered, "Your Majesty, I propose letting General Iroh's former subordinates carry out this mission." Zhao's proposal plunged the entire military council into silence. Everyone's gaze shifted between Fire Lord Ozai and the current military advisor, Iroh. Why? Hearing Fire Lord Ozai's question, General Zhao immediately stood up, saluted, and explained, because these colonies were previously reclaimed by General Iroh. Your Majesty, you also know that General Iroh's style has always been relatively benevolent. He is very lenient toward the colonies, even forbidding our troops from directly obtaining supplies locally. Of course, what Zhao said was essentially sarcastic, mocking Iroh's weakness. Therefore, General Iroh's former subordinates have high prestige in these colonies. If they carry out this mission, the resistance encountered will be minimized. General Zhao finished his report and knelt back down. General Iroh, what is your view on this? Fire Lord Ozai deliberately emphasized the word, general, as if reminding Iroh of his current status. Iroh could only remain silent, saying nothing. Seeing this, Fire Lord Ozai nodded in satisfaction and said, then we shall follow General Zhao's proposal and shrink our strategic defensive lines. Let those ignorant fools be proud for a while. Does anyone else have any proposals? Your Majesty, although shrinking our strategic defensive lines can resolve the immediate threat before us, I feel there is another distant threat that needs to be taken into consideration, Zhao continued. Zhao's previous proposal had been very well received by Fire Lord Ozai, so he nodded and said, General Zhao, please speak. Zhao immediately said, that is, the Avatar. As soon as Zhao finished speaking, the entire conference hall immediately became rowdy. The Avatar has been missing for nearly a century, and to this day, their fate remains unknown. I think they are likely dead. The Avatar is an age-old topic. People were talking about it back when Fire Lord Sozin wiped out all the airbenders, and they are still talking about it now. The resources and energy we spend on searching for the Avatar are meaningless. Even if the Avatar appears, so what? Can they turn the tide of the current world situation single-handedly? Just a relic from a century ago, nothing worth fearing. Fire Lord Ozai did not care about this, as the Avatar was indeed an age-old topic. He felt that with Zhao's intelligence, he would not fail to see this point, but why would he propose such a nonsensical statement at this time? There must be an ulterior motive. Silence. Fire Lord Ozai said slowly, and the conference hall immediately fell quiet. As he spent more time on the throne, Fire Lord Ozai's authority grew increasingly powerful. Anyone who opposed him would face ruthless purging. By now, no one dared to openly contradict Fire Lord Ozai. General Zhao, please continue. Yes. Zhao immediately spoke eloquently. I know you are all confused as to why I mentioned the Avatar. This is actually because I saw General Iroh and thought of the legendary stories about him having traveled to the mysterious spirit world. I think, if there is anyone in the world who can find the Avatar, it must be General Iroh. The dagger was revealed. Everything Zhao said before about worrying about the Avatar's threat was complete nonsense, the key was in his last sentence. Sending Iroh to search for the Avatar, someone who most likely no longer existed, what was the difference between that and directly exiling this former crown prince? General Zhao's words had struck a chord with Fire Lord Ozai. The thing he wanted to do most was to banish Iroh immediately, and now he had finally found an excuse. However, before Fire Lord Ozai could speak, an old general sitting beside Iroh, with white hair and beard and a conspicuous scar on his face, stood up. Your Majesty, I oppose General Zhao's proposal. The Avatar does not exist at all. Furthermore, such a cruel act as burning the colonies will only cause other factions that are currently on the sidelines to resist our troops to the death. Upon seeing the person who stood up, Zhao's face turned ugly, and he had to kneel back down, not even daring to utter a word of rebuttal. There was no help for it, because the person who stood up was Zhao's master and also his superior. The Fire Nation has always been strictly hierarchical, especially in the military, where strict military discipline dictates that subordinates must never contradict their superiors. Fire Lord Ozai glanced at the Admiral, Piandao, who had stood up, feeling somewhat annoyed, but he could not lash out directly. After all, his throne was not yet fully secure, and his control over the military was not yet sufficient. Now was not the time to fall out with these old fogies. Fire Lord Ozai waved his hand and said, Admiral Piandao's words also make sense, but General Zhao's proposal is not without merit. Let's do this. The matter regarding the Avatar will be shelved for now. The strategy remains unchanged. First, relocate the population of the peripheral colonies to the interior. As for burning the colonies, forget it. Let today's military council end here. Yes. Everyone stood up, saluted Fire Lord Ozai, and withdrew. Fire Lord Ozai's gaze lingered on the opposition, such as Piandao and Iroh, his eyes darkened inscrutable. Separated by the blazing wall of fire, no one knew what he was thinking. Iroh folded his hands into his sleeves and walked out of the hall with a calm expression. Uncle, what happened at the military council? Prince Zuko asked curiously. During this time, Prince Zuko had gradually figured out the reason why his firebending had weakened. His emotions were not intense enough. In short, after his firebending gradually recovered, Prince Zuko had been pestering Iroh, wanting his close uncle to teach him more advanced firebending techniques. Of course, Iroh had also been refusing to teach him more advanced techniques, citing that the time was not yet right. Prince Zuko was also very helpless. Since his uncle would not teach him in terms of firebending, he would ask about military matters indirectly. If he wanted to inherit the throne in the future, this was also an essential part of his studies. How could father allow such a proposal? After hearing Iroh recount the contents of the War Council, Prince Zuko was clearly incredulous. Prince Zuko gritted his teeth and said, I must persuade father to rescind his order. How is forcing people to leave their homes any different from exile? However, just as Prince Zuko was about to go inside, Iroh stopped him. Iroh shook his head and said, My nephew, many things are not as simple as you think. Before making any decision, you should first think clearly about the worst possible outcome. But, uncle, Prince Zuko clearly wanted to say something more, but after seeing Iroh shake his head, he ultimately chose to remain silent and turn away. Although he didn't really want to bother his friend, Prince Zuko felt that he truly needed to find someone to vent his frustrations to. I don't understand. Prince Zuko sat there, looking somewhat dejected, his eyes slightly unfocused. He was not in a good mood. Well, it felt like Prince Zuko rarely had a good mood anyway. There's nothing strange about it. Leaving supplies for the enemy and then waiting for them to come back for revenge, that's what you call stupid. Princess Azula didn't care at all. She reached out and picked up a piece of meat that was grilled to perfection, with the perfect balance of fat and lean, dipped it in sauce, and ate it in one bite. She then slapped the table in dissatisfaction and said, Can you grill it any faster? Ren had black lines all over his forehead and said speechlessly, You really must be the reincarnation of my ancestors. Stop just eating and lend a hand, would you? In the courtyard, Ren had set up a grill, and the three of them sat in a circle, eating the sliced grilled meat. Of course, to be precise, it was Ren flipping the meat in the pan, only for Princess Azula to eat it without any hesitation. As for Prince Zuko, because of what happened at the War Council, he was still in a low mood and had no appetite. I was responsible for starting the fire, now it's your turn to work. Hurry up and grill. Zuzu, crack an egg for me. Princess Azula commanded. Prince Zuko was in no mood to bicker with Princess Azula right now. He nodded numbly, picked up a raw egg, and tapped it against the edge of the table. However, before he could crack the egg into the pan, he accidentally used too much force. The egg shattered instantly, and the egg liquid splattered perfectly all over him. What a waste. Seeing this, Ren shook his head helplessly, grabbed a towel, and handed it to Prince Zuko. Prince Zuko didn't say anything, just took the towel and silently wiped the places where the egg liquid had splattered on him. Zuzu, you can't even do something as simple as cracking an egg, which is no harder than eating or drinking water. I really don't know what value you have left. Princess Azula crossed her arms and said with great disdain. To be so distressed over a bunch of unrelated people, and even question father's decision, Princess Azula completely couldn't understand it. Ren comforted him. Don't listen to Princess Azula's nonsense, Prince Zuko. You are indeed very kind, and that is not a bad thing. It's just that the current world situation cannot be simply defined by right or wrong. As the saying goes, do not seek to govern if you are not in that position. Focus on the present first, then think about the future. But why does father have to do this? Wouldn't it be enough to just take the supplies? Why force those poor people to leave their homes? I really don't understand. Prince Zuko's eyes held an indescribable pity. The poor people you speak of, once they pick up weapons, will become blades aimed at our Fire Nation soldiers. Nipping a crisis in the bud is what a competent commander should do. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to one's own people. Princess Azula continued to use her chopsticks, taking the meat Ren had grilled, and gave a rare, patient explanation to Prince Zuko. Ren poured the drinks chilled with ice into the cups in front of the three of them, took a sip of the ice water, and then said in a slow, heavy tone. After all, the failure of the siege of Ba Sing Se had too great an impact. The resistance armies in various regions that had been lying dormant have now chosen to rise up, and their morale is high. And the Fire Nation army is currently in a state where the new Fire Lord has just ascended to the throne, internal generals are being constantly replaced, and often the soldiers and generals don't even know each other. Coupled with another major defeat, morale is low, and with these forces shifting against us. Forgive my bluntness, but avoiding their sharpness and exercising temporary restraint is the correct approach. Is there no other better way? Prince Zuko asked hesitantly. Although he didn't want to discourage Prince Zuko, Ren still chose to tell the truth. To be honest, just doing this much is already a huge concession for the Fire Lord. He didn't burn the colonies to the ground. After thinking for a moment, Ren continued. If you really want to do something, I suggest you participate in the subsequent resettlement of the colonial population, help them better adapt to the new environment, ensure compensation work is done properly, and alleviate conflicts with the local residents. Listening to Ren's words, Prince Zuko's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he clenched his fist and slapped his palm, saying, That's right. How did I not think of that? Ren, you are a genius. Princess Azula snorted coldly and said, How could things possibly be that simple? Zuzu, you really are naive. Let me ask you, where will the money to resettle these people come from? When conflicts arise, which side will you help? No matter which side you choose to help, there will always be one side dissatisfied. Their dissatisfaction will eventually be transferred to us, because it was us who moved them to the rear colonies. Similarly, once these people arrive at the rear colonies, they still need to eat and find work. In their desperation, they will disrupt the original balanced economic state of the local area. More cheap labor will flood into the market, leading to the previous workers being expelled or replaced. Goods will be produced faster with cheaper labor costs, but people won't be able to afford any goods because they have no jobs and no stable source of income. If goods can't be sold, production will naturally be reduced, and more people will be laid off. People who have lost a stable economic income will stop consuming, and this will be a vicious cycle. After speaking, Princess Azula glanced at Prince Zuko, who was in a daze, and continued eloquently. So, from the very beginning, just keep these people restricted. As long as they don't starve to death, that's enough. Then, plant spies within them, spread rumors that the resistance army has abandoned them, and give some preferential treatment to those who are close to us. In this way, they will project their hatred for being relocated onto the resistance army. After some time, when we recapture the lost territory, not only will they not hate us, but they will actually be grateful for it. Princess Azula, isn't that going too far? Uncle Iroh said that constantly stirring up hatred will only lead to self-destruction in the end. We should try our best to resolve hatred. Prince Zuko clearly did not approve of Princess Azula's schemes. I'm trying to help you make a good impression in front of the Fire Lord, forget it if you don't appreciate it. Princess Azula shrugged, not caring at all. By the way, Ren, if it were you, what would you do? Princess Azula suddenly became interested and asked. Me. Ren pointed to himself, waved his hand, and said. I'm just an ordinary person, I don't have those kinds of thoughts. In any case, as long as we can win, that's fine. Absolutely not. As someone I have my eye on, not understanding the most basic strategic military and political affairs, how will that do? Princess Azula crossed her arms, thought for a moment, and said. Tomorrow, you are coming with me to the military academy to attend lectures and study military theory systematically. When the time comes, I will appoint you as a general. Ryan retorted, aren't I the captain of the guard? What does that have to do with anything? You can concurrently serve as my imperial envoy. When the time comes, if any frontline generals disobey, I'll have them all thrown into the dungeon. Princess Azula waved her fist and said viciously. If you take such a blanket approach, who would still be willing to serve you? Ryan said, feeling quite helpless. Princess Azula didn't care, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly as she said, that's the mindset of the weak. As long as we are strong enough, they will all submit willingly. But I'm just an ordinary person, not even a bender. Ryan smiled wryly, let's take things as they come. Regardless, we are friends, and that's enough. As he spoke, Ryan was the first to raise his cup. By the way, Ryan, do you remember Sozin's comet? Prince Zuko stroked the edge of his cup, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Ryan nodded and said, it is said that a century ago, when the comet streaked across the sky, the Fire Nation wiped out the air nomads, and the avatar recognized by the academic world died during that period. To commemorate this great emperor, Fire Lord Azulon named the comet that marked the beginning of the 100-year war Sozin's comet, to honor the greatness of Fire Lord Sozin. Prince Zuko said slowly. Not only that, when Sozin's comet streaks across the sky, firebenders will receive a nearly hundredfold boost to their firebending during that brief period. In order to study the secret behind the comet's boost to firebenders, my great-grandfather secretly found a fragment of the comet to research. Really? Ryan was not a firebender, nor was he of royal descent, so he was somewhat skeptical of what Prince Zuko said. It's true. Princess Azula took over the conversation, shrugging as she said, it's just that it's useless. A comet not in the sky is no different from an ordinary lump of iron. Here's what I'm thinking. Ryan, didn't you rush back early and haven't had a chance to forge your own sword yet? Prince Zuko thought for a moment and said, I plan to ask my father for permission to give this comet fragment to you so you can forge a sword of your own. At this point, Prince Zuko said a bit embarrassedly, this can be considered my return gift. Princess Azula's suspicious gaze darted back and forth between the two, and she felt like something wasn't quite right. What will you do if father doesn't agree? Princess Azula rolled up her sleeves and began to try grilling meat herself. He probably won't mind, after all, the comet fragment is useless anyway. Prince Zuko scratched his head. Princess Azula shook her finger and said, the value of an object is endowed by people. As long as there is a need, it has value. Then what's your brilliant idea? Prince Zuko said, feeling a bit speechless. Just take it. It's not anything important anyway, father won't care. That's a bit excessive, isn't it? Aren't you and Ryan close friends? If you don't even dare to take this small risk, it seems it was all just talk. Princess Azula looked mournful, as if she were truly disappointed in him. Ryan tapped the edge of the table lightly, his head covered in black lines as he said, Princess Azula, don't go inciting Prince Zuko to do bad things. After speaking, Ryan stroked his chin and said, however, Prince Zuko, your words have given me some inspiration. I remember an ancient text recording that during the era of Avatar Karuk, at the boundary between the Earth Kingdom and the North Pole, there was a city named Han. Because they predicted an impending tsunami crisis, Avatar Karuk used his earthbending to extract the strongest ore in the world and built an indestructible dam. Although this dam was later destroyed by the tsunami, it also greatly weakened that vast and majestic tsunami. The city of Han was able to survive because of this. Although a long time has passed and the city of Han has disappeared into the long river of history, those ores might still remain. That's history from 1,000 years ago, isn't it? Why are you like those old professors, so interested in this ancient history? Especially the parts about the Avatar. Princess Azula pondered, if it were just a simple love of history, you wouldn't be completely indifferent to historical events that happened in modern times. Could it be that you are also wanting to hunt down the Avatar? Princess Azula revealed a knowing look as if she had seen through everything. Me, hunt the Avatar? Really? Ryan pointed at himself, looking completely bewildered. Then why are you so interested in history related to the Avatar? Princess Azula's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a great sense of oppression. Ryan just wanted to explain. I heard that girls at school prefer handsome boys with cultural refinement, so Ryan's interest in ancient history is very likely to please the girls. Prince Zuko crossed his arms and began to actively help his friend explain. Oh, Ryan, do you have anything to say? Princess Azula's eyes narrowed completely, the corners of her mouth curling into a dangerous arc, and she asked indifferently. At noon, in the Fire Nation capital, inside the entertainment hall, Ryan and Princess Azula stood in front of a row of candles arranged in a circle. This was the firebender challenge Ryan had mentioned earlier, which required using a single flame to light all the candles. The difficulty coefficient was extremely high. First, one had to control the size of the flame, which required extremely high proficiency. Secondly, the candles were arranged in a circle. Moreover, the flames emitted by a firebender actually extinguish very quickly and are extremely difficult to control. Therefore, one needed to have the emitted flame sweep rapidly past the candles while simultaneously pulling and controlling its direction, ensuring that within the few seconds before the flame extinguished, it would light all the candles arranged in a circle that was 6 or 7 meters long. The difficulty coefficient was extremely high. As for the origin of the entertainment hall, it actually had some connection to Ryan. As the Fire Nation conquered in all directions, as the beneficiary of the war, the capital was naturally the most prosperous. With problems concerning survival like food and warmth being solved, people naturally began to have spiritual pursuits. This is also an important reason why Master Piandao, despite being a deserter from the Fire Nation army, was still sought after by the nobles. Although during the era of Fire Lord Sozin, the Fire Nation had already completed centralization and the local private army system had been completely abolished, with the expansion of colonies, the operation of the entire Fire Nation, many vacant official positions needed to be filled by people from the noble and meritorious groups, which indirectly expanded the influence of the nobles. Even the most powerful military of the Fire Nation often had to compromise with the noble groups. In short, where there is demand, there is a market. In Ryan's view, old-fashioned entertainment venues like underground casinos were all outdated relics. In this brand new era, whose money is the easiest to earn, and legally at that? That would, of course, be women and children. That's right, the entertainment complex not only contained various entertainment facilities that were most popular at the time, but also the most popular clothing in the world. Women, children, the owner of the entertainment complex declared that he wanted to earn all of their money. As for why the other party had such ideas that were ahead of their time, that would be a question for a certain transmigrator. Although lighting 99 candles simultaneously is extremely difficult, it is all relative. Sometimes, Ren felt that if the firebenders of this world were to be ranked, there would only be two types, Princess Azula, and everyone else. Who? Princess Azula's gaze pierced through the candles as she took a deep breath, then suddenly stepped forward, fierce flames erupting from her fingertips. The flames turned into arrows, swiftly sweeping past the candles 3 meters ahead. Then, Princess Azula turned her fingers into a palm and gently pulled back. The flames were guided into a swirl, and following her movements, the remaining fire ignited all the candles on the other side of the ring. Confident and composed, here, what seemed like an extremely difficult challenge for others was as simple as lifting a finger for Princess Azula. Ren eagerly handed her a glass of water. Today, Princess Azula was not wearing the luxurious attire of royal outings, nor was she wearing her usual training clothes. For a rare change, Princess Azula wore a black long-sleeved gauze dress, with a red belt around her waist that perfectly accentuated her figure. Her long hair was simply tied into a single ponytail, and she wore a bright red gemstone and gold forehead ornament, looking full of vitality. Her lips, coated in high-end lip glaze, resembled soft, elastic jelly. As she pursed them slightly, the lip lines became alluring. Just in terms of her appearance, she was truly at the level of a noble lady, but when using firebending, her brows radiated heroism, and her calm, confident smile was like an iced drink on a summer day, making it impossible for people to look away. Taking the water, Princess Azula saw that Ren was still staring at her. A flush crept onto her face, and she gave his ankle a moderate kick, saying, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Ren snapped out of it, pointed at the shop owner behind Princess Azula, and said, "I'm looking at the red-tailed tuna. Are you going to fight me over that too? Do you want to die?" Princess Azula's face turned even redder this time, but it wasn't out of shyness. You look beautiful today. Ren had been stepped on hard, so he behaved himself and said sincerely. Oh. The young girl responded coldly, crossing her arms, too lazy to even look at him. Yo, are you blushing? Ren continued to tease. This is foundation from my makeup. Ren stroked his chin and analyzed. That's an amazing foundation, it can even change color based on face temperature. Where did you buy it? I have to recommend that the shop owner next door stocks more of it in his rouge shop. You are so annoying. Ren was stepped on again, and again, though this time the force was clearly much lighter. While the two were bickering about nothing, the shop owner behind them had already pushed the red-tailed tuna onto the stage. Congratulations to the two of you for working together to complete the impossible firebender challenge. And the prize is the red-tailed tuna I have been treasuring. Of course, the two of you can also choose to exchange the tuna for its corresponding monetary value, the decision is yours. The shop owner was a chubby young merchant wearing small round glasses, looking at Ren and Princess Azula with expectant eyes, clearly hoping they would exchange the tuna for money. Ren hurriedly protected the tuna and said, exchanging it is out of the question. The cookware at my house has been waiting for this red-tailed tuna until it's almost worn out from anticipation. Disappointment appeared in the owner's eyes, but he forced himself to stay upbeat and said, all right, since the two of you do not wish to exchange it, then your prize shall be this precious red-tailed tuna. Here, I would also like to ask you both, when facing the impossible firebender challenge, did you ever think about giving up? You must know that for the 3 firebender challenges, completing just the first one earns a reward. But failing even once means all previous efforts are wasted, especially the final task of lighting 99 candles in one breath, which is an even more impossible challenge. Why did you insist on continuing? Having obtained the red-tailed tuna he had been longing for, Ren naturally knew he had to cooperate with the owner's marketing efforts. He immediately launched into a story about his mental journey, the difficult choices, and how he ultimately chose to trust his companion's strength, never expecting that a miracle would actually happen. Of course, in reality, none of this existed. Ren didn't believe in miracles at all. If it had been Prince Zuko as his teammate, Ren would have quit while he was ahead long ago. But Princess Azula was different, she was purely a stat monster. Others relied on miracles, while she simply had overwhelming power. It seems you two truly have a deep friendship, being able to make unified decisions and trust each other to reach the end. Watching from the side, I felt inexplicably moved. As he spoke, the owner took off his glasses and wiped away the moisture from the corners of his eyes, as if feeling it personally. I think you're just reluctant to part with the red-tailed tuna, Ren couldn't help but retort in his mind. Of course, on the surface, Ren was still very polite. You flatter us. Can we leave now? Of course. The owner nodded, watching with heartache as Ren wheeled the red-tailed tuna away. Then, snapping back to reality, he hurriedly chased after the two and said anxiously, wait a moment. As the first champions of this Firebender challenge, I have already invited the best artist in the Fire Nation to come. It's a rare opportunity, could you two cooperate and let us paint a promotional poster? After speaking, the owner rubbed his hands and said, of course, regarding the compensation, please feel free to name your price. Princess Azula was not interested in money. After all, if a member of the royal family had to worry about material possessions, that would be truly pathetic. With the tuna in hand, Ren was already satisfied and shook his head. Forget it, neither of us likes to be in the public eye. Don't be in such a rush to refuse, the owner said, following alongside the tuna. You two are both people of stunning appearance, you must be used to living a glamorous life and are rarely moved by small things in daily life. But the honor gained through working together will surely become a highlight of your youthful memories when you recall it years later. It can also foster your relationship, and you get paid. You two look like you've been dating for a long time and your relationship has gradually become dull. You just need a sudden event to break the calm routine, this way. Ren calmly blocked the owner's affectionate gaze toward the tuna and waved his hand. Stop. I said stop. We are not boyfriend and girlfriend, Ren corrected. Oh, brother and sister, right. The owner moved to the other side and asked. No. Huh. The owner finally looked up, adjusted his glasses, and said with a confused look. Could it be that you are just ordinary friends? Ren shrugged and said. What else would we be? No, buddy. What kind of ordinary friends would team up to do a game like the Firebender Challenge that relies on tacit cooperation? Speaking of this, the owner frowned. And, at the end, you wouldn't even trade the red-tailed tuna for money. If you were ordinary friends, you would have had an internal conflict long ago. It just shows that we have high moral character. Ren blocked the red-tailed tuna again, cutting off his line of sight. Alright, let's look at it from another angle. After going through such twists and turns, wouldn't it be a pity not to leave a souvenir? You're already here. The owner still didn't want to give up. Ren crossed his arms and said dismissively. Hey, I thought you had some high-level argument. This kind of crude sales pitch is at a shameful level in the sales industry. Someone like me, who is battle-hardened and receives loan ads every month. Before Ren could finish speaking, Princess Azula stepped in front of him and said. We can do the painting, but the original draft must be kept by us. Princess Azula was highly action-oriented, especially after making a decision. Well then, please follow me, you two. The somewhat chubby shopkeeper smiled warmly and led them toward the second floor. However, as soon as they reached the second floor, Princess Azula glanced at Ryan's simple attire and immediately said with some dissatisfaction. Wait a minute, are you going to wear that? Ryan checked himself and sniffed his clothes, saying somewhat speechlessly. They aren't dirty and they don't smell. Is there a problem? Since we are taking a portrait together, how can you look so shabby? Princess Azula wrinkled her nose. Without waiting for Ryan to object, she dragged him straight into a nearby clothing store. As soon as he entered the store, Ryan felt its luxurious atmosphere. Display cabinets made of translucent crystal, with skylights designed at specific angles to let in the outdoor sunlight, refracted shimmering orange light. Attire from various nations was gathered all in one place. Naturally, the individual display cabinets held mostly Fire Nation attire. Formal wear woven from exquisite silk, with red and black as the primary colors, made even the mannequins look somewhat heroic and upright. Ryan compared them carefully. Except for the air nomads, the clothing store had attire from all the other three nations. All in all, the Fire Nation attire was actually a cut above the rest. The attire of the Water Tribe was mostly decorated with fur, animal teeth, and colorful feathers, which was a bit too flashy, while the Earth Kingdom attire consisted mostly of riding jackets, which Ryan personally didn't quite like. Furthermore, the color scheme was mostly green and yellow, making it look somewhat low-key and unremarkable, which Ryan didn't care for much. Of course, the main reason was that as soon as Ryan saw the crystal display cabinets, he knew these things were so expensive that he couldn't afford them at all. Soon, a beautiful receptionist dressed in light green Earth Kingdom attire, wearing a fan-shaped headdress and bright embroidery, walked over gracefully. How should he put it? If Ryan weren't a transmigrator, he would definitely find it very exotic. But now, he could only say the sense of déjà vu was incredibly strong. Welcome. What are you two looking for? As a receptionist in such a high-end luxury clothing store, reading people was the most basic skill. With one glance, she saw that Princess Azula was the dominant one of the two, so she addressed her directly. Ryan had clearly started to back out, quietly taking half a step back as he said. I feel like this place doesn't match my aura. My little money will inevitably fly away, so let's forget it. Princess Azula didn't listen to a word Ryan said. In any case, this princess had always had an extremely assertive personality, and she said directly. Pick out some clothes for him to try on. Make sure they are for this season, and oh, none from other nations. The receptionist nodded slightly, looked at Ryan, and asked gently. May I ask what your preferences and needs are, sir? Is it for daily wear or a formal occasion? It's for a commemorative portrait. We need formal wear. Princess Azula said directly. Do you require a custom tailoring, or will off the rack be fine? The clerk was clearly very professional. We need it right away, so off the rack, Princess Azula said after some thought. Ryan gently poked the princess's back, earning himself a glare, but he still whispered. What's the difference between off the rack and custom? Aren't they made of the same material? Princess Azula said speechlessly. Custom-made fits better, and the craftsmanship is more delicate. The receptionist sized Ryan up, estimated his build, and then turned around to carefully bring out a Fire Nation formal suit, the kind mandatory for formal occasions. This formal suit was designed by Shyman, a famous fashion master in the Fire Nation. It uses everlasting brocade, a specialty of the Earth Kingdom, as its primary fabric. The flat shoulders emphasize a slim fit. The pure black dye doesn't catch dust, and the red pigment doesn't steal the show. It can absolutely hold its own in any formal setting, even a Fire Lord's coronation would be no problem. In addition, there is a matching winter coat. The cuffs and lapels are woven from the precious fine undercoat of the blue sheep, feeling as smooth as mutton fat jade. What do you think? To be honest, Ryan was a little tempted. Luxury clothing stores really did have some skills. The clothing design and color coordination were simply a match made in heaven. Ryan rubbed his hands and couldn't help but ask, "Can I try it on first?" The clerk smiled and said, "Of course." With that, she led Ryan into the fitting room. When he came out, he was looking left and right in the mirror, seemingly showing off, but actually checking for flaws. Princess Azula stepped closer, smoothed out Ryan's lapels, and nodded with satisfaction. "How much?" The smile on the clerk's face grew even wider, becoming a bit more genuine as she said, "A total of 18,000 Fire Nation coins, or 300 gold coins." Ryan's eyes widened. He did a quick mental calculation. In his daily life, buying eggs, meat, and vegetables altogether cost less than a few Fire Nation coins. All in all, this was practically highway robbery. So expensive. If he had accidentally left a mark on it just now, wouldn't it have cost enough to buy his own life? Princess Azula, however, nodded very naturally and said, "Although it's slightly inferior to custom-made, it's barely acceptable." With a wave of her hand, she pulled out a banknote and said, "We'll take this one." Seeing the exclusive royal emblem of the Fire Nation on the banknote, the receptionist's expression clearly became respectful, and she bowed slightly. "Understood." Ryan reached out, wanting to say something, but he felt that with Princess Azula's personality, she obviously wouldn't let him back out. Before shopping next time, he absolutely must ask the price first. This was a painful lesson for Ryan. Princess Azula crossed her arms, glanced at Ryan, and said, "What do you want to say?" Ryan said, somewhat dejectedly, "No, nothing. I feel bad for making you spend so much. Why are you acting like a little girl? Cheer up. We still have to take a commemorative portrait later. With that gloomy face of yours, if people didn't know better, they'd think I forced you. Isn't that the case?" Ryan muttered softly. "What did you say?" "I said Her Highness has brilliant insight." Ryan immediately changed his tune. Princess Azula put her hands behind her back, feeling a bit awkward as she said, "Of course, if you really feel bad, you can just give me a little something. It's my birthday in 2 days. Of course, it's not like I'm demanding a gift from you. I don't care at all. You gave Prince Zuko that headpiece, but it wasn't even that nice anyway. I don't care about it at all." Ryan fell silent for a few seconds. Thinking about the price of these clothes, he felt that if he asked directly if there were women's clothes, the clerk would probably bring out something with an astronomical price tag. After pondering for a moment, he finally looked at the clerk and asked seriously, "By the way, is there a matching women's formal suit in this style?" The beautiful clerk thought for a moment, then said, "Most of our store's clothing designs are unique, single-piece items, but this one happens to be an exception. Is it for this young lady?" With a look of sheer pain on his face, Ryan pulled out his banknotes, silently chanting in his heart, "Dad, help me one last time." That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.